Chapter 2591. He stood up again. Wait a moment. I'll get someone to buy your favorite lotus fragrance wine. The military was filled with hot-blooded men who loved to drink the strongest alcohol. Naturally, they would prepare this type of wine. Ji pulled him back. Forget it. Don't make this special for me. She tugged at the corner of his shirt and looked him up and down. Pursing her lips, she said, You seem to have gotten darker and thinner. The war must be tough, right? Jun Liuye kept looking at her. Suddenly, he sighed and hugged her. Rubbing his chin on her head, he said, It's not tough, Jiyu. Now that you're here, it's not tough at all. Guru, do you think Jiyu lost her memory after recovering from her illness? Ning Xiuma and Shun Juli floated at the top of the tent. Relying on the fact that no one could see them, Ning Xiuma looked down and judged. Shun Juli glanced at the two hugging below and answered with a few words, It's a good thing if she really lost her memory. Ning Xiuma sighed. That's true. The two of them were separated by a great national grudge. If Jiyu didn't lose her memory, why would she be willing to be with him? Why would she come looking for him? If she really lost her memory, then those injuries wouldn't exist for her. But did she really lose her memory? Ning Xiuma looked at Jun Liuye. He had probably noticed Jiyu's abnormality, but she didn't know how he felt right now. His beloved's illness was finally cured. He finally had a chance to explain to her, but she lost her memory again. Looking at her appearance, she didn't remember the injuries at all. How was Jun Liuye going to explain it to her? Ning Xiuma was guessing when the guru's voice suddenly rang out. No need to watch. Let's go outside and wait. Ning Xiuma was stunned, and she was already outside the tent. Guru, this memory is so clear. It's obviously important. I think we should watch the whole thing. Ning Xiuma was still unwilling to give up. Shun Juli pulled her into his arms and said directly, I don't like you staring at other men. Don't worry, they will come out again. The great god's possessiveness, Ning Xiuma said helplessly. If you don't want me to look, then I can at least listen, right? Shall we go and listen? Shun Juli looked at her and suddenly smiled slowly. Xiuma, so this is your taste. Huh? Which one? Ning Xiuma was confused. You like to eavesdrop? Shun Juli slowly opened his mouth with a smile that was not a smile. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Originally, it was an honorable matter. How could the great god make it sound vulgar? Jiyu, how did you get here? Jun Liuye's voice came through the wind. Ning Xiuma was stunned. She was currently 200 meters away from the tent. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be able to hear what the people in the tent were saying. She looked at Shun Juli, and Shun Juli pulled her to sit down. Since you want to listen, then listen here. So it was the great god's doing. Aside from the great god, there probably wasn't a second person who could do as he pleased in other people's memories. Ning Xiuma fell into Shun Juli's arms. She openly eavesdropped while praising him in satisfaction. Great God, you're really perverted. Shun Juli didn't mind. Thanks for your praise. Your husband will be perverted again tonight. Ning Xiuma was speechless. All right, she shouldn't bicker with the great god. She should just focus on eavesdropping on the two people in the tent. Chapter 2592. Qianshang, there's something strange. I seem to have slept for a long time, and after I woke up, I seem to have forgotten some things. However, it's a good thing that I still remember you. I remember that you promised to marry me, and you really did marry me. However, my memories are hazy, and there are many things that I only remember in bits and pieces. Am I sick? After a while, she heard Jun Liuye's gentle reply, you're sick. After I woke up, I found out that you led an army to attack Xingyu country. So, I ran out of the palace to find you. Qianshang, why didn't you bring me to war? Jiyu's voice had a trace of grievance. Marching and fighting is very tiring. Jiyu, I didn't want you to suffer. Liar, it's clearly you who didn't want me. Jiyu, I missed you and I never forgot you. There was some movement in the tent. And after a while, Jiyu's low cry of surprise was heard. Jiyu, I'll let you understand how much I missed you. Jun Liuye's voice was very dark, and then there was a sound that made people's faces turn red. It seemed that Jun Liuye had pushed Jiyu down. The sound suddenly disappeared, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. Ning Xiuma looked at the great god from the corner of her eyes, but the great god's expression did not change, and he only said 4 words, "It's not suitable for children." Ning Xiuma. Great God, how many times have you done such things that are not suitable for children? She listened carefully again, but she really couldn't hear anything, so she gave up. When she read Ji-Yu's memories with the great god, there are also some intimate scenes. She was originally very interested, but every time that happened, the great god would use a spell to cover it up. The great god's mosaic was better than anyone else's, so Ning Xiuma couldn't even see a hazy shadow. Now that it was like this again, Ning Xiuma also knew that it was useless to argue. She suddenly thought of a question. Great God, when you read Ji-Yu's memories just now, why didn't you use this method? She felt that this method was more immersive, and she could also talk to the great god casually. It was more than a level higher than the old method. Shun Juli rested his head on her shoulder and replied lazily, "This method can only be used on living people. It's useless on dead people." Ning Xiuma understood. Shinjuli looked at her with an ambiguous smile in his eyes. "You suddenly asked this question. Did you want me to use this method for a long time?" Ning Xiuma. She recalled that when she first entered this memory realm, the Almighty had pushed her down without saying a word. Her pretty face tensed up, and she pushed him away. She righteously said, "Great God, you're too perverted." Shinjuli. He rested his head on his hand. "I just think that this method is the most convenient to read memories." "What are you thinking?" Ning Xiuma. She looked at the tent in the distance that should be overflowing with spring. The 2 people inside shouldn't be doing anything for the time being. They probably wouldn't be done without 2 hours. She thought for a moment and reached out to touch the Almighty's chest. Shun Juli let her touch him and didn't forget to tease her. "You want it again? On your head." Ning Xiuma took out a chess set from his chest. "Great God, the night is long and I'm not in the mood to sleep. Let's play a few games of chess." The Almighty's storage space was open to her, but every time she needed something, the Almighty would let her take it herself. She wanted to touch his chest. At first, she was a little uncomfortable, but now she felt very natural. Chapter 2593. She placed the chessboard on the table and sat down across from him. Cupping her hands, she said, "Ancestor, please." Shun Juli sat in place, not intending to make a move. "You don't want to continue watching their story? They won't be able to finish it in a short time." Ning Xiuma replied indifferently, but she suddenly stopped because she heard a voice from the tent. "Ji-Yu, I won't force you." Jun Liuya seemed to be suppressing something. "I'm sorry." Ji-Yu's voice trembled. I know we're already married, but I don't have any memories of this. I'm a little scared. It's fine. We'll have plenty of time in the future." Jun Liuya's voice had already returned to normal. "Qian Shang, you love me so much. I'm very happy." Ji-Yu's voice was sweet, but she suddenly changed the topic. "Do you remember what day it is today?" Jun Liuya paused. "Today is the Purple Moon Festival?" "Yes, Qian Shang, today is the Purple Moon Festival. Let's go out and admire the moon together, okay? You said you wanted to take me to Star Moon Country's mountain to admire the moon. You even said the moon here is unique and beautiful. Can you take me there?" Jun Liuya readily agreed. Of course, of course. Wait a moment. I'll go arrange it first." "Good." Once the tent door opened, Jun Liuya walked out. He called 2 of his trusted aides and gave them a few instructions before returning to the tent. A moment later, he and Ji-Yu walked out hand in hand. The weather outside was quite cold, but the 2 were in high spirits. The 2 had changed their clothes. Jun Liuya was wearing a loose blue robe that fluttered in the wind behind him, looking elegant and romantic. Ji-Yu was wearing a pink dress with a white fox cloak on the outside. The snow-white fur contrasted with her captivating red face, making her even more stunning. Ning Xiuma's gaze fell on Jun Liuya, and her eyes suddenly narrowed. The current Jun Liuya's temperament gave her a faint feeling of familiarity, but she couldn't recall who it was. Jun Liuya's army was stationed in the valley. Behind the camp was a towering mountain that looked like a silent giant beast in the night. "Ji-Yu, where do you want to go?" Jun Liuya held her waist. Ji-Yu looked around, unable to make up her mind. You're familiar with the terrain here, so let's find the tallest mountain. It was more interesting to admire the moon from the peak. Junya also looked at the peak in the distance. The highest peak is outside the camp. Jiyu looked at him and said, "Will it be dangerous? If it's dangerous, then don't go." Jun Mioye's gaze focused on her face, and he smiled. "It's okay. It's worth it no matter how big the risk is for you." His smile was the same as before, with an indescribable doting. Jiyu looked away and leaned her head on his shoulder. "Qin Shang, you're so good to me." Pain flashed across Jun Mioye's eyes, but he quickly smiled and led her away. "Let's go." The two of them walked slowly in front, while Jun Mioye's 4 personal guards followed them from a distance. After walking for a while, Jiyu occasionally turned back and saw the 4 guards. She then turned back to look at Jun Mioye. "We're admiring the moon. Should we let them follow?" Jun Mioye paused in his steps and waved at the 4 guards behind him, indicating for them to wait where they were. The guard captain was still worried. "Your Majesty, it's wartime now. I'm afraid it's not safe outside the camp. Why don't we bring a team of guards with us?" Jun Mioye looked at Jiyu. Chapter 2594. Jun Mioye looked at Jiyu. Jiyu pursed her lips. "I don't like being watched when admiring the moon. However, Your Majesty's safety is also very important. If Your Majesty wants them to follow, then let them follow." Jun Mioye looked at her for a moment and smiled. He said softly, "I don't like being watched either. Jiyu, let's go. You don't have to follow." Holding her hand, they gradually walked away. The guards followed for 2 steps, but they didn't dare to disobey His Majesty's order. They could only stop. Because there was a battle just now, they could still see fallen corpses along the way. Each of them looked hideous and incomplete. There were soldiers who specialized in dealing with the aftermath of the battle, collecting them. Seeing His Majesty coming with a woman, these soldiers all bowed and saluted. Jun Mioye just waved his hand and let them do their thing. He then left with Jiyu. Turning his head, he saw that Jiyu's face was slightly pale. He pulled her into his arms. "Scared," Jiyu said, "They're bloody." Before she could finish, Jun Mioye bent over and picked her up. Her face was buried in his chest. His heartbeat was steady, and his voice was also steady. "These don't suit you. Don't look." His figure rose, and like a fluttering wind, he carried her and flew into the depths of the mountain. He was afraid of scaring Jiyu again, so he went far away from the battlefield. However, this would require him to walk more than 10 miles. "Why must we fight?" Jiyu leaned in his arms, her voice a little muffled. "It's good to live a peaceful life. The people can live and work in peace." Jun Mioye's footsteps paused slightly, but he didn't say anything. Jiyu raised her head in his arms. "I heard that you attacked Xingyue country this time to cure my illness. Is that true?" Jun Mioye looked down at her. "Who told you that?" Because he was afraid that the king of Xingyue country would destroy the pearl if he knew, Jun Mioye never told anyone his purpose. Only his true confidants knew where Jiyu got this information from. Jiyu blinked. "It's the 8th prince. Did I say something wrong?" Jun Mioye breathed a sigh of relief. He did tell Jun Lufeng. Jun Lufeng always thought that Jiyu was crazy and didn't like to talk, so it was possible that he talked in front of her. He said softly, "That's right. Star Moon Country has a pearl that can cure your illness. But I'm fine now, so I don't need that bead anymore. So let's not fight anymore, right?" Jiyu looked at him seriously. Jun Mioye did not say anything. The war had been going on for so long. As long as they could win this battle, they would be able to march straight into the capital of Star Moon Nation, completely destroy Star Moon Nation, and unify this continent. This had always been his dream, and it was also the ultimate dream of his generals who had fought bloody battles for many years. Now, the entire army had suffered so many casualties and paid so much blood and lives for this battle. Seeing that victory was in sight, how could they retreat just like that? Jiyu looked at him for a moment and suddenly smiled. "Okay, I was joking. Your ambition has always been great, and you have the ability to dominate the world. In the future, when you conquer the world, I hope that you can become an emperor for all eternity and leave your name in history for hundreds of generations." Jiyu, Jun Liuya muttered to himself. Just as he was about to say something, Jiyu reached out a finger and touched his lips. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The moon is beautiful tonight, so let's focus on looking at the moon. It was such a beautiful night, so it was better not to talk about these disappointing things. He still had many things to explain to her in the future. They still had plenty of time in the future, a little earlier today. Eager, sincere, begging for a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. My dear little masters, please give the monthly vote to Moo Moo. Chapter 2595. All right. Jun Liuya revealed a smile and lowered his head to gently kiss her lips. We'll talk about it later. Seeing that his lover was fine, Jun Liuya didn't care about anything else and just wanted to make her happy. The snowy peaks were covered in snow, with ice towers and ice mushrooms everywhere. The moon was bright, and the mountain was high. Standing on this ice peak, the moon seemed much bigger and brighter. The moonlight here was truly beautiful. The faint purple moonlight fell on the ice peak and reflected a strange light, just like a crystal palace. Jiyu stood on an ice tower and looked up at the purple moon in the sky, as if she was entranced. Jun Liuya was looking at her. The moon here is really beautiful. It's like a painting. Jiyu turned around on the ice peak. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, like a flower blooming in the moonlight. Jun Liuya simply sat down. You're even more beautiful than the moon. He sat in a lazy and carefree manner. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. At this time, he was no longer the decisive Iron Blood Azura War general, but rather the king of assassins Yi Qianshang, who had doted on her, loved her, and liked to tease her, but also held her in his hands. Jiyu tilted her head to look at him. Your mouth is as sweet as before. Jun Liuya stretched out his legs and waved his hand at her. It's cold up there. I'll hold you and watch from below. Jiyu shook her head. You'll see the truth when you stand high. Isn't that right? Her words seemed to imply something. Jun Liuya raised his head and looked at her for a moment. Suddenly, he got up and flew straight to her side. He hugged her waist and said, Then I'll watch it with you. The two figures on the ice tower were leaning against each other. He was tall and handsome while she was petite. The moonlight fell on them like water, creating a beautiful scene. Ning Shumo was invisible in the air as she watched the pair below. She couldn't help letting out a sigh. Great God, don't you feel like something is wrong? Shun Julie declined to comment. Something's wrong. Let's watch the play. The two people below stood on the ice tower and looked at the moon for a while. Jun Liuya said, Jiyu, in the future, I will take you to see all the moons on this continent. They all have their own characteristics. Jiyu smiled and looked at him from the side. Under the moonlight, her eyes were like water. I think that our Jiyu country's purple moon city's Huayu Tower's moon is the most beautiful. Don't you think so? Jun Liuya stiffened slightly. That place used to be the place where the crystal was enshrined. It was also the place where he used her to destroy Ziyu City's enchantment. That night, he accompanied her to watch the moon for half the night. It gave her the greatest happiness, but it also destroyed her home. After the city was breached, that place was also burned down by the Crown Prince's troops, leaving behind only broken walls and ruins. He thought that Jiyu would be traumatized by that place and would never want to go there again, so he didn't recultivate. Since she liked it, he would send someone to rebuild it and make it exactly the same. Jiyu, I'll take you there to see it in the future. Jun Liuya promised her and took the opportunity to hold her hand. Even though she was wearing so much, her little hand was still cold, as if it would never be warmed up. Jun Liuya calmly channeled energy into his palm, making his palm like a small heater, trying to warm her hand up. Jiyu didn't say anything and didn't avoid him. She was staring at the moon in a daze. Her frequency of being in a daze was especially high today. Jun Liuya didn't say anything either. He simply hugged her and sat down on the ice peak. He rested his head on her shoulder and sighed softly. Jiyu, I never thought that we would have a day like this. Chapter 2596. He thought that she would be muddle-headed for the rest of her life, never talking to him again, never looking at him again. He never thought that there would be a time when they could lean on each other like this. God knows how long he had been longing for this moment. Jiyu came back to her senses and looked at him. Her eyes were as clear as water under the moonlight. Qian Shang. Jiyu, call me Lu Yi. His breath blew into her ears. He actually hoped that she would call him by his real name. After all, Yi Qianshang was only his alias. Jiyu paused and tilted her head to look at him for a bit. Jun Lu Yi, your real name is more like you. What do you mean? Jun Lu Ye's breath was on her neck. My heart flows like the night. You were once a Shura general, and Shuras belonged to the night. Jiyu actually began to drop her book bag. Jun Lu Yi was silent for a bit behind her before letting out a soft sigh. My thoughts are all on you right now. At this moment, he was still the charming Yi Qianshang. His hand was supporting his head as he looked at her with a teasing gaze, but also a burning gaze. Jiyu's eyelashes trembled and half covered her eyes, making it hard for people to see her expression. She no longer looked at him, and her face was a bit red. Are you shy? Jun Lu Yi reached out to hold her in his embrace. Jiyu, I hope that we can have this day every year. He didn't ask for anything else. He just wanted her to stay by his side. Her black hair was a bit cold. He rubbed his chin against her head and excitedly said, Jiyu, how about I help you style your hair? Jiyu paused for a bit before nodding. Jun Lu Yi straightened her body and used his fingers as a comb, beginning to comb her long hair. Her black hair was like silk, smooth and soft as it flowed through his fingers. After a while, her long hair was combed into a beautiful bun, and jade hairpins sparkled in her hair. You're quite skilled. Do you often help girls style their hair before? Jiyu rubbed her hair as she spoke in a half-joking manner. Idiot, I often helped you style your hair before. Jun Lu Ye's voice was filled with pampering and helplessness. Jiyu's fingers stiffened, and then she touched the hairpin again. She was stunned for a moment, but she had already felt the shape and texture of the hairpin. It was the hairpin Yi Qianshang had given her. She had treated it like a treasure and would take it out to look at it several times a day. She was as happy as a fool. Now that the hairpin was back in her hair, she felt her scalp hurt from the cold. She seemed to be in a daze. Jun Liuye looked at her. Jiyu? Jiyu suddenly stood up, tilted her head, and smiled at him, smiling innocently and charmingly. How about I dance for you? Jun Liuye clapped his hands. Good. I've long heard that your singing and dancing are superb. Today is a good opportunity to appreciate it. I'll accompany you. He took out a purple bamboo flute. The sound of the flute rang out faintly, like the rising of the wind and the blooming of flowers, drifting leisurely through the mountain peak. Ning Xiumo looked down and saw his light blue robe fluttering in the wind like flowing water. The beautiful jade on his waist swayed slightly. He looked free and easy. His bearing made Ning Xiumo feel like it was very familiar, like she had seen it before. She knew quite a few people, including all kinds of handsome men, but there were very few people with Jun Liuye's bearing. Lazy and free, with a faint trace of cynicism. Who did he resemble? Jun Liuye's appearance and bearing were both very good. Ning Xiumo thought that if she had seen him before, she would not have forgotten him. Chapter 2597. But looking at him now, he looked familiar, but no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't match him with the handsome guys in her mind. Could it be that he was a passerby she met 50,000 years ago? Ning Xiumo didn't have many memories from 50,000 years ago. She only had memories of when she transmigrated, but her original memories from 50,000 years ago were only fragmented. Among these fragmented memories, there was no such person as Jun Liuye. A snow-white sleeve stretched out to block Ning Xiumo's line of sight. She followed the sleeve and saw Shan Juli's eyes as deep as a lake. He was half sitting there with one arm supporting his head. His sleeve just happened to block Ning Xiumo's line of sight, while his other hand was casually tapping the beat. Seeing Ning Xiumo looking at him, he lazily said, It's better to listen to the flute. There's no need to stare at it. Don't you think so? Ning Xiumo's eyes curved like crescent moons. The great god spoke in such a dignified manner, but he was actually jealous, right? She seized the opportunity to hug his sleeve and said in a deadpan manner, And the great god is right. In the future, When the great god plays the zither, I'll just listen. There's no need to run over to look. Shun Julie, below, Jiyu had already begun to dance to the flute. The round moon in the sky was like a jade plate, and the snowy peaks on the ground were like crystals. In the midst of the white snow, Jiyu's red dress fluttered. The wind blew and her sleeves fluttered, making it seem as if she was flying. Twirling, bending, turning, her slender body turned into all kinds of beautiful arcs, and her bright and beautiful eyes reflected the moonlight like shattered crystals on the lake. Jiyu's dancing was very good, far better than what Jun Liuya had expected. He felt that he had never seen such a beautiful dance in his life. His girl was like a ball of fire, a flower slowly blooming in this world of ice and snow, making him unable to move his eyes away. She fluttered in front of him and circled him 3 times. He looked at her with a smile, the sound of the flute clear and quiet, his eyes filled with affection. Ding! The jade hairpin on her head suddenly slipped off and fell to the icy ground, breaking into several pieces. The sound of the flute paused for a moment. She suddenly staggered and fell into his arms. He raised his arms, wanting to hug her, but his body suddenly stiffened. The sharp tip of a snow-white sword pierced through his back. Hot blood instantly flowed out, soaking his blue robe and staining her fingers that were holding the sword. Jiyu also seemed to be in a daze as she stared at the blood-stained sword hilt that had pierced into her opponent's body. Her fingertips trembled slightly, but she didn't retreat immediately. A large hand came over and grabbed her hand that was holding the sword. That hand held her tightly. She suddenly raised her head and looked into his long and narrow eyes. He was still in the same position as before. His left hand was holding the bamboo flute, and his right hand was holding her hand. He even hugged her with no intention of letting go. Of course, he had no intention of slapping her away. Even his eyes were calm, without much emotion. Jiyu, you didn't lose your memory. Jiyu's eyes slightly shrank. She suddenly raised her head and laughed. Of course. Jun Liuya, you also have a day like this. She laughed happily, as if she wanted to laugh out all the things that had been stuck in her heart these past few days. She succeeded. She had finally succeeded. She had finally killed this Azura. She had finally killed the enemy who had caused her family to be destroyed. She had finally made him pay the price he deserved. She should be happy. She should be happy. So she laughed louder and louder. She laughed until her voice changed pitch. Chapter 2598. Jun Liuya held her tightly, and she didn't want to struggle. She wasn't afraid of him taking revenge on her and strangling her to death. Her greatest wish had been fulfilled, and she no longer cared about life and death. What joy was there in life, and what fear was there in death? She had struggled at death's door until now, all for this moment. More and more blood flowed out, and her hands became more and more sticky. The smell of blood filled her nose, and she laughed until tears came out. Jun Liuya, so your blood is also red? Ning Shumao, who was watching from the side, also let out a soft sigh. She finally made a move. Shun Julie glanced at her. You knew she was going to make a move? Ning Shumao said, of course. She actually had 8 chances to make a move, but she missed them all. I was worried for her. Shun Julie was speechless. Ning Shumao sighed. The girl who was once as pure as crystal has actually learned how to act. Her acting is quite good, and there are almost no flaws. Shun Julie put a hand on her shoulder. But it didn't escape your eyes, did it? Ning Shumao said, of course. I was the king of assassins in the past, and observing people's expressions is my forte. Although Jiyu's disguise was good, in the eyes of a professional agent like Ning Shumao, there were still many flaws. Shun Julie glanced at the 2 people below and said lightly, Jun Liuya is also the #1 expert in the world of assassins. In other words, if Ning Shumao could see through it, he might be able to see through it as well. Ning Shumao was startled. She understood what Shun Julie was trying to say. She shook her head. The IQ of a man and a woman in love will plummet. Those who are closely involved will not be able to see the situation clearly. Jiyu's disguise was good, and Jun Liuya might not have been able to see through it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken that sword, right? Shinjili pointed at the two people. Then did you see where Jun Liuya was stabbed? Ning Xiumal frowned. I saw it clearly. It should be near the heart meridian. It's a critical place. However, Ji Yu was probably still a little nervous, so the position of her sword was a little off. Otherwise, it would have taken Jun Liuya's life. Shinjili shook his head slightly. It's not that she missed, but that Jun Liuya's muscles moved slightly to the side when she was stabbing at him, so the attack didn't hit his vitals. Ning Xiumal. She didn't expect the Almighty to be even more observant than her. This perverted insight. However, with Jun Liuya's ability to adjust his muscles slightly, shouldn't he be able to completely dodge the attack? Then why? Ning Xiumal thought of something and blurted out. He took Ji Yu's sword on purpose. Shinjili rubbed her hair in relief. Smart girl. Ning Xiumal looked down at Jun Liuya with a complicated gaze. This person's thoughts were extremely meticulous. Everything he did was planned out before he acted. It could be said that he was watertight. Why did he take that sword on purpose? What was his plan? On the ice peak, Jun Liuya finally couldn't hold on any longer. His body slowly fell to the snow below his feet. Fresh blood gushed out from his body, quickly forming a small pool of blood. The white snow and the red blood were especially glaring. Ji Yu finally jumped away from his body. She took a few steps back and tripped over something, falling to the ground with a plop. She seemed to have lost all her strength. Sitting there, she looked at Jun Liuya lying not far away, her gaze trembling slightly. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but Jun Liuya's face was as white as snow. His dark eyes looked at Ji Yu, as if whirlpools were swirling in them. His pale lips opened and closed a few times before he hoarsely said, Ji Yu, like this will you vent your anger? Chapter 2599. Ji Yu's face had been flushed with excitement, but now it was slowly losing its color. She clenched her fists, her face even paler than his. Her palms were stained with blood, and she subconsciously wiped them on the snow. She hatefully said, Jun Liuya, you owe me this. Although her words were fierce, her voice was trembling. Jun Liuya looked at her, his beautiful eyes half narrowed. His gaze was so deep that it made one's heart palpitate. You're right, I owe you. His voice became softer and softer, and finally his eyes slowly closed. He's dead. Ji Yu's entire body stiffened, as if her soul had been sucked out of her body. She sat there, staring blankly, not moving at all. Not bad. A voice suddenly came from a mountain not far away. Following that, more than 10 figures appeared from the surrounding mountain peaks. The person in the lead was dressed in a beautiful snow-white robe, with a jade crown on his head. His face was powdered, and his lips were like a painted pill. He looked to be in his 20s, and he was handsome and delicate, like an elegant young master. However, there was a hint of a king's domineering aura beneath his brows. The others were all dressed in the uniform of a warrior. They were all dressed in white, and even their hair was snow-white, almost the same color as the surrounding snow. These people were clearly the young master's subordinates. They clustered around him, faintly protecting him in the middle. Ning Xiumal, who was watching the show from the sky, was moved. This is the king of Xingyue country? Should be. Shinjili also glanced at the young king. I heard that the king of Xingyue country has a pearl that can guarantee immortality and eternal youth. This person is probably a few hundred years old, right? Eternal youth is true, but that pearl doesn't have the effect of making people immortal. Shinjili's tone was indifferent. Ning Xiumal raised her eyebrows. She was still a little puzzled. Great God, back then, you left treasures for the 3 countries. These treasures should have the ability to protect the country, right? Why did you give Xingyue country a beauty pearl? That pearl's eternal youth is just a side effect. Then what's the main effect? It allows the wearer to teleport away in an instant no matter how badly injured they are. It can even bring along 80 generals. Ning Xiumal gave a thumbs up. This function is awesome. If a king could escape with his elite ministers in an instant, then there would be no such thing as the fall of a country. Because of these elite forces, Even if his capital city was breached, he could still organize his forces to counterattack. This time, Jun Liuye had attacked Star Moon Country. It was easy to take over the capital of Star Moon Country, but to completely eliminate the ruler of Star Moon Country was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ning Xiumo looked at everything below and sighed. I didn't expect Jiyu to join hands with this monarch. It seems that her madness was also cured by this monarch with the bead. That should be the case. Shun Julie nodded slightly. I heard that the monarch of Star Moon Country is also a person of great talent and strategy. His intelligence is not much worse than Jun Liuye's. It seems that he is indeed very scheming. He is not Jun Liuye's opponent, so he actually put an effort on Jiyu. This time, he even personally took action. Shun Julie said indifferently. He and Jun Liuye are enemies. If there is a chance to see Jun Liuye die with his own eyes, he won't let it go. That's true. Ning Xiumo nodded. The monarch of Star Moon Country was defeated by Jun Liuye and must hate him to the bone. He couldn't wait to personally cut him into pieces. Now that there was such a chance, he would definitely want to see it with his own eyes. Who knows, he might even want to stab him a few more times. Chapter 2600. Ning Xiumo's guess was very normal. The king of Xingyue Country looked at the unconscious Jun Liuye lying on the ground. His face was filled with pride as he slowly walked towards Jun Liuye. Your Majesty, this person is dangerous. He's not dead yet. Your Majesty shouldn't go near him. His loyal subordinate hurriedly stopped him. Star Moon Country's king waved his hand and waved his subordinate away. He didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. This person's vital point was hit. Even if he didn't die, he would die soon. What could he do? He wanted to go up and stab him, personally chop off his head. He still walked towards Jun Liuye. His subordinates didn't dare to stop him. Just to be safe, one of them suddenly raised his hand and shot a flying knife at Jun Liuye on the ground. He wanted him to die more thoroughly. Clang! Star Moon Country's king raised his finger and sent out a strong wind towards the flying knife. The knife turned in the air and fell to the ground. Who asked you to be a busybody? Star Moon Country's king's face was as calm as water. If you act recklessly again, behead. He wanted to take this person's life personally. Only then would there be a sense of accomplishment. His guards didn't dare to make any more moves. They looked at Jun Liuye. His vital point had been hit, and blood had already dyed his clothes red. Even if he didn't die, he was on his last breath. His chest was barely moving up and down. This person had been blinded by beauty and didn't bring a single guard with him to the depths of the mountain. Now that he was so heavily injured, even if they didn't go and stab him, he wouldn't be able to live. These people finally relaxed, and their gazes fell on Jiyu. She had been sitting there the whole time, as if her soul had been hollowed out. She looked at the moon in the sky without moving. At this time, no one cared about her. She didn't care about anyone either. Star Moon Country's king finally arrived in front of Jun Liuye and looked down at his dying face. His lips curled slightly. Jun Liuye, are you unwilling to die like this? On the ground, Jun Liuye didn't move and didn't react at all. Star Moon Country's king slowly pulled out his saber. It was a sharp blade that could cut through iron like mud. As long as it was swung out, not to mention Jun Liuye's head, even a lump of iron would be cut in half. The saber light reflected the moonlight and flashed. Jiyu, who was sitting in a daze, seemed to be disturbed by the saber light. She suddenly raised her eyes and looked over. After seeing what the monarch of Xingyu Country was doing, her pupils shrank as she immediately saw through his intentions. Her body flashed, and she suddenly pounced on him. What are you doing? Her petite body stood in front of Jun Liuye. You won't be able to live. You're not allowed to disgrace the corpse. She hated him and wanted to kill him, but she couldn't just stand by and watch as his corpse was dismembered. The king of Star Moon Country narrowed his eyes and said softly, Jiyu, there's only one way for me to verify a person's death, and that is to cut off his head. Be good and move aside. Jiyu's face paled. You are the ruler of a country. Don't go too far. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt her waist tighten as someone hugged her from behind. Before she could react, her whole body suddenly soared into the air. From the corner of her eyes, she saw several cold lights flashing. Several streaks of blood and a scream pierced the sky. Ji was dumbfounded. She had already sensed that someone was hugging her. Although her back was facing that person, her nose could smell the unique fragrance of cold plum blossoms and the faint smell of blood on his body. She could even feel her back quickly becoming wet and sticky. Chapter 26:01. Jun Lyoya. He didn't die. In fact, he wasn't even seriously injured, because just from the explosive power of him carrying her and swinging his sword, it was definitely not something that a seriously injured person who was on the verge of death could do. Ji Yu's lifeless gaze landed on the snowy ground, where another person had fallen. He had a jade face and red lips, and his clothes were as white as snow. The jade crown on his head was gone, because half of his head was missing. The Star Moon Country's monarch was originally going to cut off someone else's head, but now his head had been cut off. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly, and too unexpectedly. The elite subordinates didn't even have time to rescue him, and they could only watch helplessly as half of the monarch's head was cut off. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" These people cried out in shock and went mad with anger. With a shout, they moved together, wanting to pounce on Jun Lyoya and fight him to the death. The snowy ground under their feet suddenly softened, and dozens of figures rushed out from the snow like ghosts. The figures flickered continuously, and in the blink of an eye, the elites were trapped in the middle. Ji Yu widened her eyes and looked at the people who suddenly appeared. They were dressed in the attire of the Huiyue country's secret guards, and there were a few familiar faces among them. They were all elite assassins from the Dark Shadow Tower. Needless to say, these were Jun Lyoya's men. They were already prepared, and he had already made arrangements. The assassins from the Dark Shadow Tower were all top-notch experts. The moment they appeared, they killed a few of the Star Moon Country's guards nearby, and a few more corpses appeared on the ground. These people surrounded the remaining 10 people in the middle and pointed their swords at them, forcing them to surrender. The Star Moon Country's monarch was already dead, and these people were like a group of dragons without a leader. Now that they were surrounded, logically speaking, they should surrender and seek a way out. However, they didn't expect these people to be so loyal and had no intention of surrendering at this time. One of them shouted loudly, "If the monarch dies, the subjects should also die. Brothers, we'd rather die for our country than betray His Majesty." That's right. Let's fight it out with them. Killing one is enough, and killing two is a profit. Yes, we'd rather die than be subjects of a fallen country. Jun Lyoya's men did not expect these people to be so courageous. The leader looked at Jun Lyoya and said, "Your Majesty." Jun Lyoya stood there and glanced at those people. He only said a few words, "Let them be." He took a step back and used his sleeve to cover Ji Yu's eyes. He said softly, "Don't look." The massacre had scared her out of her wits, and he didn't want her to experience the same thing again. Ji Yu didn't resist in his arms. She seemed to have accepted her fate, but it also seemed that she hadn't completely reacted. His sleeves covered her eyes, so she couldn't see the bloody scene. However, he could hear the sound of swords piercing into flesh, as well as the muffled groans of people on the verge of death. "Your Majesty, let this humble servant take a look at your injuries." 2 shadow guards had been waiting by Jun Lyoya's side for a long time, anxiously wanting to examine his injuries. Not only were these 2 people skilled in martial arts, they were also experts in treating all kinds of internal and external injuries. They also served as imperial physicians in the army. Although Jun Lyoya's sword strike looked dangerous, he had been prepared beforehand. He had used his Xian Qi to slightly adjust the vital organs in his body. Therefore, the sword strike had only left a flesh wound. Not even a single bone had been damaged. However, he was still made of flesh and blood. Even if it was only a flesh wound, it was still very painful. Moreover, he had lost so much blood. Chapter 26:02. Even with his strong body, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His arms were weak, and he could barely hold on to Ji Yu, but he did not want to let go. "Your Majesty, the Empress is not injured. Why don't you put her down first?" Your Majesty's injury must be treated in time. Although the two shadow guards spoke politely, their eyes were fixed on Jiyu, guarding against her stabbing the Lord again. After all, her attack just now was ruthless and ruthless. She did not hold back at all. If not for the Lord's peerless martial arts and the ability to change his acupoints without batting an eyelid, that stab would have taken the Lord's life. At that time, they were watching from underground and were so shocked that they almost jumped out. If not for the Lord's strict orders to not act rashly unless it was a critical moment, they would have jumped out at that time. His Majesty is truly taking risks. It's too thrilling. An empress who assassinates her husband should be punished with 9 familial extermination. Jun Liuye did not care. He had already sealed his own acupoints to stop the bleeding. His eyes swept over the two shadow guards. I am fine. Don't worry about me. Go help them. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the two shadow guards were unwilling to give up. This is a military order. Jun Liuye's voice turned cold. The two shadow guards had no choice but to join the battle. Before they left, they were still worried. Your Majesty, please be careful. Two sharp gazes swept over Jiyu. It goes without saying who should be careful. Jun Liuye ignored them. He hugged Jiyu and took a step back. Sitting on a large rock, he watched the battle. The battle was nearing its end. Although Xingyue's guards were top experts, they were no match for the enemy. Moreover, the experts here were all abnormal and not easy to deal with. One by one, people fell down. The smell of blood on the peak became thicker and thicker. Jun Liuye let out a sigh of relief, and the corners of his lips curled up. Killing Xingyue's emperor was equivalent to destroying Xingyue. Breaking into the city was just around the corner. The day of victory and return to the city was not far away. Clap, clap. Ji Yuan's arms suddenly clapped twice. Your Majesty really has a good plan. Jun Liuye choked and looked down at her. Ji Yu's face was as white as snow, but her small mouth was curled into a smile. Your Majesty, your goal has been achieved, so there's no need for this affectionate play anymore, right? Her tone was calm, but her words were as sharp as a knife. Jun Liuye's body stiffened, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. Jiyu took the opportunity to roll out of his embrace and landed on the ground. His movements had also alarmed the few shadow guards who had been eyeing him covetously. As soon as Jiyu moved, 2 shadow guards rushed over and said, "Don't hurt His Majesty." One of the guards was impatient and made the first move, slashing his saber towards Jiyu. The princess of a fallen country was a scourge. He would get rid of her for His Majesty. Clang! After an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, the saber in the guard's hand was sent flying, almost cutting his own neck. He was so shocked that he took 2 steps back. Your Majesty, this woman cannot be allowed to live. Jun Liuye's face was also pale from shock. He sheathed his sword and coldly said, "You dare to assassinate the Empress. Are you seeking death? Your Majesty, this woman is the princess of a fallen country. If she stays by Your Majesty's side, she must have other intentions. We must guard against her." The guard threw caution to the wind and said what most of the other guards were thinking. The other guards secretly nodded. Chapter 26:03. It was fine when this woman was crazy. At least she didn't have any self-awareness and wouldn't harm His Majesty. But now that she's back to normal and is clearly here for revenge, how can they be at ease letting such a woman stay by His Majesty's side? If it weren't for Jun Liuye's prestige, these people would have tried to persuade him. Jun Liuye's face darkened. How can you interfere in the Empress' affairs? If you say another word, I'll punish you according to military law. His body has a terrifying aura. Although these people are unwilling, they don't dare to say another word. They all secretly stare at Jiyu, their eyes alert. Jiyu has already stood up, and her gaze swept over the crowd. The battle is already over. Corpses are scattered all over the ground, and blood has dyed most of the ice peak red. It's a ghastly sight. Most of these corpses are from Star Moon Country. They originally came to ambush Jun Liuye, but they didn't expect to be ambushed by him and be completely wiped out. Jun Liuye has won another big battle, right? He used the trick of injuring himself to gain the enemy's confidence and killed the enemy's emperor, obtaining a crucial victory. She planned for several days, endured for several days, but she didn't think that all her schemes would be transparent in his eyes. She used up all her tricks, but in the end, the one who helped him was still him. This person is worthy of being the invincible Azura war god. His use of military tactics has reached perfection. I'm not his opponent at all. Useless. I'm really useless. My life is like a joke that I'm only being used by others. Her gaze falls on Jun Luyi. His blue robe is mottled with blood, but his spirit is very good. His eyes are shining, his posture is tall and proud, and he looks like he has a card up his sleeve. His iron-blooded guards surrounded him. They had just killed the other party's king, so they were feeling very refreshed. Ji suddenly smiles and cups her hands towards Jun Luyi. Your Majesty, congratulations, you've won again. He's too smart. No matter when, he's always the winner. She's not his opponent, no matter how hard she tries. She will never win against him again in this life, and she doesn't want to win. Ji, what's there to talk about winning or losing between us? We never wanted to win against you. This time, we only wanted to calm you down and beat you at your own game. Jun Liuye took a step forward and spoke. He didn't know why, but her smile made his heart sink, as if something was leaving him. He reached out to pull her. Ji, let's go back. I will explain everything to you. He would tell her about her parents, but not now. That matter was too confidential. It was best not to speak of it in front of so many subordinates, lest it spread back to the court and cause unnecessary disputes. She had regained her sanity, which was great. He would explain everything to her when he got back, and if necessary, he would take her to see her parents. Ji took a step back, avoiding him as if he was a snake or a scorpion. Her face became paler and paler. She smiled and shook her head. There's nothing to explain. The enmity of the destruction of his country and the enmity of his parents was there. He had clearly been used time and time again. What else was there to explain? From the beginning to the end, she was just a pitiful worm who was being used by others. Fortunately, her useless life was about to come to an end, so she wasn't afraid of being used by him again. Her smile was too old. Her smile was too despairing. That smile could even be called empty, making Jun Luye's heart feel like it was hit by something. Chapter 26:04. He had never seen Ji like this before. Even when she found out that he had used her to destroy Ji, she did not despair to this extent. Ji, you have a lot of misunderstandings about me. Come back with me, and I will slowly explain everything to you. He suddenly took a step forward and ignored her attempts to avoid him. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace, hugging her tightly as if this was the only way for him to feel a sense of reality. Ji did not move an inch and let him hug her. Her body was unusually cold, and even if he hugged her like this, he could not warm her up at all. Your Majesty, her face doesn't look right. A shadow guard who knew medicine suddenly shouted. Jun Liuye stiffened and loosened his grip on her body slightly. He looked at her face, and his heart suddenly sank. Her face was so pale that there was no trace of blood, but now there was a faint layer of pink on her cheeks like peach blossoms. Her lips were also a faint shade of pink, glistening like water. Her complexion was very good, and her entire body looked soft and tender, as if she was still that little princess who did not know the dangers of the world. Walking in a spring with flowers blooming, her body was clearly as cold as snow, so it was normal for her face to be pale. But now, what did she do? Jun Liuye's fingers trembled as he held her arms tightly and stared in her eyes. Ji, what did you eat? When he was cuddling with her earlier, he had also secretly checked her body. Other than the dagger, she did not have any dangerous items on her. When he kissed her, he had even used his tongue to sweep her teeth. There were no drugs hidden in her teeth like those assassins. Logically speaking, she should not have had any opportunity to take any drugs. But her current appearance was extremely abnormal, as if she had been poisoned. Impossible. She could not have taken any drugs. She had no chance. Perhaps there was another reason his palm quickly pressed against her back, and his inner energy quickly flowed through her body, trying to find out what was wrong with her body. There was indeed something wrong with her body. The blood in her body was circulating twice as fast as usual, and when his inner energy rushed in, it seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism, causing her blood to circulate even faster. Even faster. Her body trembled slightly, and she spat out a mouthful of blood with a cry. Jun Liuye's expression changed as he hurriedly withdrew his palm and hugged her limp body, his fingers trembling slightly. Damn it, she had taken poison. He must have taken poison. She wanted to die. She actually wanted to die. She had tried so hard to live, but now she was seeking death. Furthermore, it caught him off guard. Don't worry. His blood was the antidote to hundreds of poisons. He would not allow her to die. Without his permission, she would not die. He touched her short sword and cut his palm in front of everyone's shocked cries. Blood gushed out, and he brought his palm close to her lips. He forced open her teeth and poured the blood in her mouth. She wanted to resist, but her body was too weak to break free from his grip on her chin. She coughed and coughed up more than half of the blood that she had poured into her mouth. Don't cough. Drink it. Ji-yu, drink it. Jun Liuye leaned over and kissed her on the lips, forcing her to swallow the blood. This was a kiss without any demands. Her lips were cold and soft while his trembling lips were strong. The taste of blood spread in their mouths. Jun Liuye forced her to drink 2 mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 26:05. Afraid that it wasn't enough, he raised his sword to cut again as the blood flow from the wound on his palm gradually decreased. Your Majesty, that's enough. 1 drop of your blood can cure 100 poisons. There's no need for so much. A shadow guard rushed over and grabbed the sword with all his might. Yes, Your Majesty. Your blood is hot and her body is weak. Drinking too much will make her look bad. Another shadow guard also rushed over. Jun Liuye stopped cutting his hand and waved away the 2 shadow guards. He held Ji-yu in his arms and stared at her beautiful face. Once the poison was cured, her complexion would return to normal. He would rather see her pale than see her as beautiful and lively as she was now. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun. Then he was disappointed. Ji-yu's face turned even redder, as if peach blossoms had bloomed on her cheeks. Her lips were still stained with his blood. Her red lips were full, giving her a soul-stirring beauty. She didn't look at him from beginning to end. Her eyes stared blankly at the moon in the sky as her breathing gradually weakened. The poison wasn't cured. His blood wasn't useful either. His gaze was like a knife as he looked at one of the shadow guards. Can you tell what kind of poison she was poisoned with? This shadow guard was an expert from a family that specialized in poisons. His poison skills were superb, and his detoxification skills were naturally not to be underestimated. He was Jun Liuye's right-hand man and also his personal doctor. The shadow guard's face was pale. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare. Speak. Jun Liuye was impatient. Your Majesty, looking at her symptoms, it seems to be the legendary Peach Blossom Tragedy. The shadow guard spoke with difficulty. Peach Blossom Tragedy. Jun Liuye's heart seemed to sink to the bottom of the sea. After all, he had been on the battlefield for many years and had heard of this Peach Blossom Tragedy. It was a legendary poison that was created using the peach blossom miasma and other poisons. Once the poison flared up, the victim's face would become like a peach blossom and their body would gradually lose strength. In the end, they would die of exhaustion. Jun Liuye had only heard of this poison occasionally and had never seen it before. How can this poison be cured? Jun Liuye gritted his teeth. The shadow guard shook his head with a face full of shame. This subordinate has only heard of the symptoms of this poison. It said that there's no antidote. His voice became softer. Jun Liuye's head exploded. His body swayed slightly as his vision turned black. No antidote. In the end, he's still going to lose her? No way. He had clearly taken care of everything and was in control of everything. She shouldn't have died. He can't die. He didn't believe it. He did not believe that there was no cure. How'd she get this strange poison? Who gave it to her? Perhaps the person who gave her this poison had a way to detoxify it. He had to find out who had poisoned him. Jun Lyoye seemed to have finally grasped onto a life-saving straw as he held Ji Yu's arm tightly. Ji Yu, tell me, who gave you this poison? We have to get the antidote from him. I will save you. Ji Yu still didn't look at him. She didn't even blink. Obviously, she had no desire to live and was waiting for death. Jun Lyoye held her body tightly and suppressed the panic in his heart. He tried his best to remain calm and forced her to look into his eyes. Ji Yu, you've misunderstood me. I didn't kill your parents. The one I killed was a substitute. Your parents are still alive and well. Don't you want to see them? If you live on, I'll take you to see them when we return. Ji Yu's eyes finally slowly turned and landed on his face. Her eyes flashed with ridicule. Her little mouth opened and closed a few times before she softly spat out 3 words. I don't believe it. Chapter 26:06. She would never believe a single word of his ever again. It's true. Ji Yu, as long as you survive, you'll be able to see them. I promise you. I swear. Ji Yu slowly closed her eyes. At this point, she no longer believed in anyone, much less him. The poison had already taken effect. All the meridians in her body felt like they were burning. Her forehead was dripping with sweat, but there was a smile of relief on her lips. It was finally going to end. She was tired. She was really tired. Since she couldn't take revenge, she wouldn't do it. She just wanted to be free. Her breathing began to quicken. The peach blossom on her face became more vibrant, and a faint pink color filled her eyes. Jun Lyoye panicked. His face was pale as he hugged her. This was the first time he was at a loss. Your Majesty, Her Highness. She once worked with people from Xingyue country. Could this poison have been given to her by the king of Xingyue country? One of the guards was still very meticulous. He voiced his guess. Search. Search their bodies. Don't let a single piece of cloth go. Jun Lyoye was practically shouting. He was no longer as calm as before. All the corpses were searched from head to toe. A pile of medicine bottles and sachets were found. 2 shadow guards with high medical skills quickly checked the medicine. However, they were quickly disappointed. The medicine was common medicine like golden sur medicine. There wasn't any medicine that could cure the peach blossom sorrow. Ji Yu's body in his arms was getting colder and colder. Jun Lyoye hugged her like he was hugging a lump of ice. He staggered up with her in his arms. He wanted to carry her down the mountain. He wanted to bring her to the miracle doctor. He wanted to save her. Your Majesty, the poisoned person can't move on their own. You can't use your energy to expel the poison. Otherwise, the poison will spread even faster. The guard reminded him. Jun Lyoye suddenly looked up. His eyes were about to spit fire. Then what do we do? Was he supposed to watch her die? Your Majesty, I heard that if the poisoned person has a strong desire to live, then with a set of detoxification treatment, they can have a chance of survival. The guard didn't dare to be slow. Without waiting for Jun Lyoye to ask, he quickly explained the steps of the treatment. Jun Lyoye acted as if he had found a treasure. He immediately pressed his palm on a certain meridian on Ji Yu's back and sent his chi in, wanting to save her life. To use this method, Ji Yu must use her own internal energy. Jun Lyoye's true energy entered her heart meridian, trying to forcefully stimulate the true energy in her body. But it was futile. Ji Yu, cooperate with me. Be good and listen to me. You can't die. Ji Yu, be good. Cooperate with me, and let me expel the poison from your body. As long as you survive, I will restore Ji Yu kingdom and let your father ascend the throne. Nothing will change. Jun Lyoye's voice was hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot as he desperately made a wish to her. 1,000 deaths. Ji Yu's small mouth opened, suddenly muttering 2 words. I'm here. Ji Yu, I'm here. Pull yourself together. Even though it was Jun Lyoye's first time using such a treatment method, he used his inner energy perfectly. He condensed it into a line and moved it around Ji Yu's body, trying his best to get her to cooperate. Ji Yu slightly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on Jun Lyoye's face. She seemed to be in a dazed and empty state. No, you're not 1,000 deaths. He's already dead. In my heart, he's already dead. Jun Liuye's fingers trembled slightly. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Jiyu, I know you hate me. When you're better, I'll let you kill me. Okay? Give me one more chance. Jiyu, give me one more chance. Chapter 26:07. Jiyu's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes empty. No, I don't hate you. I only hate myself. Hate herself for being so foolish. Hate herself for loving the wrong person. Hate herself for not being able to let go even though she knew the other party was an enemy. Previously, she was indeed crazy. Her days were chaotic, and she could not hear anything that others said to her. Until the godly doctor from Xingyue country treated her for 4 days. Although her insanity was not completely cured because the treatment was not completed, she could still sense little bits and pieces of the outside world. Occasionally, she could even hear the voices of the outside world. After Jun Liuye left, she didn't know when, but her usually muddled mind suddenly cleared up a little. Fragments of the past began to float in her mind. Although she couldn't piece them together, she knew that she was the princess of Jiyu country and had been kidnapped here. She even remembered that she had a fiancé that she liked. Although she could not remember what he looked like, she remembered that he had once said that he wanted to marry her. She did not want to stay in the palace, did not want to be the empress. She was very afraid and wanted to go home. But she also knew that those people would not let her go. She began to pay attention to the layout of the palace, and slowly, she could remember most of it. The people who serve her in the palace were on guard against external enemies. They did not guard against the crazy her at all, so she escaped easily. When she came outside, she bumped into the king of Star Moon country in disguise, or perhaps he had been waiting there all along. The king restrained her and placed a pearl between her eyebrows for an hour. While she felt the coolness of the pearl, she finally regained all her consciousness and memories. Her heart fell into an icy hell. Her parents died tragically in front of her, and the scene of blood spurting out seemed like yesterday. She knew that Jun Liuye had risked universal condemnation to make her the empress, and she also knew that he was good to her. But these good things could not offset the blood that had been spilled. The hatred of killing her parents was irreconcilable. She must take revenge. So she and the king of Star Moon country hit it off and made this plan. She had come to this point and no longer had any thoughts of living. She asked the king of Star Moon country for poison, preparing to take the poison and commit suicide after she got it, ending all troubles. The king of Star Moon Nation gave her a peach blossom sorrow and told her that this medicine had a special characteristic. She could take it a day in advance. After taking it, as long as she did not use any special method to activate it, the poison would not act up. It could even be expelled using a special method. However, once the poison was activated, it would take effect and the person would die within an hour. At that time, the king of Star Moon country said with a smile that he would give her a chance to change her mind. Not only did he teach her how to make the poison flare up, he also taught her how to expel the poison from her body before it flared up. Jiyu had taken the poison a day earlier. She was determined to kill Jun Liuye for revenge. In order to cover up her lie, she purposely pretended to have amnesia. This was the only way Jun Liuye would not be on guard against her and would not be suspicious of her deliberate approach. Her plan was very good, and her acting was also not bad. It could be said that she had performed exceptionally. She thought that her heart was already as hard as iron, and that she would not be moved by anything anymore. But when she was really with him, the surprise he had when he saw her and the unguarded kindness he had shown her had struck her heart. She couldn't bear to do it. She had several chances to plot against him, but she could not bear to let them go. This time, she finally made her move. Chapter 26:08. For the last time, she finally made her move. The moment she saw him slowly fall, her heart seemed to collapse along with him. The pain was bone-piercing. It was also painful and empty. She had finally killed him. She had finally avenged her parents, but she did not feel the slightest bit of joy. All she felt was pain. It was an overwhelming pain that almost engulfed her entire being. She sat on the ground and activated the death of Peach Blossom in her body. Since they could not be together in life, then she would let them die together. By killing him, She would not let down her parents who had died tragically. By committing suicide, she would not let down her love, and she would not let him down. She thought that this was the end between them. But she did not think that this was also his plan. He had long seen through her disguise. In order to lure out the Star Moon Country's ruler, he had pretended to be polite and did not hesitate to use the trick of injuring himself to gain her confidence. This move of his was not just a little bit beautiful. It was his style. She had no choice but to admit defeat. Using schemes in front of him was no different from showing off in front of Master. In his eyes, she was probably just a clown who thought too highly of herself. She was a failure, a complete and utter failure. As matters stood, she did not hate him. She really did not hate him. She only hated her own stupidity. Fortunately, this sad life of hers was about to end. She no longer needed to live such a tiring and complicated life. Jun Luyi was still shouting something in her ear, but she could not hear it clearly. She could only faintly feel that his voice was a little sharp and hoarse, causing her eardrums to hurt from the vibrations. She could even feel the warmth of his chest. It was so thick and so warm. She could also feel the hot tears dripping onto her face and the corner of her lips. It was salty and astringent. She vaguely thought that there were times when he lost his composure like this. He would also shout and speak so loudly. Perhaps he still had a little bit of love for her. He wasn't completely heartless towards her, was he? However, none of this was important to her. Her eyes began to blur and her head began to feel dizzy. It was as if she saw the peach blossoms bloom and wither and bloom again. In the midst of the blossoming peach blossoms, she saw her lover in a purple robe slowly walking over. He smiled at her and called her Little Moon, Qian Shang. Her little mouth muttered a few words. Her empty eyes slightly lit up as she struggled to reach her hand out to him. Unable to reverse the situation, Jun Yuye could only watch as her breathing grew weaker and weaker. His blood-stained hand gripped her cold one tightly, as if he could slow her down by doing so. "Jiyu, hang in there, don't die," he roared at the top of his lungs. His voice, which had almost changed its pitch, reverberated through the snowy peak, causing the snow to begin to slide down. However, Jiyu could no longer hear it. She had completely fallen into an illusion. "Qian Shang, take me away. You said you would marry me. I've been waiting for you this entire time. I even personally prepared the wedding dress." She spat out a few more words before slowly closing her eyes. A single tear finally fell from the corner of her eye. In the end, she didn't have the chance to wear the wedding dress that she had prepared herself. The girl's colorful dream was shattered in the cruel reality. So this was the cause of Ji Yu's death. So this was how she died. Ning Xuemal watched all of this from the sky. She watched as the beautiful girl took her last breath in Jun Liuya's arms. Her eyes never opened again, although she had long known that Ji Yu would die. Seeing it happen with her own eyes, her heart still felt heavy, as if it was filled with lead. Shun Julie held her hand and was about to say something when a gust of wind suddenly blew in the sky. The world turned gray, as if the sky was about to collapse. "What's going on?" Ning Xuemo raised her head. "Let's go out." Shun Julie decisively made his move, setting up a barrier around him and Ning Xuemo. Chapter 26:09. As soon as the enchantment was set up, the world around them began to collapse. The mountains were toppling, the sky was turning upside down, and the seawater that came out of nowhere crashed towards Ning Xuemo and the others. Ning Xuemo only felt her vision blur, and her body suddenly felt heavy. She felt as if she was stepping on solid ground. She opened her eyes and gently exhaled. She was out of the dream. She was still in the ice cave. Shun Jili stood beside her, holding her hand. "Are you okay?" He quickly used his telekinesis to check her body. After confirming that she was indeed fine, he let go of her hand and hugged her waist instead. Ning Xuema's heart warmed. The great god was really considerate. The great god was the one who took the initiative to enter her memories. Ning Xuema was also afraid that he would be injured, so she carefully looked at him. Seeing that he was fine, she was relieved. When she turned around, she saw that Jun Yoye's face was extremely pale. He He was staring at the ice coffin in a daze, and a line of blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He is... Ning Xiuhua stepped forward. The memory was too tragic. It shook his heart, so he vomited blood. Shun Julie explained briefly. Their conversation woke Jun Liuye from his daze. He immediately looked at them. The two of you, Ning Xiuhua waved her hand. We read your memories and know the ins and outs of the matter. Let me ask you, how are Ji Yu's parents now? Jun Liuye closed his eyes and sighed. I originally arranged for them to live in seclusion in a beautiful place. I want to let them reunite after Ji Yu recovered, but I didn't expect that Ji Yu... When news of Ji Yu's death reached them, they couldn't take it and fell ill. They both passed away a year ago. Ning Xiuhua was speechless. The life and death of Ji Yu's parents was the key to whether Ji Yu could continue living in this world. Now that even they were dead, even if the great god performed a miracle and revived Ji Yu, would she be able to live happily? Grand Tutor, now that you know the truth, can you revive her? Jun Liuye stared at Shun Julie as if he was his last hope. Shun Julie looked at the ice coffin and didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked, after she died, who told you that there was hope for her to come back to life? Who told you to preserve her body this way? There were no immortal cultivators in this world. After people died, they were either buried or simply cremated. No one had ever thought of resurrecting a dead person. Naturally, no one would think of preserving the corpse. Not only had Jun Liuye preserved it, he had preserved it exceptionally well. Even this method of preserving corpses should not exist in this world. Jun Liuye was taken aback by Shun Julie's question. After a while, he replied, "This was something we came up with. We feel that she can be revived, but we can't enter the door. We can only preserve her body like this for now." Shun Julie looked at him with a complicated gaze. It was as if something he had suspected for a long time had been confirmed. He silently counted with his fingers in his sleeves and didn't say anything. Jun Liuye looked at him carefully and asked, "Grand Tutor, do you have a way?" Shun Julie slowly shook his head and finally spat out two words. "No." Jun Liuye staggered, his face turning even paler. He blurted out, "How can there not be? Doesn't Grand Tutor have the ability to bring people back to life? Even if a person's soul is scattered, Grand Tutor can still bring them back to life. Why is there no way now? Ji Yu, she's only dead. Her soul isn't scattered." Chapter 26:10. This Lord only said that I might be able to bring someone back to life. Who told you that this Lord can also bring someone back to life, even if their soul is scattered? Shun Jiu questioned. Jun Liuye, this, indeed, no one had told him this before, but he was certain of it in his subconscious and was extremely sure of it. It was as if he had known Shun Julie from the start. Just like the method to preserve Ji Yu's body, he had learned it himself. Imperial Tutor's meaning. Could it be that you also have no other way? Jun Liuye's voice trembled slightly, but he forced himself to calm down. Imperial Tutor is omnipotent. Even deities can be brought back to life, let alone a mortal. She only died from poison. Her soul did not disappear. There must be a way to save her, right? Shun Julie's gaze turned sharp. Do you know what oath Princess Ji Yu made to Zi Yu in her heart when she pledged her life to you in Huayu Restaurant? What oath? I believe that Qian Shang loved me, so I swore in the name of Ji Yu country's princess that I would be with him forever. If I went against it, my body and soul would disappear. Shun Julie calmly repeated Ji Yu's oath. Jun Liuye staggered a step. He never thought that Ji Yu would make such an oath under such circumstances. At that time, he only treated her as an innocent child and did not truly love her. So, cold sweat dripped down Jun Liuye's forehead. His voice trembled slightly as he refused to believe this fact. You went against your oath. She also went against her oath, so her body and soul disappeared. Her soul is no longer here. Shun Julie coldly stated the truth. How could she be revived without her soul? Even the omnipotent Shun Julie could not do anything about it. Ji Yu was really dead and could not be revived. That girl had completely disappeared from this world. No matter what he did, she would never come back. From generation to generation, forever and ever. Even if he reincarnated, he would never meet her again. When Shun Julie announced this result, Jun Yuye felt as if he had been ruthlessly pierced by something. His pale face was devoid of blood, and his eyes were blank. He staggered a few steps, and slowly he sat down. Snowy peaks stood in great numbers, and ice towers were everywhere. The sky was filled with ice and snow, and the weather seemed to be even colder. Ning Xiuma and Shun Julie walked side by side on the snowy road down the mountain. Great God, is Jiyu really hopeless? Ning Xiuma turned her head to look at the ice peak that was gradually disappearing into the distance. She didn't know what to feel in her heart. She thought that she could help this pair be together, but who would have thought she is no longer in this world, including her soul? Shun Julie answered briefly. What do you mean? Was her soul really gone? Logically speaking, she only died from consuming poison. That kind of poison can at most take a person's life, but can't disperse a person's soul, right? His soul didn't scatter, but disappeared. Poison doesn't scatter the soul, but vows to scatter the soul. Shun Julie spoke like an old monk, full of Buddhist wisdom. Ning Xiuma's understanding of Buddhism was not high, so she was too lazy to think about it. She only knew that Princess Jiyu would never come back. Great God, you said that Jiyu had completely disappeared. Then how can you still read her memories? I thought that only the soul could. That is only an obsession attached to her body, not a soul. Then what about Jun Liuya? Ning Xiuma turned her head to look at the ice peak. When she and the great god came out, Jun Liuya had been sitting there in a daze, without any intention of following them. Chapter 26:11. Ning Xiuma knew that he had suffered a great blow and needed some time to calm down. There are gains and losses. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Shun Julie's voice was faint, but his words hit the nail on the head. Ning Xiuma nodded slightly and sighed. Jun Liuya was a man of great talent and strategy. Perhaps in his heart, he had always prioritized the country. He had indeed won the world, but he had also completely lost her. Love did not hold much weight in an emperor's heart. Perhaps he would be able to walk out of it soon. It was just like what she had read in a modern romance novel. Ruling over a vast country, enjoying endless loneliness, he had chosen this path himself, so he could only continue walking down it himself. Speaking of which, great God, I keep feeling that Jun Liuya is somewhat familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. But I can swear that this is the first time I've seen him. Perhaps this isn't the first time you've seen him. Perhaps you've interacted with him before. Shun Julie raised a hand to ruffle her hair. This world isn't that big. The great god had begun to meditate again. Ning Xiuma was too lazy to waste her time thinking. She was now worried about another problem. Great God, if this is your second task, then does this mean that we've failed? Shun Julie pondered for a moment. That's hard to say. He turned to look at the mountain peak in the distance. This depends on the emperor's choice. Ning Xiuma's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes sparkled. You're saying that they still have hope? Shun Julie smiled, but did not answer. Ning Xiuma also knew that it was inconvenient for the great god to say too much when it came to matters of the heavens. She did not press him any further. She was about to say something when she suddenly sensed something and raised her head. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The inky black clouds rolled in like a tide, covering the entire sky in the blink of an eye. The sky was dark, as if it was the end of the world. Crack! A golden bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, cutting a mountain peak in the distance. With a loud bang, half of the mountain collapsed. What was going on? Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in a world of ice and snow. Could it be that there were spirits or monsters in the mountains that were about to undergo a heavenly tribulation? Streak after streak of lightning struck down like a dancing golden snake. Endless rumbling sounds could be heard as all of the mountain peaks suffered the calamity and collapsed along with the lightning. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. The mountain was about to collapse. Fuck! Wasn't the heavenly lightning very accurate when a fae transcended its tribulation? If he only used his strength on the tribulation transcendence fae, He would not harm the surrounding flowers and plants. But now, it was as if the entire mountain was undergoing a tribulation. Could it be that this snow mountain had become a spirit? It can't be. With the Almighty by her side and Ning Shuima's high level of kung fu, even if the sky collapsed, she wouldn't be hurt. She suddenly turned around and ran back. Shen Juli grabbed her and asked, "Where are you going?" Jun Liuye is still in that cave. With the mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, he better not be buried inside. Although his attributes are a bit trash, he is still a wise emperor. We still have to save him. Let's do a good deed today. Ning Shuima had just said this when she suddenly froze. A golden bolt of lightning as thick as a pot lid swayed down from the sky and struck the tallest mountain peak. The loud sound of thunder shook the entire world. After the lightning passed, the mountain peak disappeared. No, it was instantly flattened. Such a tall mountain peak was actually flattened by a bolt of lightning. Chapter 26:12. And the ice cave where Jiyu's body was hidden was on top of the mountain. Great God! Go save him! Ning Shuima pulled Shen Juli and ran. Logically speaking, the people in the cave shouldn't have been able to survive after the landslide. But Jun Liuye was not an ordinary person. He was the male lead here, not to mention that his martial arts were abnormally high. That person, aside from not knowing any spells, was at the peak of perfection in all other aspects. He clearly surpassed the settings of an ordinary person in this world. Just like the great god, he belonged to an abnormal species. How could such a person die in this landslide? Shen Juli pulled Ning Shuima into his arms and smiled. You care about him that much? Ning Shuima pressed her hand on his shoulder. Great God, I'll have to trouble you to put away your vinegar bottle first. Saving people is more important. Shen Juli didn't move and continued to tease her. Shuima, you're the devil lord, yet you're even more merciful than a deity. Did I train you? Train your ass. Ning Shuima said, Great God, he's the emperor of this continent. He can be considered the #1 person. He followed you and me up the mountain. At that time, his subjects all saw it. If he dies here, you and I won't have a good time when we go down. They'll treat us like jinx and beat us up. You don't want to live like a street rat, right? Be good and listen to me. Let's go save him first. At this time, he might be lying a crack in a rock waiting for you to save him. She pulled his arm and pulled him forward. She felt that walking was too slow, so she simply pulled him and flew. She flew into the air like a gust of wind. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and suddenly stopped her cloud steps. The result of this sudden stop was that Shen Juli, who was pulled by her, directly crashed in her body. If he didn't quickly catch her, she would have been sent flying in a parabola. What's wrong? Shen Juli helped her up and then took a step back. He crossed his arms and looked at her. I can actually fly. My psychokinesis has been restored. Ning Shuima was in disbelief. She even moved her arms and legs. Congratulations. Shen Juli congratulated her without much sincerity. Ning Shuima was still confused, but now was not the time to think about these things. She was still thinking about saving people. She pulled Shen Juli's hand and said, Guru, don't talk nonsense here. Let's get the emperor out first. Shen Juli pointed down with his chin. Take a look. Is there any other way? Ning Shuima looked down, and her head buzzed. In just a few moments, the snowy mountain that had been filled with mountains had completely disappeared. Below, it was a vast expanse of white snow, and not a single trace of its former appearance could be seen. This is an entire mountain. It actually disappeared just like that without leaving any trace behind. It was too strange. Under such circumstances, trying to find someone who was originally hiding in the cave was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, that person was most likely not there anymore. Ning Shuima decisively grabbed the guru's arm. Guru, it looks like you'll have to revive Jun Liuye. Fortunately, he was crushed to death by the mountain, so his soul didn't scatter. Help him summon a soul and create a body. She said it as if he could create a person out of mud. Shen Juli chuckled. His soul should also be gone. The guru's expression actually looked a bit happy. Ning Shuima raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Guru, Was this what you expected? Chapter 26:13. Shinjuli put an arm on her shoulder and said lazily, "It seems that this is his choice." That's good. Everything is back on track. Ning Xiuma crossed her arms and waited for him to explain. Master, Master, two figures, one red and one blue, came from afar and flew to the two of them in the blink of an eye. It was Kirin and Little Phoenix. The two beasts looked flustered. Little Phoenix asked a series of questions. Master, are you okay? We heard the commotion from the capital. Oh my God, why did the mountain collapse? That's right. The commoners in the capital are also in a state of panic. An army is rushing over here. The little Qilin added. Ning Xiuma and the rest were in midair. Naturally, they could see further. Ning Xiuma shaded her eyes with her hand and looked far away. She could faintly see an army rushing over. When Ning Xiuma and the rest followed Jun Liuye up the mountain, there was an army waiting for them at the foot of the mountain. It was this army that was rushing in their direction. It was even led by a few of Jun Liuye's trusted subordinates. Great God, if they find out that their emperor is gone, how will they see us? What should we do now? Ning Xiuma rubbed her eyebrows. She did not want to be a jinx anymore. Shinjuli pondered for a moment, then slowly came up with a bad idea. Let's run. The great God could run away too? Shinjuli did not wait for her to say anything else. He hugged her and jumped onto Kirin's back. Let's go. Although there was an 80% chance that they would suffer if they stayed, it was not like the great God to run away. Ning Xiuma felt that there was something wrong with the great God style. But soon, she felt that the great God style had returned to normal. This was because the great God's escape was incomparably cool. He actually commanded Kirin to fly directly toward the army. Kirin and Little Phoenix were both auspicious beasts. Previously, when they had lost their telekinesis and could only fly, they had attracted the attention of the people of this world. Now, they had also recovered their telekinesis. Kirin's entire body was wrapped in a misty blue light, which looked like clouds and mist. Little Phoenix was wrapped in the bright and beautiful flames. When the two beasts flew side by side, there were simply thousands of rays of multicolored light, and propitious vapors were rising. Naturally, this caused the people below to exclaim in surprise. Amidst the exclamations of the people below, Shinjuli and Ning Xiuma appeared in the air. Their bodies seemed to be shrouded in auspicious light as they stood in the air like clouds and mist. Even if they didn't say anything, they still caused the people below to kneel down. Immortal, God, Lord Imperial Preceptor, is an immortal. Where's His Majesty? His Majesty has the protection of the immortals. He must be fine. Everyone hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, all of them extremely excited. When they finished kowtowing and raised their heads to look again, Lord Imperial Preceptor and his wife had already flown far away on the auspicious beasts and disappeared into the horizon. Lord Imperial Preceptor is an immortal. Then, the collapse of the mountain just now might not be a bad thing, but a good thing. That's right, this mountain has always blocked the way out of the capital. Now it is a flat and smooth road. But why didn't His Majesty come out? Could it be that His Majesty has also been turned into an immortal by Lord Imperial Preceptor? Everyone's discussion gradually faded away and gradually became inaudible. Ning Xiuma glanced at the great God beside her. Sure enough, he was still the great God. He just came out of nowhere and solved the big matter of the Emperor's disappearance. Chapter 26:14. In the hearts of the people, even if they couldn't find their emperor, they would only think that their emperor had become an immortal and not be smashed to death. The people here still worshiped the great God and wouldn't curse him behind his back. Now that Ning Xiuma and the rest had recovered their psychokinesis, they could fly to outer space to find the space door to return to their own era. However, when they first came to this continent, they came out from underground, so they didn't know where the space door to the Tianxi continent was. They were afraid that they would have to search aimlessly in outer space again. Ning Xiuma was about to ask the great God if he had a good way to locate it when she suddenly saw a snow-white thing rushing up from the snow below. The heavenly stone. To think that it would actually appear here. Kirin didn't recognize this stone and thought that it was a flying stone. Before the heavenly stone flew in front of him, he slapped it with his claws. What is this? A monstrous wave rushed towards the heavenly stone. Naturally, the heavenly stone wouldn't be hit by the wave. It struck out with a flash of lightning and directly forced the wave back. Kieran was almost hit in the face by his own wave. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. He scratched with his claws and barely managed to retract the wave back. He retracted it too quickly and wet his leg hair. Kieran didn't expect that a stone would dare to challenge him. He glared at the sky and roared, looking like he wanted to fight with the stone. Little Phoenix also didn't want to see his companion at a disadvantage. He opened his eyes wide and fanned out a fire, preparing to refine the stone. The two beasts were used to working together recently. Little Phoenix was responsible for burning the stone. When the stone started to smoke, Kieran would spray ice water at it. Under this alternating cold and hot attack, even if it was a piece of iron, they would still be able to break it into pieces now that it was a stone that attacked them. The two beasts were even more excited. Flames and cold water were sprayed towards the heavenly stone. If it's just a stone, they didn't believe that they couldn't blow it up under the alternating cold and hot attacks. The heavenly stone had always been worshipped by everyone and was used to being arrogant. It didn't expect that it would be attacked as soon as it appeared in this world. It was also angry, and its body flashed with colorful lights, repelling the flames and water back. A bird, a beast, and a stone started to fight in the air. Ning Xiumao wanted to stop them when they started to fight, but Shun Juli stopped her. Let them play. He pulled her away from the battlefield and watched the fight. Ning Xiumao said, "Great God, this isn't good, right?" while standing beside the great god to watch the fire. Ever since she reunited with the little Qilin and the little Phoenix, she hadn't really seen them fight. Now, she wanted to see how much their martial arts had improved. It was a rare opportunity, the wind and water's fire. Ning Xiuma didn't forget to comment. Kieran has grown up in these few hundred years. I remember that when I left it, the water it sprayed out was only as thick as a bowl, but now it's as thick as a bucket. It just needs to control its strength. Little Phoenix is also not bad. This child has become more courageous after following Kieran. When it fights, it knows how to cooperate with its companions. Shun Juli also slowly interrupted. It's really not bad. It seems that they are a perfect match. Great God, why don't we pair them up? Ning Xiumao was excited. Chapter 26:15. It's better to let nature take its course. Shun Juli tapped the flute on his palm. Great God, the heavenly Tao stone said that you need to help 3 couples. Maybe Kieran and Little Phoenix are one of the couples. They're a good match. Aya, if a Phoenix and a Kieran become husband and wife, what kind of children will they have? A Kieran with Phoenix wings? Or a Phoenix with a Kieran's head? Shun Juli was speechless. Her imagination was extraordinarily rich. Hey, if you don't ask these two to stop, I won't be polite anymore. The heavenly Tao stone suddenly scrolled in Ning Xiuma's mind. It was obviously very angry. The scrolling words were so bright that it could blind people's eyes. Ning Xiuma crossed her arms and smiled. If you dare to be rude to them, I'll ask the great God to be rude to you. The heavenly Tao stone, the great God was now a person who only cared about the opposite sex. The heavenly Tao stone really didn't dare to provoke her. It could only use other methods. I'm here to tell you a piece of good news and bring you back. There's a time limit. If you miss the time, therefore Little Phoenix and Kieran, who were fighting fiercely just now, were stopped by Ning Xiuma. Stop fighting. We're on the same side. Little Phoenix. Kieran's eyes widened and blurted out, Master, how did you become on the same side with a broken stone? Little Phoenix also joined in the chaos. Yes, this stone is so abnormal, and it doesn't look good. These two sentences completely offended the heavenly Tao stone. Originally, it wanted to leave with the 2 people and 2 beasts, but now it refused to take Kieran and Little Phoenix. No matter how Ning Xiuma threatened it, it was useless. It was rare that it couldn't be subdued. Kieran was also angry. It tilted its head and said, If you don't want to take us, then don't. We could go back by ourselves. Master, right? We don't need this broken stone. We can rely on ourselves. Shun Juli looked at it and said calmly, I didn't expect you to have such ambition. Kirin raised its head. Of course. It did not want to be looked down upon. Little Phoenix also put in a good word for it. Master, its ability to recognize the way is very strong. We have been to many places in the past few years, and we have not gotten lost many times. Shun Julie looked at the two of them and tapped the Kirin scales with his flute. Very good. Then you can go back by yourselves. Kirin, Little Phoenix. Kirin could not take back what he had said. They could only watch helplessly as Shun Julie held Ning Shuama's hand and entered the stone, disappearing without a trace. How unkind! How could he abandon such loyal creatures just like that? Kirin clenched his claws and stared at the rock. It didn't matter. Even if it didn't go in, it could still quietly follow the same route as the stone. And Little Phoenix could still go back. Its current speed was nothing to scoff at. The heavenly Tao stone lit up and suddenly flew out, shooting straight toward the eastern sky. Little Qilin called out to Little Phoenix and immediately followed. They also increased their speed to the extreme. Kirin narrowed its eyes proudly when it saw the stone flying in front of them. Suddenly, the stone circled in place, as if it had some malfunction, and fell straight down. Poof! It plunged into the snow and disappeared without a trace. Master and the others will be fine, right? It knew that this stone was not reliable. Chapter 26:16. Little Qilin jumped in fright. It retracted its wings and also plunged down. A moment later, Kirin came out of the snow, its eyes full of doubts. Did you find Master and the others? Little Phoenix, who was waiting on the ground, rushed over. No, I saw it fall down, but I looked for it for a long time, and I couldn't even find its shadow. I didn't even see the passage it went through. Then what should we do? Little Phoenix was anxious. Don't worry, let me think of a way. Maybe the stone is really something, and it's petty and doesn't want us to follow it, so forget it. We'll find our own way back. You follow me, don't run around. Kirin took on the responsibility of a man. Oh, Little Phoenix still trusted it. The bird and the beast began to find their own way in the crystal hall in the belly of the heavenly stone. Shun Julie and Ning Shuama sat opposite each other. The heavenly stone had recovered well recently. Although it was running at high speed, Ning Shuama and the others didn't feel any turbulence. Shun Julie even set up a chessboard and asked Ning Shuama to play a game. Ning Shuama was a little worried about Kirin and the others. Guru, what if they can't find their way back if we leave them like this? Shun Julie tapped on the chessboard and analyzed for her. Didn't you want to pair them up? Now we're giving them a chance. That stupid Kirin will only grow quickly when it has no one to rely on. Ning Shuama thought so too. Kirin had indeed grown a lot after being separated for so many years. He was also more responsible than before. In her mind, Kirin and Little Phoenix were like children. She didn't want to let them go. She was afraid that they would be taken advantage of or kidnapped. But because of this, these two were too dependent on her, which was not conducive to their growth. Perhaps she should really let go of these two and let them grow freely. This was the best for them. Now that these two's martial arts were not low, and their ability to travel through time and space was also very strong, they would not really suffer any losses. It would be good to let them roam alone. Ning Shuama was a person who could take things and let them go easily. Since she had thought it through, she didn't take it to heart. Congratulations to the two of you for completing the second mission. A line of joyous words appeared on the crystal pillar within the heavenly Tao stone. Ning Shuama was silent for a moment before she asked, "Is the marriage between Kirin and Little Phoenix the second task?" The second mission was too simple. It didn't seem like the heavenly Tao style at all. Unexpectedly, the heavenly Tao stone retorted with a bunch of exclamation marks. Then, it retorted with the correct answer. No. The second task that this stone is talking about is not them. They're not qualified. I'm talking about Sir God Rongyu. Ning Shuama was surprised. Sir God Rongyu is? Rongyu et on lawn. Shun Julie, who was beside him, answered slowly. Rongyu et Tianlon? I don't remember fulfilling his wish. At this point, Ning Shuama's big black eyes suddenly widened. She finally reacted. Could it be? Could it be that Jun Liuye is Rongyue Tianlan? It can't be. Isn't he still alive and well? How did he become Jun Liuye? This was too strange. However, Ning Xiuma thought about Jun Liuye's character and bearing carefully. He did resemble Rongyue Tianlan a little, but they didn't look alike. Otherwise, she would have recognized him at a glance. Chapter 26:17. Shun Juli tapped the chessboard with his finger and said, "Play this game with me, and I'll tell you." Ning Xiuma's curiosity was piqued. She immediately grabbed a chess piece and said, "Come on." The two of them played the game very quickly. Ning Xiuma also lost very quickly. After one game, Ning Xiuma pushed the chessboard and said, "Guru, tell me, what's going on?" Shun Juli was too lazy to talk. He waved his hand, and a white light flashed. The crystal pillar next to them flashed some images like a movie screen. Under a bright red swaying tree, two people were sitting opposite each other and playing chess. One was wearing a white robe, and the other was wearing a blue robe. Both of them had outstanding looks and an outstanding bearing. Sitting under the tree, they looked particularly eye-catching. Ning Xiuma recognized that the white-robed person was Shun Juli, and the blue-robed person was Rongyue Shenlin. The battle on the chessboard was fierce, and the black and white pieces were fighting happily. The chessboard was like a battlefield, and it was also particular about the arrangement of troops. The chess player was like the marshal controlling the troops. Shun Juli's white pieces already had the advantage, and Rongyue Shenlin's black pieces were stubbornly resisting. Suddenly, Shun Juli seemed to have sensed something. He waved his sleeve, and a water mirror appeared in front of him. The water mirror showed the scene of D Zun appearing in the cities of various countries. Of course, the D Zun that appeared in the water mirror was Shun Juli's substitute, Wu Mo. He sat in a palanquin, and his bearing and bearing were not much different from Shun Juli's. The commoners outside knelt down to welcome him, and the scene was very solemn and grand. Rongyue Shenlin also took a look at the water mirror. She waved her fan and smiled. "Dizwa, you've done a good job as a substitute. However, there's something I don't understand, and I want to ask you for advice." Shun Juli turned the chess piece in his hand and didn't raise his head. "Speak." "Dizwa, if you want the commoners to live and work in peace, why not unify the continent? There will be fewer wars. Once the mainland is unified, there will be no competition. The regime will decay and decline, and the people will have no way to make a living. Once the corruption reaches the extreme, the people will have no way to survive and will rise up in revolt. At that time, the warlords will be divided and there will be endless chaos. It's better to have three sides." It was rare for Shun Juli to say so much. Rong Wedian put down a chess piece. He did not agree with Di Zun's argument. The two of them continued to play chess while debating, but neither of them managed to convince the other. In the end, Rongyue Tianlan chuckled. "If I am reincarnated as a human, I will definitely unify the mainland and create a peaceful and prosperous world." Shun Juli casually placed a piece to decide the outcome. "Yes, let's wait and see." A gust of wind blew over, blowing away countless red petals that danced around the two of them. It was quite a scene. The scene gradually faded away. Ning Xiuma looked at the picture on the crystal pillar and suddenly realized, could it be that your debate with him made him want to enter the secular world? Is that why he reincarnated as Jun Liuye? That can't be right. Rongyue Tianlan is still perfectly fine on Carefree Island. How did he reincarnate? Shun Juli waved his hand and removed the picture. "I have known him for many years and have debated many things. But neither of us cared. Rongyue Tian probably also thought that he didn't care, so he never mentioned it again. It wasn't until later that I was seriously injured while picking herbs. Before I fainted, I contacted him and he rushed over to save me. Although he succeeded in saving me, he was also seriously injured. Because of this, he went into seclusion for over a dozen years. During his seclusion, something went wrong." Ning Xiuma's heart stirred. She was a bit startled. Chapter 26:18. She knew when Shun Juli was referring to the time when she was severely injured while picking herbs. It was the time when the Almighty went to the lava land to pick herbs in order to get rid of the demon in her body. Before the Almighty left, he told her to wait for half a month. In the end, she waited for him for 10 years instead. What happened? He was too heavily injured. When he was meditating to recover, he accidentally went berserk. Although he later adjusted himself, a part of his soul escaped. That's why he came out a few years later than he originally said he would. Ning Xuema was stunned for a moment. The part of his soul that escaped couldn't be Jun Liuye, right? Shun Juli said indifferently. The one that escaped was his second soul, Concealed Arrow, which is also a battle soul. Perhaps the debate between him and me that day caused this soul to become obsessed, so it floated to this cloud underworld continent and reincarnated as Jun Liuye. Since he's a part of Rong Yu's soul, why doesn't he look like her at all? Ning Xuema asked. The soul has no appearance. Since he was reincarnated, he naturally resembles his parents in this life. It's normal that he doesn't look like his original body. So that's how it is. Since he was reincarnated as a battle soul, his natural mission was to become famous through battle. In his heart, the empire would always be first. That's why Jiyu ended up like this. Ning Xuema finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. She couldn't help but sigh. Fate makes fools of people. No wonder this Jun Liuye inexplicably believed that the great god had a resurrection technique. It turned out that he used to be the great god's old friend. In this life, he came into this life because of the great god. No wonder he was also counted in the great god's account. Allowing him to set things right, she seemed to have thought of something. Since he's the reincarnation of Rong Yu's soul, does his death mean that he's returned to his original body? Shun Jili poured 2 cups of tea out of nowhere and handed one to Ning Xuema. He then lazily replied, "Whether he's returned or not, we'll know when we see him." All right. Ning Xuema didn't want to delve into this question. She was going to see him in person soon anyway. She had another question. Great God, when did you realize that he was Island Master Rongyu? Shun Jili said, not much earlier than you. After entering his dream. Although the Almighty was a highly intelligent person, he didn't really care about mortals. He couldn't be bothered with most things. Unless someone did something that really piqued his interest, he would thoroughly investigate and deduce. Ning Xuema didn't think that she would see Rongyu at Tianlan so soon. She had only taken a nap, and as she awoke, she discovered that she was standing in a square of Carefree Island that was covered with all sorts of strange flowers and plants. She felt that the stone was trembling, as if it was frightened by something. She curiously looked outside through the crystal and saw Rongyu Tian carrying a bright chisel and walking around the stone. She looked quite excited and was even muttering, "This stone actually emerged from the ground on its own." Looking at it, it looks like it's carrying precious jade. Could it be that it's automatically sending money to me? Would this island master be able to cut out a peerless piece of jade with a chisel? Perhaps it's another jade annulus of clan. Ning Xuema, the heavenly Tao stone, could no longer remain calm. It hurriedly sent out a line of words. Hurry up and leave. Shun Jili wasn't worried at all. He tapped the crystal with his flute and said, You don't usually show your face, so why did you suddenly come out of the ground? The heavenly Tao stone nearly cried. I wasn't careful and drilled over the top. As Rongyu Tianlan's chisel was about to sink in, the heavenly Tao stone recklessly opened an exit. Chapter 26:19. Shun Jili smiled. Then, he held Ning Xuema's hand and walked out slowly. The autumn wind was refreshing, and the flowers bloomed beautifully. Under the worryless tree, Rongyu Ishelin asked the little boy to prepare a table of food. The food was sumptuous, and the fruits and vegetables were very nutritious. There were a few rare treasures. Ning Xuema ate to her heart's content. Shun Jili saw that she ate to her heart's content, so he was satisfied too. Rongyu Ishelin had already put away his chisel. At this moment, he was waving a fan. Are the two of you satisfied with the food? Can you satisfy my curiosity? The two of you obviously returned to Buddha Lotus Mountain to see your disciples. How did you come out of the stone in the blink of an eye? That stone, is it a female? The heavenly lost stone, which had been too lazy to bother with idle people, couldn't help but strike Rongyu Ishelin with a bolt of lightning. Rongyu Ishelin was surprised. He waved his fan, and the bolt of lightning struck his fan. With a swoosh, a hole appeared on the surface of the fan. Rong Yuishenlin's fan looked ordinary, but it was actually a treasured fan. Not to mention the other flashy functions, its sturdiness alone could defeat all shields. No divine weapon would be able to leave a single mark on it. Now it was burned by a bolt of lightning from a stone. Rong Yuishenlin was so distressed that he wanted to kick the stone to the sky. Where did this stone spirit come from? Rong Yuishenlin looked at the heavenly law stone unkindly. Tell this ignorant person that I am the heavenly law stone, the one in charge of the heavenly law, not some stone spirit. Stone spirit is not even fit to wipe my shell. The heavenly law stone kept saying to Ning Xiuma and Shun Juli in their hearts. Ning Xiuma smiled and said, "Didn't you say that your identity shouldn't be revealed in this world? Why are you letting me say it now?" The heavenly law stone was speechless. It was depressed. Suddenly, it drilled into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rongyue Tianlan looked at her own piece of land that didn't even have an ant's nest left behind. She then looked at Shun Juli and Luo Binghe. "Both of you, can you tell Xiao Xian what's going on? Where did the stone go?" He could see through all invisibility spells, so the stone should not be invisible. Shun Juli didn't care. "Don't worry about it. It's going to conserve energy." If Shun Juli didn't want to talk about it, even a diamond drill wouldn't be able to pry it open. Rongyue Tian had no choice but to give up. The three of them drank for a while. Ning Xiuma looked at Rongyue Tianlan's blue robe that was faintly inlaid with gold. She smiled and said, "Island Master Rongyue, you look quite shiny today." Shun Juli turned the wine glass and looked at Rongyue Tianlan up and down. He said slowly, "Rongyue, congratulations on successfully passing the tribulation and becoming a mighty immortal." Rongyue Tianlan rolled up her sleeves. Thank you. Ning Xiuma thought of the extremely abnormal thunderbolts and lightning that she saw when the Wangchuan Peak collapsed in Jiyue Nation. Her heart skipped a beat. Could that lightning be the thunder of his tribulation? The commotion caused by the battle was truly huge. She didn't know if his original body was struck by lightning. Ning Xiuma looked at Rongyue Tianlan's expression and asked the question in her heart. "Were you struck by lightning during your tribulation?" Rongyue Tianlan pondered for a while. She rubbed the space between her eyebrows with her fan. "This matter is a little strange. I was supposed to be struck by golden lightning when I passed the tribulation to become a mighty immortal. However, maybe because I wasn't on the mainland, I was only struck by lightning in my dream. What's more strange is that in my dream, I was still fighting with my strength to attract the lightning. It was as if I was seeking death." Chapter 26:20. Luckily, it was just a dream. When I woke up, I realized that I was still on the bed, but there was a mark on my body indicating that I had successfully passed the tribulation. Ever since he was born, he had gone through all kinds of tribulations. As his level increased, the tribulations he went through became more and more intense. The last time he went through the tribulation, he was almost turned into a piece of charcoal by the divine thunder. Even his parents couldn't recognize him. He had always been lazy and didn't have any big ambitions. He just liked to travel and play. He felt that his ability as a monarch god was enough for him to do these things freely. Therefore, after he became a monarch god, he stopped cultivating. Every day, he just made tea and incense. He was very carefree. However, he didn't expect that when a person was lucky, even the gods couldn't stop him. He actually succeeded in passing the tribulation in his dream. After he woke up, not a single strand of his hair was out of place. This made him very gratified. The only thing that made him unhappy was that some irrelevant images would occasionally appear in his mind. Although they were fragmented, his usually peaceful mind was affected. What made him even more confused was that when he woke up, he realized that his face was full of tears. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. It was as if he had lost something very important and couldn't find it back. Obviously, he succeeded in passing the tribulation in his dream and didn't suffer much. It should have been something worth celebrating, but his mood was very low. Thus, he wandered around the courtyard to get rid of his bad mood. In the end, he saw the heavenly path stone drill out from the ground like a cannonball. Rong Yuishenlin and Shun Juli were good friends, so Rong Yuishenlin had nothing to fear from Shun Juli. He told Dizwa about what had happened after he had passed the heavenly tribulation. In the end, he said, Dizwa, don't you think that passing the heavenly tribulation and becoming a mighty immortal is something worth celebrating? Why am I always in a bad mood? Shun Jili pondered for a moment and replied with 3 words. Are you homesick? Rong Yuishenlin was speechless. Shun Jili added, if you miss home, then go back. In any case, you have become a supreme immortal. Now that you go back, you can be considered returning home in glory. Rong Yuishenlin sneered and opened his fan. I'm not interested in returning home in glory. My family might not be looking forward to me returning home in glory. Shun Jili slowly took a sip of wine and said, that's not necessarily true. Your little fiancé might be looking forward to your return in glory. Rong Yuetian choked on her tea. A moment later, he rubbed his forehead and helplessly said, Dizwa, you are making fun of Xiaoxian again. That girl's milk is still there. So do you know what it means to return home in glory? Shun Jili looked at him thoughtfully and didn't say anything. Rong Yuetian was a little flustered by his scrutiny. She tidied her clothes and asked, why is Dizwa looking at me like that? Shun Jili leisurely sized him up from head to toe and then from toe to head. Only then did he slowly open his mouth and say, from what I see, there should be a red lawn star movement in you recently. The peach blossoms should be blooming soon. Rong Yuetian waved her fan and smiled elegantly. I won't hide it from Dizwa. This little deity's luck with women has always been flourishing. Every time I go out, I always attract 1 or 2. Shun Juli said, the peach blossoms this time are different. Your fated one should be arriving. Rong Yuetian was startled. He knew that Shun Juli was proficient in algebra, and nothing that he said wasn't true. Rong Yuetian immediately became interested. Then may I ask Dizwa, who is this little deity's fated one? As he asked this, a pale pink figure flashed across his mind. His heart inexplicably twisted. Chapter 26-21. He originally wanted to make a joke about the ancestor, but after that beautiful figure flashed by, he couldn't make that joke anymore. Shun Jili kept him in suspense at this time. Heaven's secret can't be revealed. Rong Yuetian sat in place for a moment and suddenly sighed. Maybe I should really go back. Shun Jili raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Rong Yuetian continued. It's better for me to go back and think of a way to cancel that marriage. Shun Jili smiled and didn't say anything. Ning Xuema was curious. Although she had known Rong Yuetian for a long time, she knew very little about his background. She only knew that he didn't belong to any sect and didn't participate in any affairs of this continent. He was very free and easy. She thought he was like the Almighty, born without parents on this continent. It turned out that he also had a family and even a fiancé. She didn't know what his family was. She hadn't heard of any powerful family on this continent with the surname Rongyue. Island Master Rongyue actually has a family. I wonder which country it is in. Listening to your conversation, you have a fiancé? Ning Xuema asked. Rong Yuetian sighed and said, I originally didn't belong to this continent. I escaped from my marriage. Forget it. Your husband knows this. Let him tell you. He seemed somewhat dispirited and helpless. Ning Xuema looked at the Almighty beside her and then looked at him again. She said decisively, the Almighty's words are too concise and comprehensive. I want to hear more details. It's better if you say it yourself. Who knows, I might be able to give you some ideas. She didn't want to listen to stories from Shun Juli's mouth. The Almighty only gave a brief summary of the story. 2 or 3 sentences could summarize a person's life. What kind of story with ups and downs was like plain water in his mouth? Her words made Rong Yuetian very happy. He waved his fan and laughed. Dizwa, why don't I say it myself? Shun Juli glanced at him lightly and said indifferently, his story is actually quite boring. You don't have to listen to his embellishment. I'll tell you, he was indeed not from this continent. He came from the Sanskrit continent and was the 8th son of the Eastern Sky Great Emperor who was in charge of the world's flowers and plants. The Eastern Sky's big emperor system is hereditary. The son inherits the father's business. The three older brothers above all have great talent and bold vision, fighting for the position of crown prince until their heads are broken and blood is shed. This island master Rong Yu is relatively aloof from worldly affairs and did not participate in this inheritance war. However, he has many crafty ideas, wide connections, and strong martial arts. He is the object of the three older brothers' struggle to win over, causing this island master Rong Yu to be unable to bear it any longer. He has always been traveling outside, not participating in political disputes. More than 3,000 years ago, the Eastern Sky King, I don't know who he believed, but he said that the daughter of the Southern Sky King's family was not only beautiful, but also had the ability to bring prosperity to her husband's family. As a result, the Eastern Sky King had the idea of a marriage alliance with the Southern Sky King. It just so happened that Island Master Rong Yu's three elder brothers had already married their first wives, so the important task of forming a marriage alliance fell on Island Master Rong Yu. Island Master Rong Yu didn't want to be a chess piece and refused to agree. Being urged by the Eastern Sky King in all kinds of ways, he had no choice but to flee without a trace. With this escape, he directly escaped from the Fanine continent and came here. It was rare for the great god to say so much in one breath, so Ning Xiuma wasn't stingy in giving him a thumbs up. She then turned her head to look at Rong Yu Atonlan. Island Master Rong Yu, I feel that you being used as a chess piece for a marriage alliance is quite tragic and not in line with your style. However, since the rumor has it that the daughter of the Southern Sky King is beautiful and also has the life of bringing prosperity to her husband, then it definitely can't be bad. Chapter 26-22. Island Lord Rong Yue, I think it's sad that you were used as a chess piece in a marriage alliance. It doesn't suit your style. But since it's rumored that the daughter of the Southern Heaven Great Emperor is beautiful and has the fortune of bringing good fortune to her husband, she can't be bad. Maybe she's the most beautiful woman in the world. Why don't you meet her first? Maybe she's really the right person for you. Rong Yu Atonlan sneered. Beautiful? Her elder sisters may be beautiful, but is she ugly? Not necessarily. She was only half a year old when the marriage was proposed. She was still a little girl whose teeth hadn't grown out yet. Ning Xiuma, that's too perverted. They actually allowed you to molest a baby. Rong Yu Atonlan. His lips twitched. You can't say that. In fact, it was only an engagement at that time. If they wanted to get married, they had to wait until she was an adult. Well, you said you needed to break off the engagement. Did you run away after the engagement? Rong Yu Atonlan shook his head. No. I ran away first. My family used my birth characters to propose marriage, and the other party agreed. Shun Juli slowly added, according to the rules of the Fanine continent, once a man and a woman are engaged, they will automatically be engraved on a specific totem pole. Unless both parties voluntarily break off the engagement, they can't remarry. If they break the contract, they will be severely punished by the totem pole. Rong Yu Atonlan was surprised. Dizwa, how do you know so much about the Fanine continent? He didn't tell Shun Juli about these things. Shun Juli took a sip of tea. A few years ago, I accidentally went there and saw your family. Rong Yu Atonlan almost dropped the fan in his hand. Dizwa, how come I've never heard you mention it? Shun Juli didn't have any expression on his face. Because I'm not a gossipy person. Rong Yu Atonlan, Shun Juli leisurely added. Since you're curious, I'll tell you more. Your family has never given up looking for you for so many years. The little princess engraved on the pillar of marriage with you is also looking for you while gnashing her teeth. Rong Yu Tian was puzzled. She's just a little girl who hasn't even shed her hair. Why is she looking for me? Shun Juli placed the flute in his hand on Rong Yu Tianlan's shoulder and said earnestly, she also wants to break off the engagement with you. Also, she is now 3,000 years old. In the Fanine continent, this age is already considered an old lady. Now that you have escaped, you are free and unfettered, but she has no choice but to live in the name of your fiancé. When you escaped back then, in order to make the marriage proposal go smoothly, your imperial father said that you were only going out to study and would return in 300 to 500 years. Later on, he said that you were in a critical stage of cultivation and dragged it on for another few hundred years. Just like that, The princess has turned into an old maid. Ning Xuema was indignant on behalf of the girl. Rong Yue, you are too unkind. You forcefully dragged a cute little girl into an old maid. This hatred isn't small. You can't blame her for gnashing her teeth and looking for you. Shen Juli flicked his sleeves and added fuel to the fire. It's fine if it's just dragging her into an old maid. The most terrible thing is the rumors about her. What rumors? Ning Xuema echoed him. Because he ran away from the marriage and didn't come back for thousands of years, the people of the Fannian continent spread rumors that this girl must have a hidden disease that can't be seen. She actually made her fiancé run away from the marriage and not come back for so many years. Chapter 26-23. Ning Xuema clenched her fists. This rumor is really terrible. It must be very difficult for a girl to live with such a reputation. She probably wants to chop her fiancé into pieces. Rong Yuishinlin was speechless. He finally sighed. Forget it. I'll go back and solve this matter in a few days. Actually, 3,000 years old is not considered an old lady. As long as this engagement is canceled, she can still find a good family to marry. Shun Juli asked him, You haven't even seen the girl, and you've already made up your mind to cancel the engagement? Rong Yuishinlin was stunned. The figure of the girl in pink flashed across his mind again. He couldn't see the face of the girl in pink clearly, but he inexplicably agreed with her. He felt that if his red wand star really moved, it should be because of the girl in pink. Then there was no need to delay the other girl. After all, the girl was also innocent. When he went back, he would explain this matter while canceling the engagement. He would tell the world that it was his fault and not the girl's fault. If possible, he could also be a matchmaker for the girl. He had many friends in the Fannian continent, and there was no lack of outstanding young talents among them. Since he don't mean to, then there's no need to meet. Rong Yuishinlin's answer was straightforward. Even though he felt sorry for the girl, he could only cut the Gordian knot. The banquet didn't end until the moon rose in the east. Early the next morning, Rong Yuishinlin came to Shun Juli with 2 dark circles under his eyes. He entrusted all the flowers, birds, insects, and fish on his island to Shun Juli as if he was an orphan. He was afraid that Shun Juli didn't understand these things, so he made a detailed list of all kinds of taboos. Ning Xuema looked at the lines of words and felt a little dizzy. Island Lord, are you going to be gone for a long time? Rong Yuishinlin sighed. The Fannian continent is a little far from here. It will take a few months on the road. Besides, canceling the engagement will implicate some people. I have to deal with it properly before I can come back. When are you leaving? Shun Juli didn't look at the list. Now, Rong Yuishinlin bowed to Shun Juli, turned around, and strode out. It turns out that he's also an impatient person. Ning Xuema couldn't help but laugh. He actually came back just like that. He's probably afraid of wasting a day of the girl's youth, Shun Juli replied. He's been delayed for more than 3,000 years, so he's not in a hurry. However, Almighty, his battle soul should have returned, right? He had already succeeded in transcending the tribulation. But from the looks of it, he doesn't seem to remember Jiyu. Ning Xuema thought of the pitiful girl and felt a little sad. Once the soul returns, it will not have any memories. It's not strange that he doesn't remember. Shun Juli explained to her. Then their story will truly come to an end there. What a pity. I always thought that they would have a happy ending. Ning Xuema sighed. Shun Juli held her in his arms and said, 9 out of 10 things in the world don't go your way. How can there be so many beautiful flowers and full moons? Sigh. I can only blame Jun Liuya for being too greedy for power and being too jealous. If he had quietly told Jiyu when he was supervising the execution of Jiyu Nation's monarch and his wife, she wouldn't have gone crazy. Maybe they could have been loving each other for the rest of their lives. Even if it was because of jealousy that he didn't say anything in advance when he wanted to punish her, he should have exposed Jiyu's conspiracy when she came to find him after she woke up. Chapter 26-24. Since he had seen through Jiyu's plot, he should have exposed it on the spot, or told Jiyu the truth that her parents are not dead. That way, even if Jiyu did not believe it, she would still want to verify it. Then, there would not have been any later. However, after he saw through it, he immediately came up with another plan. He wanted to use Jiyu's revenge to lure out the king of Xinyu country and eliminate him. For this, he did not hesitate to use the trick of injuring himself. He did succeed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He thought this was a good plan that could let Jiyu vent her anger and also get rid of his opponent. However, he did not know that after Jiyu killed him, she became disheartened and activated the poison in her body, making things completely irreversible. Shun Jiuli said, "The reincarnation of a warrior's soul is his first instinct. It was originally an accident that he fell in love with Princess Jiyu. Then, great God, did Princess Jiyu's soul really dissipate?" Ning Xuema was still confused about this. Shun Jiuli smiled and said slowly, "Actually, Princess Jiyu's origin is similar to Jun Liuye's." Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. She reacted quickly and immediately said, "Could it be that she is also the reincarnation of a goddess?" Shun Jiuli said, "Smart girl. However, it might not be a soul dissipation." He peeled a walnut and put it in her hand as a reward. Ning Xuema's curiosity was piqued. She grabbed his hand and asked, "Which goddess? Do we know each other? If it's not a soul dissipation, then what is it?" Shun Jiuli curved his lips. "Maybe it's an obsession, or maybe it's an out-of-body dream." He then added, "I heard that Rong Yu's fiancé is called Ji Shenyu Pada." The teacup in Ning Xuema's hand fell to the ground. It seemed to be a little lively. The mountain was not high, but it was famous because of immortals. The water was not deep, but it was famous because of dragons. Although the immortal Cloud Mountain had the word immortal in its name, it was actually a barren place. Throughout history, only demons and devils resided there. Occasionally, an immortal would appear, and they were all here to vanquish demons and devils. In the depths of the immortal Cloud Mountain, there was a coiling dragon stream. Within the coiling dragon stream, there was indeed a flood dragon that was said to have cultivated for 1,000 years. This flood dragon was a passing flood dragon. It came here a year ago. Probably because the scenery here was to its liking, it actually stayed here and didn't leave. This flood dragon was extremely ferocious. It had the ability to spit out clouds and mist. Whatever it saw, it would swallow. Most of the creatures in the mountain had been swallowed by it. Even the various demons and devils had been swallowed by it. Not only that, but also often went down the mountain to eat the passers-by. After the demonic wind passed, an entire village would become its food. This immortal Cloud Mountain was the South Heaven Thearka's territory. With such a ferocious creature appearing in his territory, the South Heaven, the Arch, naturally had a headache. He sent many capable soldiers and experts to get rid of it. However, this flood dragon was too powerful and too cunning. These people were either not its match and were swallowed by it, or it escaped in advance after receiving the news. After searching the entire mountain, they couldn't find it. In this way, this flood dragon became a huge problem for the South Heaven Arch. However, he didn't have a way to get rid of it. He could only order all the villagers within a dozen miles of the immortal Cloud Mountain to be moved out. The immortal Cloud Mountain was also strictly prohibited from entering and exiting. The South Heaven Thearka's side was proficient in fire techniques. However, this flood dragon was of the water element. Moreover, this water element was not small. Water could suppress fire, so the people on the South Heaven Thearka's side suffered a lot from this flood dragon. The South Heaven Arch had 4 daughters. The eldest and second daughters were all married, and they married very well. Chapter 26-25. The eldest daughter was married to a general of the South Sky Emperor with outstanding military achievements. The second daughter was married to the eldest prince of the North Sky Emperor, and it was said that their martial arts were also very good. Only the third daughter, Ji Xinyue, was unmarried and became a joke. When the immortal Cloud Mountain was troubled by the flood dragon, the 2 sons-in-law naturally volunteered to lead troops to capture the flood dragon, intending to get rid of the evil for the people. However, because of various reasons, they returned in low spirits. Not only did they fail to get rid of the evil dragon, but they also lost many of their proud subordinates. These 2 were well-known figures of the continent, but they also returned in failure, which made the dragon even more famous. Many famous immortals came one after another, wanting to get rid of the evil dragon. However, most of them basically came, but did not leave. Their lives were buried in the dragon's mouth. After a long time, this place became the forbidden area of the entire Fanian continent. This flood dragon was not only cruel, but also very greedy. After it took over the entire immortal Cloud Mountain, it did not give up. In the past month, it began to expand its territory, frequently attacking cities and towns dozens of miles away from Mount Lee. 10 days ago, it caused the biggest tragedy. It devoured and killed the people of the city, and more than 100,000 people died, tragically under the dragon's claws and mouth. According to the officials' report, the entire small city was razed to the ground, and the ground was full of disemboweled corpses. The originally bustling small city became hell on earth overnight. This tragedy shocked the entire Fanian continent, and also made the South Sky Emperor very angry. That day, he flew into a rage in the imperial court, and even his most proud son-in-law, Li Zhongxiao, was scolded by him. Li Zhongxiao was very angry, and complained a little when he returned home, which made his wife, Ji Shenluo, very unhappy. The next day, she returned to her maternal home, and her second sister, Ji Shenming, was also there. The two sisters naturally talked about the flood dragon, and the more they talked, the angrier they became. They could not help but praise their son-in-law, saying that they had done their best, and that the dragon was too abnormal. They also had a lot to say about their father. This made the Empress very unhappy, and she could not help but scold them a little. This made the two sisters immediately unhappy. They were born of the South Sky Emperor's concubine, and the children born of concubines were often inferior and arrogant, so their temperament was a little harsh. At this moment, when they heard the Empress's reprimand, they felt very indignant. Ji Shenluo put on a fake smile and said, "You're right, Imperial Mother. We shouldn't complain about Imperial Father. However, we were too worried about the flood dragon. As the saying goes, capable people do more work, and capable people are easily blamed. Just like my husband, he was clearly overwrought with this matter, but he was still reprimanded by Imperial Father. Of course, as the younger generation, even if we are reprimanded, we can't say anything else. From the looks of it, little sister is still the best. Although she has a famous husband, that husband ran away from the marriage. Now, there's no need for anyone to complain." Ji Shenming also agreed. "That's right. It seems like little sister is more fortunate. Although it's a bit embarrassing that her husband ran away, she won't have to be scolded this time." The Empress was rendered speechless by the two of them. The little sister they were talking about was Ji Shunyu, born of the Empress. It was said that when she was born, there were 16 phoenixes flying in the sky. She was seen as an auspicious sign by the South Sky clan, and the South Sky Emperor doted on her a lot. When she was still an infant, he arranged a good marriage for her. In the eyes of the two sisters, their little sister was simply the embodiment of all the love in the world, making others jealous. Chapter 26:26. It wasn't until the 8th prince of the East Sky Emperor, who was rumored to be the most handsome, stylish, and capable man in the Fanian continent, Rong Yu Tianlan, ran away from the marriage that the halo that the heavens had placed on Ji Shenyue's head truly disappeared. And as time passed, this little princess gradually became a laughingstock. No matter where this little princess went, she would receive people's pity or gloating gazes, as well as all kinds of unbearable rumors, of course. More than half of these rumors were secretly spread by Ji Shenluo and Ji Shenyue. What Ji Shenyue was unbearably rude. What Ji Shenyue had a hidden illness. What Ji Shenyue was destined to bring bad luck to her husband and children. This rumor spread more and more widely, directly turning Ji Shenyue, a proud daughter of heaven, into a joke of the Nantian clan. Gradually, even the Nantian emperor didn't like this third daughter very much, and even became cold to Ji Shenyue's birth mother, the Empress. He treated Ji Shenluo and Ji Shenming better and better, and doted on their mother, consort He. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find the Emperor's fault, and that the Empress's family was quite powerful in the Fanian continent, the Empress's position would have been snatched away by consort He. The empress and her daughter had a delicate position in the palace, and the empress could only tolerate these two princesses who weren't her own. This time, if it wasn't for Ji Shenluo and Ji Shenming's words, the empress wouldn't have interfered. Now that she was refuted by the two women's strange words, she actually had nothing to say, and was so angry that her face faintly turned green. She could only rejoice in her heart that her daughter wasn't in the palace and didn't have to listen to the two sisters' nonsense. The daughters of the Nantian clan were only considered adults when they were 1,000 years old. When Ji Shenyue was 500 years old, she gradually became a laughingstock because of Rong Yu Tianlan running away from the marriage, and was often laughed at by her sisters in the palace. She was probably depressed in her heart and often felt sick, becoming a sickly person. Later, the priest of the Nantian clan suddenly received a heavenly decree, saying that Ji Shenyue, the little princess, had to leave the palace and become a disciple to grow up, and could not return before she was 1,000 years old. The Nantian emperor listened to the priest and sent Ji Shenyue out of the palace to become a disciple of a rather famous sect in the Fanning continent. She was gone for 500 years. When she returned 500 years later, she had already grown into a slender and elegant young lady. She was used to being outside, so she was not used to returning to the palace. Therefore, although she could come back, she was not willing to. She could not return home even once in 100 years. When they came back, they would stay for a couple of days before leaving, just like visiting relatives. Just as the empress was rejoicing, the little palace maid outside ran in and reported, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, the third princess is back." The empress's eyes lit up. She hadn't seen her daughter for nearly 100 years. Naturally, she missed her very much. She couldn't help but stand up and was about to say something. Ji Shenluo chuckled from his side. "Oh, third sister, you really came at a time like this." Ji Shenming also smiled and said, "Third sister probably heard about the flood dragon and came back to share Imperial Father's worries. What a pity. What was the use of a little girl like her coming back? If she could be more charming and attract her fiancé, maybe she could be of some use. Second sister, don't joke. That divine Lord Rong, Yu has been missing for more than 3,000 years. If he wanted to come back, he would have come back long ago. Maybe he is already married and had children outside and forgotten about our little sister's marriage. It's just a pity that our little sister is still waiting for him." Chapter 26-27. That's true. Poor third sister. The two of them talked back and forth without restraint. The empress was so angry that her face turned green. She was about to reprimand them when a clear voice came from outside. "Sisters, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't gossip about old topics? Do you feel suffocated?" Following the voice, a young girl in a light red dress appeared. Her long hair was like clouds, and her face was like jade. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, and her lips were like cherry blossoms. She was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Ji Shenluo and Ji Shenming were already rare beauties, but when they stood next to this young girl, they automatically became background decorations. What was even rarer was her temperament. There was purity in her carelessness and sharpness in her laziness. These were clearly very contradictory qualities, but they were organically combined on her and didn't give off any sense of contradiction. At this moment, her pretty face was slightly gloomy, and her eyes fell on Ji Shenluo and Ji Shenming, giving off a kind of domineering aura. It made Ji Shenluo and Ji Shenming's hearts turn cold. This young girl was Ji Shenyue, the third princess of South Heaven Emperor. Her words were not polite at all, and she didn't give the two sisters any face. Ji Shenluo and Ji Shenming were stunned for a moment, and their pretty faces turned red. "Third sister, how can you talk to your sister like that? We are worried for your good. That's why we are worried about you." "Yes, we also feel sorry for you." Ji Shenluo and Ji Shenming began to echo each other again. Ji Shenyue frowned slightly and said straightforwardly, "Thank you, but you don't need to worry and feel sorry for me. You two just need to take care of your husband's family. You don't need to worry about these things. To be honest, I am the Heaven's Mandate Princess, and you are the Earth's Mandate Princess. You have no right to interfere in my matters. The Heaven's Mandate Princess was the princess of the main line, while the Earth's Mandate Princess was born from concubine. Even if Ji Shenyue wasn't liked by her father now, but her status was there. Once she established her power, no one else could say anything. Ji Shenluo and her sister were rendered speechless by her words. Their faces turned green and white for a moment before they spat out, "You don't know what's good for you." Then they hurriedly left. Because of their anger, they even forgot to bid farewell to the Empress. Ji Shunyu said coldly, "Little sister, I heard that the two of you have always been reasonable. How could you forget the rules of conduct at this time? Or are the two of you looking down on the Empress?" Ji Shenluo and the other girl felt as if they had been slapped in the face, but they couldn't refute the other party's words. After staying in place for a while, she finally reluctantly bowed and bid farewell to the Empress. Only then did she glare at Ji Shunyu and turn around to leave. Before he left, he muttered, "What are you so proud of? She's just an abandoned woman who no one wants." Ji Shunyu didn't take it to heart. She had heard such words so often that she was already numb to them. When the Empress saw that her daughter's expression was normal, she was relieved. She was still somewhat gratified. When Ji Shunyu was young, she was doted on by everyone. She was lively, intelligent, and had a cheerful personality. But as more and more unpleasant rumors about her spread inside and outside the palace, she became more and more aware of human affairs. Her personality also became more and more sensitive and suspicious. Gradually, she even lost her self-confidence. She became more and more silent, more and more eccentric, and more disliked by her father. It wasn't until she left the palace that she came back as a different person after 500 years of learning outside. Finally, she became lively and cheerful again. Chapter 26-28. But perhaps because of the environment, her personality had a lot of characteristics, such as sharp words, confidence, and laziness. Even if she didn't speak, she was like a shining object, unknowingly attracting the attention of many people. Even the South Sky Emperor's attitude towards her was much better. Those gossips had once hurt her deeply, but now she could laugh at those gossips and no longer take them to heart. After the mother and son talked for a while, Ji Shunyu casually asked, "This son heard that an evil dragon appeared in the immortal Cloud Mountain and made father very worried?" The Empress' expression darkened, but she didn't hide it from her daughter. She told her about how the evil dragon had wreaked havoc in the past year, and finally sighed, "I don't know where this evil dragon came from, but it's actually so powerful. Your father has been worried day and night because of this. However, in the vast Sanskrit continent, no one was able to deal with it. Even your master went out a few days ago, but he didn't succeed. He even got seriously injured. I wonder if he's feeling better now?" Ji Shinyu nodded slightly and said, "Master is much better. This son only knew about this from Master. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hurried back." Ji Shinyu's master was the sect master of the Purple Cloud sect, a famous cultivation sect. The sect master's martial arts were extremely high, and he was one of the top experts in the Sanning continent. Even he had to return in defeat. So who could subdue that evil dragon? No wonder the South Sky Emperor had a big headache. As the mother and son were talking, the South Sky Emperor probably heard the news of the three women's return and rushed over. The father and daughter hadn't seen each other for 100 years. After greeting him, Ji Shunyu's expression was indifferent, and she had nothing to say. The South Sky Emperor looked at his daughter with a slightly complicated expression. This daughter used to be his pride, but now she was the laughingstock of the entire South Sky clan. And because of this, he couldn't help but take out his anger on his daughter, and became colder and colder to her, causing the relationship between father and daughter to drift apart. In fact, how could that matter be blamed on his daughter? His daughter was the one who was truly innocent. Not only did she have to endure the rumors outside, but she also had to be treated coldly at home. No wonder she didn't want to come back, even after finishing her apprenticeship. By the time the South Heaven Emperor realized his mistake and wanted to get closer to his daughter, it was already too late. Just now, he had heard his daughter talking and laughing with the Empress outside the palace gates. But after he came in, his daughter's little face seemed to be wearing a mask. Her expression was indifferent and cold, and her words to him were polite and distant. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. He tried his best to talk to her kindly, asking her about her recent learning and what happened in the Ziyun sect. He asked a lot of questions, but his daughter only gave brief answers. After exchanging 7 or 8 sentences, the father and daughter pair had nothing more to say. The atmosphere was a little stiff and cold. In order to smooth things over, the Empress changed the topic. Ji Shinyu pondered for a moment, then decided to change the topic to the evil flood dragon. Father, what kind of abilities does that evil flood dragon have? How many generals in the imperial court had ever fought against it? What are its characteristics? This was the most annoying thing for the South Heaven Emperor. The Empress didn't even dare to mention it in front of him for fear of upsetting him even more. She didn't expect her daughter to ask about it so openly. Her heart sank, and she hurriedly glanced at her daughter, signaling her not to ask about it. Ji Shinyu acted as if she didn't see it, and continued to ask questions about the evil flood dragon, such as its attributes and characteristics. Chapter 26-29. Cao Sky Emperor's expression turned ugly as he said impatiently, "Why is a girl like you asking about other people's business? You should learn more about needlework from your sisters." Girls in this world also knew immortal spells, but most of them were related to needlework. For example, they could make the most beautiful brocade by forging heavenly shuttles, or they could make lifelike embroidery by cultivating divine needles, or they could make the most delicious dishes by cultivating culinary skills. Ji Shunyu's eldest sister and second sister were good at embroidery and cooking respectively. Eldest brother-in-law's brocade robe was personally sewn by eldest sister, and every time he wore it, he would attract a lot of envy. Second brother-in-law especially liked to eat his wife's stir-fried dishes, and he would occasionally call his friends back to let his wife cook. Naturally, his friends would praise his wife. They all praised Cao Sky Emperor for teaching his daughter well, adding a lot of color to Cao Sky Emperor's face. However, Ji Shinyu was different. She didn't like to dress up. She liked to play with swords and spears. When she was young, she never lost a fight with boys and even became the king of the children. However, she didn't know needlework or the 4 arts that represented a woman's elegance. She was clearly a great beauty, but she liked to play with men's things. This was also seen as one of the reasons why Divine Lord Rong Yu ran away from her marriage. The outside world even said that she was a tomboy and wouldn't be liked by any man. Cao Sky Emperor thought of those rumors and became even more unhappy, so he scolded her. Ji Shinyu frowned slightly. Like before, when she heard her father scolding her like this, she would tactfully keep quiet and stop asking questions. This time, she didn't give up. "Father, how is this other people's business? This evil dragon is a disaster. We must find a way to get rid of it. I am asking because I want to share your worries." Cao Sky Emperor didn't expect her to refute like this, and became even more impatient. The entire imperial court is helpless about this matter. How can a weak woman like you share my worries? Don't cause trouble. I really want to share your worries. If you really want to share your worries, then call your fiancé here. He was once the #1 expert of the continent. Maybe he has a way. Cao Sky Emperor blurted out again. Ji Shinyu. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. The South Heaven Arch also realized his slip of the tongue and became even more irritated. He didn't know what to do. Is elder sister back? A delicate female voice came from the entrance of the hall, and a girl in pink came bouncing in. This girl looked like a human child, about 11 or 12 years old. She was wearing a delicate pink dress. Her eyes were big, and her mouth was small. When she jumped in, it was as if she brought along sunlight. She was a little reckless. When she entered the door, she tripped over the threshold and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the Cao Sky Emperor's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He caught the girl in time and held her in his arms. He couldn't help but scold her. "Tianyu, don't be so careless." Although he was reprimanding her, the expression on his face was very loving. He even checked her little feet with concern. His concern was obvious. This girl was the youngest daughter of the South Heaven Emperor, Ji Tianwei. She was 500 years old this year and was not yet an adult. She was at the age when she was still young and naive. She looked like an adorable pink dumpling. Every time the South Heaven Emperor saw her, all of his troubles would be temporarily put aside. Ji Xinhua watched from the side and was momentarily dazed. Chapter 26:30. Once upon a time, she was also doted on by her father, but Ji Tianyue slipped out of South Sky Emperor's arms and threw herself at Ji Shunyu, third sister. Ji Shun, you could only catch her. The little girl's round eyes looked at her with joy. Third sister, you haven't been back for a long time. Tianyue has been missing you. Can you take me to play for a few more days? Every time she saw this little girl, Ji Shunyu felt as if she was looking at herself when she was young. She was carefree and happy, innocent and pure like a transparent crystal. Perhaps only a child who had never experienced any hardships would be able to maintain such innocence. So she took extra care of this little sister and would take her to play for a few days every time she came back. Therefore, she agreed readily this time. Okay. Ji Tianyue's eyes lit up. Third sister, then can you teach me another set of knife skills? Before Ji Shunyu could speak, South Sky Emperor's face had already sunk. It's not right for a girl to always play with knives and sticks. Tianyue, go learn needlework from your eldest sister and second sister. Don't learn these irrelevant things. Ji Tianyue pouted, but third sister promised me last time to teach me a set of martial arts. Third sister said that girls can only protect themselves with their own skills. There's no need to beg anyone. As princesses, you have people protecting you. Why do you need to learn those men's skills? Xinyu, you're already crippled. Don't lead your little sister astray. South Sky Emperor was even more unhappy. Ji Xunyu's expression changed slightly. She let go of Ji Tianyue, stood up, and said indifferently, Father, Mother, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. She bowed to her parents, turned around, and strode away. Empress, Xinyu. Ji Tianyue was stunned for a moment, then called out, Third sister, and chased after her. South Sky Emperor, his heart sank slightly, and he felt somewhat regretful. He seemed to have hurt his daughter again. Although the Empress had always been virtuous, she couldn't help but get angry. Your Majesty, must you provoke her like this? What did she do wrong? It wasn't her fault that Rongyue Tianlan ran away from the marriage. She was still an infant at that time. She didn't know anything. It was you who coveted the Eastern Sky clan's power and influence. So in the absence of the person involved, you arranged this unlucky marriage for your child. It's already tragic enough for the child to end up like this, yet you're still using these things to stab her and pin all the blame on her. Is this fair to her? The South Heaven Emperor was stunned. The Empress couldn't help but cry as she spoke. I know you don't like her, but she only comes back once in 100 years. Can't you treat her better? You must provoke her to leave before you are satisfied, right? The South Heaven Emperor was also regretting it. After hearing the Empress cry, he couldn't help but feel even more irritated. I'm doing this for her own good. It's not good for a girl like her to always play with swords and sticks. I don't need her to appear in public and lead troops to war. Wasn't the reason why Shunyu was able to cultivate martial arts because you sent her to the Purple Cloud sect? How could he not cultivate there? I sent her there in the hope that she wouldn't be so ill. She only needs to cultivate a little to strengthen her body. Needlework is more important for girls, so that she can find a good husband in the future, but that Rongyue Tianlan has already run away from the marriage, and we can't find her. How can we cancel this marriage? If we don't cancel the marriage, our Shunyu won't be able to arrange another marriage. The Empress couldn't help but grit her teeth when she mentioned this. Chapter 26:31. The South Sky Emperor rubbed the space between his eyebrows. I have already discussed this with the East Sky Emperor. According to the rules of our Fanian continent, if the parties involved are not present, as long as the engagement exceeds 3,500 years and the marriage has not yet been consummated, the parents of both parties can cancel the engagement. At that time, the East Sky Emperor also feels very guilty about this matter. He has already promised me that after canceling the engagement between Shunyu and that little bastard, he will make the decision to arrange a good marriage for Shunyu. The East Sky Emperor has a distant nephew who is proficient in both civil and martial arts and hold an important position in the East Sky clan. The East Sky Emperor wanted to betroth Shunyu to him. We have already asked around. That child is the same age as Shunyu, so he's indeed not bad. He was also worthy of Shunyu. It's just that our mystic moon continent doesn't do needlework all day long, and instead plays with swords and spears. In the end, it's not a problem. I was angry that she didn't fight, so I reprimanded her. She's also my daughter. How can I not love her? These words made the Empress feel a lot better. She said hatefully, originally, our daughter was the most outstanding. When she was just born, all kinds of auspicious signs appeared. Originally, it was the mother of the nation's destiny. At that time, there were many princes from several countries who came to propose marriage. If it wasn't for that Rendezvous Audiobook, our daughter might have become the crown princess and been married for a long time. Now, she can only be the wife of a marquis. This Rendezvous Audiobook has really made our daughter suffer. The South Heaven Emperor sighed and said no more. At that time, Rendezvous Audiobook was a famous young genius in the Fanine continent. He had cultivated to the rank of a god at a young age. He was the most influential person in the continent, and the man that thousands of girls in the continent wanted to marry the most. It was precisely because he was so outstanding that when the East Sky Emperor came to propose on behalf of his son, he did not hesitate to agree. Who would have thought? This topic was too heavy, so the South Heaven Emperor opened his mouth to say something else. Outside, the head eunuch rushed in and reported a shocking piece of news. The 8th prince of the East Sky Emperor, Rendezvous Audiobook, who had left home for more than 3,000 years, had returned. The South Heaven Emperor was so excited that his hands were shaking. That bastard was finally back. He immediately ordered the head chief, "Quickly invite the 3rd princess over." The Empress was even more excited. She didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. If that person came back, there might be hope for his daughter's marriage. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, there had to be an explanation. He didn't have to let his daughter wait foolishly for the 3,500 years. When that brat returns, he should be able to give us an explanation soon, right? He had to teach that bastard a good lesson. Only then would he be worthy of his daughter's many years of waiting. She wanted to tell her daughter the good news herself and let her know that her bitter days were over. A moment later, the attendants ran back to report. "Reporting to your majesty, your highness, the 3rd princess has already left the palace. We don't know where she went. We've already sent people to look for her." Did his daughter really leave again? He had only been back for less than an hour. The Empress immediately activated the voice-transmitting talisman that she often used to contact her daughter, but for some reason, it didn't connect. There was no response from the other side. It was clear that his daughter had also turned off the voice transmission talisman. The Empress angrily glared at the South Heaven Emperor. The South Heaven Emperor coughed. "She has probably returned to the Purple Cloud sect. We will contact the sect master of the Purple Cloud sect. When Shunyu returns, we will tell her this news and have her quickly return." South Sky Emperor uses sound transmission talisman to talk to the Purple Cloud sect's sect master. The Purple Cloud sect's sect master readily agreed, and even said that he would use the Purple Cloud sect's special sound transmission talisman to contact Jishinyu. Chapter 2632. However, an hour later, the sect master of the Purple Cloud sect sent a message saying that he couldn't contact his disciple either. Jishinyu seemed to have turned off all her communication talismans. The South Sky Emperor panicked. Where could this child go? Could she be suicidal? She couldn't be, right? Perhaps this child had suffered too much in the past few years, but her style of doing things was actually calm. Normal things couldn't stimulate her at all. It was impossible for her to commit suicide after being reprimanded by her father. But why couldn't he contact her? The South Sky Emperor suddenly realized that he knew too little about this daughter of his. He didn't know her happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy, nor could he understand her emotions. He also didn't know if this was common. He could only contact the sect master of the Purple Cloud sect. The sect master told him that Jishinyu was very independent. She often went out alone to train. Sometimes, when she was fighting monsters or focused on something, she would turn off all her communication talismans. This was very common for her. With this as a backup, the South Sky Emperor finally felt relieved. However, a doubt arose in his heart. In such a short time, what kind of monster could she be fighting? Or was she focused on something else? A few stars hung in the sky, and a golden crescent moon hung diagonally in the sky. Some wind blew, making one's body feel slightly cold. The green glazed roof tiles shone faintly under the moonlight. This was an abandoned courtyard of a duke's mansion. The courtyard was covered in vegetation, and it was completely desolate. A place that had been abandoned for a long time would always have one or two scary ghost stories, so very few people came here. Only wild foxes and wild rabbits often appeared here. At this time, on the roof of a palace in the depths of this mansion, a young man was sitting leisurely. A jug of wine and a stack of documents were his personal belongings. This young man was Ji Shunyu, and the stack of documents was stolen from the imperial study. There was a thick stack of documents, and many of them were lengthy, all about the evil flood dragon. Most of the people who wrote these documents had fought with the flood dragon. Of course, in order to show off, there were many beautiful words describing the dangerous process and how they risked their lives to not disgrace the imperial family. Ji Shunyu only read the important ones. She hated being disturbed the most when she was working, so not only did she turn off all the sound transmission talismans on her, she didn't even bother to light up a night pearl when she was reading. Fortunately, her internal energy was profound and her eyesight was good. Although it was under the dim moonlight, she could still see the densely packed words on the document very clearly. She took a sip of wine and read a book. By the time the entire gourd of wine had entered her stomach, she had almost finished reading the stack of books. She also gradually summed up the characteristics of the evil flood dragon from these long and smelly documents. For example, the size of his body, the strength of his demonic powers, the techniques he was proficient in. Although these documents were flashy and impractical, they were much better and more specific than her asking around randomly. She already had a general plan to deal with the evil flood dragon in her mind. The evil Jiao dragon was indeed an extremely difficult opponent to deal with, but after looking through the information, Ji Shunyu felt that she had some confidence in defeating it and taking its head. Of course, the chances of success were slim, but it was worth a try. All these years, she had used another identity to wander around the Sanskrit continent. She had fought countless ferocious beasts and vicious birds. Her experience was not ordinary. She even had the experience of defeating stronger opponents as the weak. As long as she did her homework in advance, she would often surprise people. Chapter 26:33. As long as she did her homework beforehand and knew her enemy well, even if she couldn't win every battle, she would at least have a higher chance of winning. At the very least, if she couldn't win, she could run away in time. She closed her eyes and got up after a rough calculation in her mind. Picking up the wine gourd, she jumped down from the roof. She was going to eat a good meal and save her energy for tomorrow's work. It was not late, and the streets were quite lively. The restaurant was not closed, and when Ji Shunyu went in, there was still more than half of the restaurant's customers drinking and eating. The more people there were, the more noisy and the more gossip there was. Ji Shunyu was too lazy to listen to the gossip and was about to go upstairs to find a quiet room to eat a good meal when a few voices made her stop. I heard that the Eastern Sky clan's 8th prince has returned. That's right, I also heard about it. He has been missing for over 3,000 years and has finally returned. This person really is something, running away without saying a word and causing our 3rd princess to have a bad reputation, wasting her time until now. Will he come to our Nantian clan to propose? He and our 3rd princess are not young anymore, so they should be married by now. Humph, it's hard to say if he will marry the 3rd princess. After all, he ran away for so many years, and I heard that he went to another continent. There aren't so many rules on the other continents. Maybe he is already married. No, if he is married, he will definitely bring his wife back. But I heard that he came back alone. With this kind of gossip circulating around, it naturally became the best topic of conversation for the common people. These people were chatting there, excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Ji Shunyu stood at the stairs with the wine gourd in her hand and listened for a while. Her lips slightly hooked, and she turned around to walk up. That person is finally back. She thought that he could stay outside for 10,000 years. now that he is back, her life will change, and she will not be so free and unfettered in the future. There were less people upstairs, and Ji Shun Yu let out a sigh of relief. She was about to find a place to sit down and quietly eat a good meal. A voice suddenly sounded out in high spirits. Shun Yu. This voice was so familiar that the veins on Ji Shun Yu's temples jumped, and she raised her head to look in the direction of the voice. At the table by the window sat a young man with a slender figure and a picturesque appearance. It was already close to winter, yet he was still fanning a mountain and river fan in his hand, and every single move he made revealed a dissolute and showy aura. He was born with a pair of watery eyes, and when they moved, they were even more alluring than a woman's. At this moment, his bewitching eyes landed on Ji Shun Yu, smiling like a sunflower in the morning sun. Brother Shun, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Come, sit here, sit here. He politely pulled out a chair. Shun Shin Yu, Shun, of course, Shun Shin Yu Shin Yu, Shun, Ji Shun, Ji, of Shun, of Royal of the Royal family. Ji Shun, you met him purely by chance. A few years ago, she went to subdue a rebellious Baifeng bird and happened to meet Rongyu at Tianhuan, Ji Shun Yu, who was being chased by that bird. Ji Shun Yu saved him, and probably because she was too cool, Ji Shun Yu was convinced. He wholeheartedly wanted to befriend her and often pestered her to drink wine and chat. He even wanted to become sworn brothers with her. Ji Shun Yu walked outside as a man. She used a technique to slightly change her appearance and figure, so no one recognized her as a woman when she walked in the Jianghu. She changed her name to Shun Yu and made friends with people, so she made a few friends. Chapter 2634. Rongyu at Tianhuan was one of them. Ji Shun Yu didn't want to have anything to do with the Rongyu family, so she treated Rongyu at Tianhuan indifferently. She didn't want to have a deep relationship with him, but this Rongyu at Tianhuan was like a dogskin plaster. He was very warm and sincere to her. She didn't want to hit a smiling person, so after a while, Ji Shun Yu started to treat him as a friend. However, this guy was a bit noisy. Ji Shun Yu sometimes got a headache from his noise, so she didn't want to see him too often. Recently, she had been quite fated with this guy. In just half a month, she had already met him twice. However, the last time she met him, he was very depressed, as if he had lost his parents. Ji Shun Yu asked him a few questions, but he seemed to have something he couldn't say, so he just sighed again and again. Ji Shun Yu wasn't someone who liked to force others. Seeing that he wasn't willing to talk, she let it go. She didn't expect that when they met this time, he would be so happy, as if he was a poor scholar who became the top scholar. His eyes were filled with joy. The two of them drank a few cups, and Ji Shun Yu casually joked, "What are you so happy about? Did you get a wife?" Rongyu at Tianhuan smiled like spring flowers blooming. "My cousin, the 8th prince, is back." Ji Shun Yu. She naturally knew who Rongyu at Tianhuan's 8th cousin was. She raised her hand and took a sip of tea. "I also heard about this, but what does his return have to do with you? Do you have to smile like that? This brat couldn't be secretly in love with his 8th brother, right?" Although this world didn't prohibit homosexuality, he wasn't that old. He was the same age as her. When his 8th brother ran away, he wasn't even a year old and was still wearing diapers. How could he have fallen in love with him at that time? Could it be admiration? Rongyu at Tianhuan raised his hand and patted Ji Shun Yu's shoulder, letting out a sigh of relief. "Now that he's back, I won't be forced to marry Ji Shun Yu, that old aunt no one wants." Puffed. Ji Shun Yu spat out a mouthful of tea, spraying it all over Rongyu at Tianhuan's face. "What?" Rongyu at Tianhuan raised his sleeve and calmly wiped his face, saying, "You also think it's inconceivable, right?" Ji Shun Yu coughed twice. "It is indeed unbelievable. Who forced you to marry her?" Rongyu at Tianhuan sighed. "Just half a month ago, our East Sky Emperor summoned me and personally issued a decree. He said that if 8th Imperial Brother didn't come back, I would propose to the Nantian clan in half a year and get engaged to that old grandaunt. Furthermore, I would have to choose a date to get married within 3 months." When this Marquis heard this, it was as if thunder had struck me. However, His Majesty's decree cannot be violated. My little arm can't twist the thigh, so I could only agree. But I was suffering in my heart, and I couldn't tell anyone about it. I could only go out and get drunk. When we met, it was when I was the most hurt. I let Brother Shin see a joke. Come, I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups as an apology. Ji Shun Yu crossed her arms as she watched him drink 3 cups of strong liquor, her expression somewhat unreadable. Rong Yue Tianhuan downed 3 cups. His handsome face was as red as a peach blossom. His eyes were also filled with peach blossom joy. It's good now. 8th Imperial brother is back. He can settle his own fiancée. Your brother, finally don't have to pick up trash. I could be free for a few more years, haha. Trash. Ji Shinyu smiled and raised her wine cup. If that's the case, congratulations. Since you're so happy, then drink a few more cups. Rong Yue Tianhuan, who had always been delicate, was in high spirits today. He was very heroic and immediately slapped the table. All right, we won't leave until we're drunk. Chapter 2635. Rong Yu Tianhuan, the young noble, did not have a high tolerance for alcohol. After a few pots of wine, he was already drunk into a pile of mush. Lying on the table, for some reason, he grabbed Ji Shinyue's hand and said, Brother Shun, you're so good-looking. If you were a woman, this marquis would definitely marry you. Sai, if that Ji Shinyu was like you, even if this marquis had to rob you, I would still bring you home. Ji Shinyu patted his face. Young Duke, I really think that you should wake up. Taking advantage of the situation, he withdrew his hand and waved his sleeve. Rong Yue Tianhuan, who was originally lying on the table, disappeared. Rong Yue Tianhuan had an unknown weakness. He was afraid of skeletons. Whenever he saw a skeleton, he would be scared shitless, and his legs would go soft. He also had another harmless problem. No matter how drunk he was, he would wake up at least once in the middle of the night. Whenever he woke up, he would feel extremely thirsty and would want to find water to drink. In the middle of the night, as expected, he woke up again. His head was heavy from the hangover, and his throat was so dry that it was smoking. He opened his eyes in a daze and looked for water in a daze. He saw a small bowl of water beside him that was shining under the moonlight. He felt as if he had found a treasure. He grabbed the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking it, his mind cleared up a little. He casually looked around and was shocked. The surrounding grass was desolate, and there were countless round grave mounds scattered around. On the big tree above the grave, there were night owls staring at him with their green eyes. His body stiffened. He subconsciously lowered his head and realized that he was lying on top of a grave, and there was a large hole beneath him. However, this was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that he was holding a white skull the size of a bowl in his hand. He vomited violently. There was no other reason other than the fact that the water he drank just now came from inside the skull. In the immortal cloud mountain, the sun rose to the horizon. The sunlight shone down, giving the surrounding withered grass a faint layer of gold. Ji Xinhui raised her head to look at the sky. She pinched her fingers in her sleeves for a moment before her eyes narrowed slightly. This flood dragon liked to roam during the day and travel at night. This was the time when it was sleeping soundly and its movements were the slowest. Furthermore, it could not use many of its ferocious skills at this time. This was the best time to get rid of it. With a wave of her hand, more than 10 wild donkeys flew out from her storage space and landed on the grass beside the coiling dragon stream. Because the flood dragons in the coiling dragon stream were too ferocious, no animals dared to come here for a long time. Therefore, the grass grew very lush. Although it was late autumn and the grass was yellow, it was still good food for the wild donkeys. As soon as the wild donkey landed, it began to eat happily on the grass. From time to time, He would let out a few joyful cries, causing quite a lot of noise. Ji Shinyu hid in the air and watched, patiently waiting for the evil Jiao dragon to appear. The evil Jiao dragon was not only ferocious, but also cunning. It only ate living creatures that had been alive for more than 2 hours. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to poison its food. If the poison was too strong, the bait would die before the flood dragon could eat it. And if the poison was not strong, it would be useless against the evil Jiao dragon. The evil Jiao dragon also did not eat the skin of its prey. Therefore, even if the poison was put on the animal's skin, it would be useless. Those who came to subdue the dragon had used all kinds of poison methods, but none of them worked. The moon on the 15th was full on the 16th. Dear friends, look at your backstage. Do you still have a monthly ticket? If you do, draw a circle for Moo Moo with your monthly ticket. Mwah. Chapter 2636. Ji Shunyu also added something to these wild donkeys, but she didn't let them eat it, nor did she put it on their fur, but on their legs. This poison was extremely strong. A single drop was enough to kill an elephant in an instant. Ji Shunyu wrapped them in wax pills, and then planted them in the flesh of the wild donkey's hind legs. Wild donkeys were good at running, and when they ran, their leg muscles would exert force, and their blood would flow faster, which would slowly corrode the wax pills in their flesh. Once the wax pills broke, the poison would come out, and the poison would naturally take effect. Ji Shinyu's wax pills were very delicate and could stay in the wild donkeys' bodies for 3 hours without breaking. So these wild donkeys would be fine for a short period of time. Their lively jumping was perfect for becoming the evil flood dragon's food. If there were no accidents, the poison would take effect after the evil flood dragon ate the wild donkeys. Ji Shunyu had already figured out the evil flood dragon's habits, so she was very confident now. Just as she expected, 2 hours later, the waves in the coiling dragon stream surged, and a huge monster came out of the sky, bringing with it wind and rain. When it came out of the water, it was only the size of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but when it flew into the air, it grew as the wind blew and instantly covered the sky like a dark green cloud. Its eyes were like millstones, its body like a mountain, and every scale on its body was the size of a pot lid, emitting a cold green light. It raised its head and roared, causing all the mountains around it to tremble. Ji Shunyu, who was hiding in the dark, also felt her heart tremble. This flood dragon was different from the one described in the documents, and it was several times bigger. Could have evolved? When such a ferocious creature appeared, it would bring with it an overwhelming pressure. It didn't need to do anything, and those wild donkeys that were lying and eating grass directly fell to the ground, trembling in fear but didn't dare to move. The flood dragon circled down, and with a swipe of its sharp claws, it could tear off an entire donkey's skin and then swallow it whole. This scene was a little bloody, and even Ji Shunyu felt her scalp tighten when she saw it. She held her saber and waited behind the clouds, waiting for the moment the evil flood dragon's poison would take effect. With so many poison pills, even if they couldn't kill it, they should be able to poison it to death, right? In the eyes of the evil Jiao dragon, the donkeys were just a few desserts. In the blink of an eye, they were all eaten. The grass was covered in blood, and the donkey skins were scattered all over the ground. Ji Shunyu silently calculated the time, calculating that the wax skin of the poison pill should have melted by now, and the poison should have entered the evil flood dragon's stomach. She waited for a moment, then quietly parted the clouds around her and looked down. Then he was stunned. The evil flood dragon was nowhere to be found. Could it be that after eating, it fell into the water? Her water escape technique wasn't good enough. If they were to fight in the water, she would most likely be no match for him. She waited for a while, but there was still no movement from the coiling dragon stream. At this time, it should have been poisoned, and the poison was extremely strong, so it should be violently rolling and struggling. Then why was the water surface as calm as a mirror? Ji Shunyu couldn't figure it out, so she simply stretched out her hand, parting all the clouds around her. Just as she was about to rush down to take a look, she suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and her body rolled in the clouds like lightning. A green light with a fishy smell flew past her body, directly shattering the rolling clouds around her. The aftermath of the green light cut a mountain peak not far away, cutting off half of the mountain peak. Chapter 26:37. A piece of Ji Xinyu's clothes was cut off by the green light, but luckily she was not injured. She jumped up and saw that the missing flood dragon appeared above her. Its body had shrunk by several sizes, but its terrifying aura was several times stronger. At this moment, it was staring at her with a pair of blood-red eyes, and the corner of its ugly mouth was half raised, like a proud and mocking smile. It was not poisoned. Ji Xinyu's heart skipped a beat. She could not believe it. She clearly saw the flood dragon swallow all the donkey meat. Moreover, in order to prevent the flood dragon from tearing the donkey's skin, she planted the wax pills very deep, and even planted them on the donkey's thigh where the meat was the most abundant, so it was impossible for them to be torn out. Even if one or two pills were torn out, it was impossible for all of them to be torn out, right? As if to answer her doubts, the evil flood dragon opened its mouth wide, and more than a dozen bright red, finger-sized objects shot towards Ji Xinyu. These were the poison pills she had planted on the donkey's body. 18 pills, not a single one missing. This flood dragon was really smart. It actually found out in advance and removed the pills. Those dozen pills came at her fiercely. Ji Xinyu did not dare to use her knife to cut them, in case she cut the wax and the poison inside sprayed all over her body. She dodged to the side and dodged. The 18 pills shot down to the cliff below, and all of them were embedded in the rocks. After a few popping sounds, the cliff quickly turned black and then shattered. The flood dragon looked down, then suddenly raised its head and let out a long roar, and pounced towards Ji Xinyu with the wind and rain. It was very obvious that it was angry. This evil Jiao dragon was really cunning. At this time, Ji Xinyu could only fight. Fortunately, she had done enough homework beforehand and knew the flood dragon's moves. She had already planned a way to deal with it in advance, so she was not too flustered when fighting with this flood dragon. In order to make it easier for her to hide on the clouds, she wore a white robe and held a simple and majestic golden machete in her hand. The machete swayed slightly, and a several zhang-tall blade light flew out, slashing towards the flood dragon like a storm. The man and the flood dragon began fighting in midair. This flood dragon was of the water attribute. Even if it was fighting in the air, its every move would cause waves to fill the sky. Wherever it went, it would turn into a vast swamp. If Ji Xinyu was not careful, she would be in danger of being swallowed by the swamp. Both of them used their own tricks and fought fiercely in the air. The entire immortal cloud mountain was enveloped in lightning and thunder. The rumbling sounds were like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, causing the entire ground to tremble. The clouds flew around like crazy, and the trees and boulders on the mountain peak were also blown away by the fierce wind from the fight. They flew all over the sky, and the momentum was astonishing. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the soldiers who had been wandering around the periphery of the immortal cloud mountain, because they were afraid of being ambushed by the evil flood dragon. The place where these soldiers and generals were patrolling was a full 30 miles away from the immortal cloud mountain. From such a great distance, they could not see clearly what was happening in the immortal cloud mountain, no matter how hard they tried. They could only faintly see the clouds and mist in the distant sky surging crazily, as if a storm was coming. But they could still clearly hear the sounds from the fight between the man and the flood dragon, especially the flood dragon's roar. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Even from such a great distance, it still caused them to see stars. Chapter 26:38. Especially that flood dragon's roar, it was simply deafening. Even though they were so far away, it still shook them until they saw stars. Even the buildings not far away were shaken by the roar. There were many people who came to Immortal Cloud Mountain to subdue the flood dragon, but this was the first time someone fought with the flood dragon and caused such a big commotion. Due to the great disparity in strength between the enemy and themselves, Most of the people who went to Immortal Cloud Mountain to subdue the Flood Dragon were either killed and fled or became food for the Flood Dragon. Even if they could really fight with the Flood Dragon, they could at most last for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, Immortal Cloud Mountain would return to its frightening calm. But this time, the fierce fighting sound had already lasted for more than 4 hours, and there was still no sign of it weakening. Being so far away, everyone's ears were muddled and the soles of their feet were numb. They were simply unable to run into check. No one dared to go into check. Everyone could only stay in place and watch the wind and clouds roll in the sky, curiosity rising in their hearts. Who was the person fighting with the Flood Dragon? To be able to hold on for so long. One must know that when the sect master of Purple Cloud sect came, even with his great ability, he could only hold on for 2 hours. When he came out, he was covered in injuries. If he did not know the escape technique, he would have lost his life inside. Now the fight inside had lasted for so long. While the soldiers sent people to deliver the news to South Sky Emperor, they were also guessing. One person suddenly had an epiphany. Do you guys think it could be that Eastern Sky Clan's 8th prince? I heard that when he came back, he had already cultivated to high immortal. He should be the #1 person in the world. Perhaps only he has this ability. It's possible. After all, he is our Southern Sky Clan's son-in-law. Although he is unmarried, he silently ran away from the marriage for so long, causing our princess to become the laughingstock of the world. Perhaps he felt apologetic and heard that the Flood Dragon appeared here, so he specially came to subdue it to give our Southern Sky Clan an explanation. Perhaps so. However, our people didn't see how he got in. So many people, yet no one noticed. I heard that this 8th Prince Rongyu not only has high martial arts, he is also the #1 handsome man in the world. As soon as he came back, he caused a sensation in the Eastern Sky Clan. Wherever he went, those women would express their goodwill one after another, throwing flower and fruit handkerchiefs. It is said that wherever he went, there would be a sensation. By the way, you said that he is so outstanding now and is already the #1 person in the Fanning continent. Would someone like him still fancy our country's 3rd princess? This is hard to say. After all, our princess doesn't have a good reputation. Nonsense. Isn't it all because of him that our princess has a bad reputation? Actually, our princess isn't that bad either. His voice trailed off as he spoke the last sentence. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The ranks of these people were not high, and all they knew about Princess Ji Shanyue were rumors. None of them had actually seen her in person. It could also be said that on this continent, there were not many people who had actually seen Princess Ji Shanyue. She was sent to the Purple Cloud sect when she was still a child, and the Purple Cloud sect's rules were notoriously strict. Before cultivating to a certain level, they were not allowed to leave the sect. Although the Purple Cloud sect was a famous sect, it did not have many disciples, only about 20. Any one of them would be an absolute expert on the Fanning continent. Chapter 2639. And these people basically stood aloof from worldly affairs. They would occasionally go down the mountain, and their mouths would be tighter than a clam shell. It was impossible to dig out any gossip about Princess Ji Xinyu from their mouths. Later on, Princess Ji Xinyu returned from her studies, but every time she came and went in a hurry, and most of the time she wore a veil. After so many years, the number of people who could truly see Princess Ji Xianyu's true appearance could be counted on one's fingers. So, in the rumors about this princess on this continent, there were even some who said that she was incomparably ugly, completely different from her 2 sisters. Everyone here was discussing spiritedly, and naturally took out Ji Xinyu's shortcomings and repeated them one by one. Even if His Highness the 8th Prince marries our 3rd princess out of righteousness, I'm afraid she can only be his official consort in name. In the future, he will definitely take in beautiful concubines. Sigh, our 3rd princess's fate is worrying. Maybe His Highness the 8th Prince will not even be willing to marry her after seeing her like this, and will directly break off the engagement. He probably won't break off the engagement. After all, he has delayed our 3rd princess for so many years. If he breaks off the engagement now, it will be too unreasonable. I'm afraid His Majesty will directly fall out with the East Sky Emperor. Sigh. Who knows about the affairs of these important people? But I feel that His Highness the Eighth Prince won't be so heartless, right? This is hard to say. I heard that His Highness the Eighth Prince was originally not satisfied with this marriage, so he simply walked away. It was the East Sky Emperor who took his birth characters and used a special method to arrange this marriage on his behalf. This marriage was originally not something he wanted to arrange, and was not arranged by him personally. If he insists on breaking off the engagement, we can't say that he is heartless. These people were discussing heatedly when suddenly there was a slight breeze in the air, and a long sigh seemed to brush past their ears. Everyone was shocked, and they all raised their weapons and shouted, "Who?" However, the breeze was cold, and the sun was setting. Where was the person? The place they were at was an open space, without any cover or obstruction. It belonged to the type where one could see several miles away. Even if a mouse scurried past here, they would be able to see and distinguish its gender. But now, they clearly heard that sigh in their ears, but they could not see the person. Haunted. Everyone looked at each other, and everyone felt the hair on their backs stand up. Rong Yuetian waved his fan as he casually stood on top of a big tree. To be honest, he was a little depressed. Ugly, not good at needlework, likes to play with knives and sticks, rude and uncultured, and has an inferiority complex, unwilling to meet people. So this was the label that his fiancée had attached to her body. Her inferiority complex was probably caused by him. After all, she had lived with rumors for so long. No matter how strong a girl was, she would feel inferior because of these rumors. But he was ugly, not good at needlework, liked to play with knives and sticks, and was rude and uncultured. These shouldn't be his reasons, right? Of course, he didn't care if the woman knew how to sew. Even if his future wife didn't know how to sew, he wouldn't mind. Being fond of wielding swords and sticks was even less of a problem. These Un's women were also fond of wielding swords and sticks. Didn't they still captivate a lot of people? Even the 10,000-year-old ice cube melted, willingly turning into something soft. Every time he saw the Dizun couple showing off their affection, he felt like he was being abused. What did Ning Shuima say about this situation? Spread a handful of dog food and violently abuse the single dogs? Therefore, it was not a problem for a woman to dislike needlework and enjoy wielding swords and sticks. He even liked it. However, being rude and uncultured, this was really not his cup of tea. Chapter 2640. Whether it was in the Tianxi continent or the Fanning continent, Rong Yutianlan was the most cultured, most elegant, and most elegant handsome man. He was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He could recite poems and compose essays as soon as he opened his mouth. He was truly a standard culture person. He was a great scholar, and no one was an amateur. How could his wife be a rude and uncultured person? Therefore, he had to withdraw from this engagement. He sighed softly and tapped the space between his eyebrows with the fan. If his fiancée was outstanding in all kinds of ways, it would be fine. He wouldn't feel guilty if he withdrew from the engagement. If she was outstanding, even if he withdrew from the engagement, she could quickly find a good marriage partner. But she was like this. She was already an old lady because of him. If he withdrew from the engagement, he was afraid that the rumors would be even more widespread. It would be difficult for her to find a good marriage partner. No good family would want to marry her, right? He couldn't bear this result. Rong Yutianlan waved the fan and touched his little conscience to reflect there. He thought there for a moment, and his heart suddenly moved. 9 out of 10 men were ugly. The reason why his fiancée couldn't get married easily was most likely because of her ugly appearance. However, he was good at a kind of face-changing technique. He could use a kind of surgery and magic to turn something rotten into something magical. Even if she was ugly, he could use this method to change her into a stunning beauty. Then, after he withdrew from the engagement, he would perform a cosmetic surgery for her. As long as she was beautiful and had the status of a princess, she wouldn't have to worry about not being able to get married in the future. Yes, this was the idea. As for the South Heaven Arch, he was indeed sorry. But there was no other way. He always had a hazy woman in his heart. Every time he thought of her, his heart would hurt. The ancestor said that the red wand star was moving, so he should find that woman and not others. Not to mention that this third princess had so many shortcomings. Even if she was a perfect and peerless beauty, this engagement still had to be withdrawn. He would also give an explanation to the South Heaven Arch. He shaded his eyes with his hand and looked at the billowing smoke in the distance. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but he could see it very clearly. He saw a white figure moving like lightning, fighting fiercely with the incomparably huge evil flood dragon. Both the man and the dragon were extremely fast. If he hadn't cultivated to this level, and his eyesight could be described as abnormal, he probably wouldn't have been able to see the changes in their moves. He looked at it for a moment and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He himself was an absolute expert, so he could naturally see the strength of both sides while watching the battle. That evil Jiao dragon was as abnormal as the rumors said. It was hard to imagine that a flood dragon could cultivate to such a level. Its abnormal level was not something that the experts of this world could subdue. It was no wonder that so many experts had returned in defeat. Even if it was him, if it was 3,000 years ago, he would have no chance of winning against this evil Jiao dragon. It would be good if he could last for 4 hours. But now, he actually saw that the white-robed man and the evil flood dragon were evenly matched. After fighting for so long, the white-robed man still did not show any signs of defeat. He was extremely valiant. He didn't expect there to be such an expert on the Sanskrit continent. Moreover, it was a woman. Interesting. Although the woman used a camouflage technique to change into a man's body, this camouflage technique could only block the eyes of people who were weaker than her, but it couldn't block the eyes of people like Rongyue Tanlan, who was extremely powerful. So he could see through her disguise at a glance and see her original body. Chapter 26:41. Because the distance was too far, Rongyue Shenlin could only see her figure clearly. He couldn't see her delicate appearance for a while. He could only see that the woman's figure seemed to be very good. When she fought, it was actually very pleasing to the eye. Rongyue Shenlin liked to look at beautiful women. In his own words, he was romantic but not vulgar. He had always liked to appreciate all kinds of beautiful women, but that was all. It was like admiring a beautiful painting or a wonderful poem. He also had a tender heart for the fairer sex. Just like if a beautiful jade fell into the swamp, he would pick it up and wipe it clean with heartache. When a beauty was in trouble, he also liked to help. Now, he was watching the battle between the beauty and the dragon in the distant sky. Based on his experience, the beauty's fighting ability was slightly weaker than the dragon's. It would be fine if the battle lasted for 4 hours, but after 4 hours, the beauty's physical strength was limited after all, and he was afraid that she would be defeated. If she was defeated in such a situation, he was afraid that she wouldn't get anything good out of it. The evil dragon had been hit by several of her big moves. Although it didn't cause fatal damage, it had taken off several of its scales and scratched several parts of its body. It was probably the first time in its life that the evil dragon had suffered such a big loss. It was so angry that even its scales were standing up. Once the girl was defeated, the evil dragon would definitely chew her to pieces. He leaped up and flew toward the battlefield. His speed was naturally very fast. A distance of dozens of miles was just a blink of an eye for him. The circle of the battle between the woman and the evil dragon was very large. The murderous aura formed when the two fought turned everything within a radius of 10 miles into powder. The murderous aura was so strong that ordinary immortals couldn't get close at all. If they did, they would either die or be injured. However, Rongyue Shenlin was very close. He was so close that he could almost touch the evil dragon's tail. The evil dragon and the woman naturally noticed him, the intruder. This evil dragon already had the intelligence of a human, and it was even smarter than most people. When it saw Rongyue Shenlin's relaxed expression, it knew that the other party was a strong opponent. Its eyes were wide open, and its whole body was on guard. The woman glanced at him in the midst of the battle. She seemed to be shocked by his kung fu. However, she only glanced at him once. The people who were in the middle of an intense battle did not have the extra energy to pay attention to their surroundings. Her sixth sense told her that this person wasn't an enemy. He was most likely here to kill the Flood Dragon. After all, there were too many people who wanted to kill the Flood Dragon, and this man should be one of them. Because the Flood Dragon was too famous and too dangerous, the capable people of this continent had already listed it as their #1 enemy. Of course, if anyone could kill it, they would immediately become famous. Even a nobody was no exception. Because of this, although the people who came to find trouble with the evil Flood Dragon were defeated wave after wave, they still came one after another. Obviously, Ji Xinyue also thought that Rongyue Tianlan was such a person. So after glancing at him, she stopped looking at him and focused on fighting the evil Flood Dragon. Rongyue Tianlan stood at the side leisurely, allowing the man and the beast to fight until the sky turned dark, but she didn't have any intention of stepping forward to help. According to the rules of world of martial arts, when one person was farming a boss, the other person was not allowed to steal the boss before the victor was decided, unless they were invited by the first person. Otherwise, they would be despised by the entire Fannian continent. Chapter 2642. After all, Rongyue Tianlan was born and raised on this continent, so he understood these rules very well. Therefore, he patiently stood outside the circle as a bystander. He had no interest in snatching the kill, nor did he expect to become famous by killing the Flood Dragon. These were all fleeting clouds to him. He just couldn't bear to see a beauty become food. He was prepared to extend his small hand to help this girl escape when the time came. As he got closer, he finally saw the girl's appearance clearly, and his heart skipped a beat. This girl was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Her figure was also very good, belonging to the type of femme fatale. Such a girl should have been raised in a boudoir, embroidered, recited poems, and had a group of servants waiting on her. A few drops of tears could attract countless heroes, and with this good appearance, she could find a good husband, be rich and leisurely, and be pampered for the rest of her life. She could get everything she wanted with her face, but she had to rely on skills and strength. And her strength was so strong, so high. Rongyue Tianlan looked at Ji Xinyue's moves, and a rare look of admiration appeared in his eyes. This girl was an anomaly. He didn't expect to meet such a special girl on this trip back. It was quite interesting. He paid attention to her moves again, and his heart skipped a beat. This girl's kung fu was somewhat similar to the Ziyun sect's kung fu, but it wasn't completely. There seemed to be some kung fu that he had never seen before, but felt inexplicably familiar. Rongyue Tianlan knew better than anyone how difficult it was to cultivate kung fu. It required one to work hard and be able to endure hardships. This girl clearly looked delicate, but he didn't expect her to be so good at fighting and to be able to cultivate such profound kung fu. Rongyue Tianlan had always been more respectful towards people who were serious and hardworking, and his expression gradually became serious. He looked at Ji Xinyue's clothes. She was wearing very ordinary, an ordinary white shirt, ordinary boots, and even the hairpin that tied her hair looked like an ordinary white jade hairpin. There was nothing valuable on her body. She didn't seem to come from a good background, probably from an ordinary family. Men's clothing, profound kung fu, and ordinary clothes, it was easy for people to guess her background and purpose for coming here. She probably wanted to use killing the Flood Dragon to become famous and gain the relevant reputation and status. She was a girl who wanted to rely on her real ability to make a living. Rongyue Tianlan's eyes flashed with appreciation. Perhaps he should help her. He couldn't help her out in the open. Otherwise, the girl would think that he was here to steal her kill. He simply sat down on a cloud and waved his fan as he watched the battle in high spirits. His fingers in his sleeves curled slightly, as if he was making some kind of spell. In the battle just now, Ji Xinyue was a girl after all. After such a long and intense battle, she gradually lost her strength and fell into a disadvantage. The evil Jiao Dragon, on the other hand, became more and more courageous as it fought. It spat out clouds and fog, bit and tore with its claws. Its 18 types of martial arts became more and more proficient, and its moves became more and more ruthless. If this continued, Ji Xinyue would definitely lose in less than an hour. However, ever since Rongyue Tianlan came, the evil dragon suddenly realized that it was easy to deviate when it made a move. It wanted to shoot dozens of ice arrows, but as soon as it opened its mouth, its throat itched, and it couldn't help but sneeze. More than 10 ice arrows shot out from its nostrils. Because they were not aimed at their targets, these ice arrows shot towards the ground beneath their feet. It had knocked down a mountain peak, but Ji Shunyue was unharmed. Chapter 2643. What made it even more furious was that its nasal cavity was rather delicate, and the ice arrow should not have gone there at all. With this deviation, not only did it not hurt its opponent, it even cut its own nasal cavity a few times. It was burning with pain. Another example was when Ji Shunyue attacked aggressively. It raised its claws, wanting to build an ice wall in front of it. Unexpectedly, just as it raised its claws, it felt a sudden pain under its armpit, and its claws shook. The ice wall that was supposed to be built in front of it flew up into the sky, and then fell straight down like a large ice blade, smashing into its own back. When it first built the ice wall, it was afraid that it was not thick enough, but now it felt that it was too heavy, and it almost threw up from the impact. There were countless examples like this. In a fight, a slight mistake could lead to a huge difference. Its consecutive mistakes naturally gave Ji Shunyue an opportunity, and she ruthlessly slashed the evil Jiao dragon countless times. A few of the blades still hit its vital parts. If it wasn't for its tough skin that could withstand all the damage from the divine weapons, those few blades would have taken its life. Even so, its whole body was in pain from the slashes, and it became irritable when it was in pain, and now it was almost jumping with rage. Its roar almost pierced through the clouds and shook the whole earth. It was not stupid, and by now already knew who was causing trouble in the dark. It originally did not want to pay attention, mainly because it did not want to drag another opponent into the battle, which would be very disadvantageous for it. However, that person's influence on it could not be underestimated, and as long as it had the slightest advantage, it would immediately be plotted against and suffer countless losses in silence. Ji Shunyue naturally also noticed the abnormality and quickly glanced at Rendezvous Audiobook. Rendezvous Audiobook had been sitting there quietly, and his expression was like a peach forest, very leisurely and carefree. The fan in his hand swayed slightly, and the wind blew a few strands of his hair, making him look even more carefree and unruly. His appearance was a rare beauty, as clear as an ink painting of a landscape. He sat there, with his black hair, blue clothes, and white clouds, making people's eyes light up at first sight. This man was a femme fatale. Moreover, he was the kind of elegant, black-bellied, noble young master. This kind of man could easily move the hearts of young girls. Even if he didn't speak, he could probably arouse the hearts of countless young girls. He held a folding fan and looked at the battlefield. His excessively handsome face had an inexplicably focused expression, especially his eyes. They seemed to contain the winding mountains and rivers. The waves were vast and mighty, and when they curved slightly, there seemed to be waves of light floating. At this moment, this pair of eyes fell on Ji Shunyue. Ji Shunyue glanced at him, and their eyes met. He actually smiled at her, his smile like a beautiful spring day, as if there were heavenly flowers falling with his smile. Ji Shunyue calmly averted her gaze. This was clearly a handsome man who could almost be called a disaster. But when Ji Shunyue saw him, she felt an inexplicable irritation. She didn't want to take another look at it. Rong Yuishinlin raised her hand to touch her nose and coughed lightly. There was no woman in this world who would not be stunned when they saw him. Even Ning Xiuema, who already had a great god in her heart, looked at him a few more times when she first saw him. However, this young girl in front of him did not seem to take his graceful bearing seriously at all, and looked at him as if she was looking at a lump of cloud. Why was his presence so weak now? Or is there something wrong with him that caused his charm to drop? Chapter 2644. Why was his presence so weak now? Or was there something wrong with him that made his charm drop? He casually took out a small mirror from somewhere and looked at himself. There was nothing wrong with him. He was still handsome and elegant enough to be drawn by a divine brush. Or was it that this little girl's eyesight was not good enough and did not see his gorgeous face? Then he moved closer. He did not move, but the cloud beneath him squeezed closer to the battle circle. He accidentally pushed his head too far and almost bumped into the evil flood dragon. The evil dragon was on guard against him and was shocked when it suddenly saw him so close. It subconsciously slapped him with its tail. Its original intention was to slap him further away from the battle, but it did not expect to not only fail to force this strange spectator to retreat, but also hit the small mirror in his hand with its tail. The small mirror flew out and turned into powder in the air. Not even a shard of glass was left behind. It had poke a hornet's nest this time. The man who was watching the battle leisurely looked as if his beloved treasure had been smashed. He glared at it and said, "The city gate is on fire, and I am just an innocent bystander. Stupid loach, give me back my yin-yang mirror." He stretched out his arm, and a bright sword appeared in his hand. The tip of the sword was pointed at the evil dragon's nose. The evil dragon was speechless. Ji Shunyu was speechless. Rongyue Tanlan smiled at Ji Shunyu and said, "Brother, it's not that I want to join the battle, but this loach has gone too far. It actually attacked an innocent passerby like me. Let me take my revenge first. I will return this monster to you later." Rongyue Tianlan had always been a considerate person. Since the other party had transformed into a man, he did not have to expose her identity as a woman. So he addressed Ji Shunyu as brother. Ji Shunyu was a straightforward person. In the fierce battle with the evil dragon, she actually retreated in his direction and replied with one word, "Okay." She retreated too quickly, and the evil dragon was smashing an ice ball the size of a small mountain towards her. This time, it was diverted by her, and the ice ball did not hit Ji Shunyu, but almost hit Rongyue Tianlan's head. Rongyue Shenlin picked up his fan and casually flicked it. The ice ball spun in the air and was deflected back by him. The huge ice ball flew back at a much faster speed than before. The evil Jiao dragon couldn't dodge in time and was hit on the head by the ice ball, causing it to feel dizzy for a while. Ji Shunyu retreated far away to the side. She heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did she realize that after fighting for so long, her clothes were already drenched in sweat. She looked like she had just been fished out of the water, and her hair was stuck to her scalp. Fortunately, she was now in the form of a man. Otherwise, with these clothes sticking so tightly to her body, her true form would have been exposed. She wiped the sweat on her forehead with her hand and brushed back the hair that almost covered her eyes. She let out a long sigh of relief. After resting for a while, she felt that her hands and feet were trembling. She was really an arrow at the end of its flight. This man who had appeared out of nowhere made a move at the right time. She looked at the battlefield and saw that the devilishly beautiful man was already fighting with the flood dragon. This person looked cultured and refined, like a scholar who had come to the capital to take the imperial examinations. He looked as if he did not have the strength to truss a chicken, but she did not expect his moves to be so fierce. He used two types of weapons. One was a light folding fan, and the other was a treasure sword that shone with a cold light. The treasure sword was used as an attack. With a raise of his hand, it could transform into thousands of treasure swords, attacking the evil dragon from all directions without any blind spots. Chapter 26:45. With a folding fan as a defense. When the evil flood dragon spat out ice blades and ice arrows, they were all deflected by the folding fan that looked like it would break with a pull. The moves he used were also ones that Ji Shunyu had never seen before. Perhaps he was as immovable as a mountain, his entire body shrouded in a gentle blue light, and the treasured sword and folding fan danced around him, making him look like a Buddha standing in the light of Buddha. Or he circled around the evil flood dragon, his movements light and graceful, like a dragon flying in the sky. The moves he used were extremely powerful, causing the evil flood dragon to suffer greatly. The scales on its body were missing piece by piece. The evil flood dragon was furious. The person in front of it was too despicable. It was as if he didn't like its scales, so he focused on peeling them off. Peeling off scales was also very painful. It was like peeling off its skin. The evil flood dragon deeply felt that it would be better to have its flesh cut off instead of being peeled off. In the past year, many people had tried to subdue it, but none of them were as abnormal as the one in front of it. It was completely against its definition of an immortal. The immortals it had seen were all merciful and did things in an open and above-board manner. When they attacked its vital parts, making it the goal to kill it. Unlike the person in front of it, his goal was to torture it. He also didn't seem to be here to kill it, but to use it as a practice tool. The evil flood dragon even suspected that the person in front of it had taken a fancy to its scales and wanted to peel them all off and let it run around naked. Too wretched. Perhaps it was because of the fight just now, but the evil flood dragon felt that its movements were not as agile as before. When it was fighting with Ji Shunyu, it could still scratch her with its claws from time to time, causing her to be slightly injured. But when it was fighting with the person in front of it, it had already used all of its strength, but it couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. This feeling of being able to see but not being able to hit was extremely frustrating. This was the first time the evil flood dragon had fought in such a cowardly manner. Its thoughts were already completely human, and it could understand human language, but it couldn't speak. Otherwise, it would have already scolded this person for being shameless. It roared in the flood dragon language to express its anger and disdain. Rongyu Tianlan acted as if she didn't hear anything. She played with her sword even more happily and leisurely said, "I'm a person who values fairness the most. You attacked me, an innocent passerby, and broke my yin-yang mirror. Naturally, you have to pay for this. Let's use your scale armor as a bargaining chip. Since my yin-yang mirror has shattered into 9,999 pieces, then this island lord will also peel 9,999 pieces of your Qilin. It's a fair trade, a fair trade. Are you convinced? Submit my ass. Submit my ass." The evil flood dragon couldn't curse, so it could only roar. Roar. Rong Yuetian dug her ears and said in a calm voice, "It's fine as long as you're convinced. You don't have to shout so loudly. I understand. You know nothing." The evil Jiao dragon was so angry that smoke was almost coming out of its head. For the first time in his life, he hated himself for not being able to speak human language. It looked down on humans the most. Therefore, although it was successful in its cultivation, it always appeared in its original form. It was too lazy to cultivate into a human form, so naturally, it was too lazy to speak human language. It thought that as long as it could understand, it was fine. There was no need to speak the language of this lowly race. Now it regretted it, but it didn't have time to apply what it had learned. Rong Yuetian was actually having a good time fighting. It had been a long time since he had such a good fight. Although his original deity rank wasn't very high, he was very good at fighting. Back then, when he was in the Fanine continent, he was already invincible. Chapter 2646. It was lonely at the top, and a life without an opponent was as lonely as snow. That was why he ran away. Running away from the marriage was one thing, but looking for an opponent was another. He finally met an opponent in the Tianxi continent, Shun Jiuli. This opponent was too abnormal. He had completely defeated him at that time. This made him depressed, but it also made him want to cultivate. He often challenged Shun Jiuli to a fight. Although he was defeated every time, his kung fu was improving rapidly as if he was riding on a rocket. The only regret was that Shun Jiuli didn't like to fight. Every time he wanted to fight with him, he had to think of a lot of reasons. Sometimes he even had to promise a lot of benefits to the D-Zone. He felt that he was quite miserable. He had to give others benefits and ask them to beat him up. After fighting with the D-Zone for so many years, his kung fu was no longer the same as before. Moreover, his kung fu had been influenced by the D-Zone for so many years. It was no longer the same style as before. The D-Zone preferred to play chess with him and didn't like to fight. The others were no match for Rongyu Tianlan, so Rongyu Tianlan hadn't had a good fight for many years. Now he actually met this evil dragon. Although its kung fu wasn't as good as his, it wasn't weak. Rongyu Tianlan was itching to fight before he fought. Now that he was fighting, he felt great. He was in high spirits. Peeling the scales was a delicate job, so Rongyu Tianlan and the evil dragon fought for a long time. Ji Shanyue was paying attention to the battle at first, but later she sat on a mountain and closed her eyes to meditate. Only by meditating could she recover faster. When she meditated, There was a faint pink light circulating around her body. This was the protective light. With this layer of light, even if she was attacked, she would be safe and sound. Rongyue Tianlan could still spare some attention to look at her during the fight. When he saw the faint pink light around her body, his heart suddenly jumped. It was as if he was hit by something. The pink figure flashed in his mind, as if it could overlap with the woman in front of him. He was distracted for a moment, and the evil dragon's claw hooked the corner of his clothes. Chi! With a loud sound, a large slit appeared at the corner of his clothes, and his lapel also fell apart. Stupid Loach, how dare you ruin my clothes? Don't you know how valuable it is? Our feud is huge. Rongyue Tianlan was furious. With a casual flick of his hand, he tossed his outer robe to Ji Shangyue, who was meditating below. Ji Shanyu had just finished her meditation, and before she could get up, her face was covered by the robe. She reached out and pulled it down. Before she could see clearly what it was, Rongyue Tianlan's voice was heard. It's broken. I'll have to trouble you to sew it for me. Ji Shanyue's lips twitched slightly. Did she look like someone who knew how to sew? She casually put the robe aside, not intending to care about it. Inadvertently, he lowered his head and found that his robe was torn in several places. One of them was at his chest and abdomen, and there was a big hole. Although she had used the transfiguration spell, and others saw her as a man, she could still see her original body. The hole in her chest exposed more than half of her chest. When the breeze blew, the hole was very cool. They were all exposed. Ji Shanyue subconsciously grabbed Rongyue Tianlan's robe and used it to cover her chest. She then raised her head to look at Rongyue Tianlan. He was focused on fighting the evil dragon and did not look at her. This person was indeed a pervert. Even when he was fighting in a robe, he still looked elegant and graceful, as if he could enter a painting at any time. Chapter 2647. Ji Shanyu stood up, turned around, and went behind a big rock. She took out a new robe from her storage space and put it on before walking out. She looked at the battlefield again, and her gaze focused slightly on Rongyue Tianlan. He was as beautiful as a painting, abnormally high in martial arts, elegant, and humorous. Such a man couldn't be a nobody. The reason why she didn't recognize him was because he was someone who had just come to this continent. When these characteristics were put together, Ji Shanyu quickly formed a name in her heart. Rongyue Tianlan, her unmarried husband, the one who left for 3,000 years and made her the laughingstock of the entire Fanning continent. She didn't expect to meet him for the first time under such circumstances. Ji Shanyu's mood was very complicated. Who would have their entire life affected by one person? From a little princess who was loved by everyone to an abandoned woman who was not loved by her grandmother, uncles, or a lot of rumors. When she saw the main culprit, her mood would not be good. There was definitely resentment, and it wasn't small. When she was still a young girl with a fragile heart, she hated this person so much that she gritted her teeth. At that time, if she was in the present, she would probably have swung a knife and slashed him directly. But now, she felt much calmer. As expected, people matured after experience and thought about things more maturely. She was no longer the naive little princess of the past. She had also secretly investigated the matter of the betrothal. At that time, he was a young man in his prime, with beautiful women by his side. His robes were implicated in the affectionate gazes of countless women, and the hearts of countless young girls stopped for him. He was known as the most handsome man in the Fanning continent. Such a man was not someone who could be tied down by ordinary women, not to mention that he was forced to be engaged to a little girl in swaddling clothes. It was no wonder that he was scared away and ran away for more than 3,000 years. It was his parents and her parents who were anxious for success that made it like this. She couldn't blame him. However, although she understood this rationally, it was indeed this person in front of her who caused her to fall into such a situation. No wonder she instinctively felt that he was an eyesore when she saw him just now. As expected, her sixth sense was the wisest. She gave a thumbs up to her sixth sense. She was not a saint, so it was impossible for her to not have any hatred in her heart. It was also impossible for her to bury the hatchet with a smile. much less become friends with him. Now, Rong Yuishinlin was completely beating up the evil dragon. Most of the scales on the evil dragon's body had been peeled off. At this moment, it almost had no strength to fight back. In that case, it would only take a few minutes for him to get rid of the evil flood dragon. Since he could get rid of the evil flood dragon, there was no need for her to stay here. She only wanted to get rid of the evil Jiao dragon and didn't want to take the credit. Just let him take the credit. After all, it should have been his anyway. She placed Rongyue Tianlan's clothes on a relatively conspicuous large rock, turned around, and left. Whoosh! The sound of the wind above his head suddenly became fierce. Ambushed. Her instincts as a martial artist made her subconsciously counterattack. PFFF. Her saber cut into the flesh with sound. She almost sprayed blood all over her face. She hurriedly dodged and finally managed to avoid it. This island master's revenge is complete. I'll return this monster to you. Rong Yuishinlin's clear voice sounded from below. Ji Shunyue. However, she didn't have time to argue with Rong Yuishinlin. Chapter 2648. Because this guy was too immoral, he deliberately dodged towards Ji Shunyue during the fight with the evil dragon, causing the evil dragon to pounce on Ji Shunyue subconsciously. Ji Shunyue subconsciously slashed at it again, right on the neck of the evil dragon that had lost its scales, cutting half a foot deep. The evil dragon was already angry from being teased by Rong Yuishinlin, but could not do anything to her. Now that it was hit by her, its target of hatred immediately changed. They attacked her fiercely from head to toe. The evil dragon probably wanted to get back at her, so it used all its remaining strength. Once it went all out, its power was not to be underestimated. The storm of attacks made Ji Shunyue unable to pay attention to Rong Yuishinlin, who was watching the show below with her arms crossed. Ji Shunyue was not easy to deal with. Moreover, she had rested for so long, and her energy was almost fully recovered. After watching the fight between Rong Yuishinlin and it, she figured out some ways to deal with it. Most importantly, more than half of the scales on the dragon's body were gone, and they were all the important parts. Without the protection of the scales, how could it ignore Ji Shunyue's big knife? Her big knife was very deadly when she waved it around. As long as it hit its body, it would leave a big, bloody wound. Moreover, the wounds were getting deeper and deeper each time. An hour later, the evil dragon's corpse was lying on the hillside, its body cut up like a braised fish. Its two eyes were wide open, as if it had died with a grievance. These two despicable humans used the tactic of taking turns to kill it. They had an unfair advantage, and it despised them. Ji Shunyue also landed from the sky. She was slightly out of breath. The new clothes that she had just changed into were stained with the dragon's blood. At this moment, it was sticking to her body and felt sticky. She wanted to dive into the water and take a good bath. She looked at the coiling dragon stream not far away and paused for a moment. Rong Yuishinlin was sitting by the lake, stretching her legs and supporting her head with one hand. She looked very lazy and leisurely. There was a fishing rod in her hand and a fish basket beside her. There were already 3 or 4 fish in the basket, alive and kicking. This style, was there something wrong? Ji Shunyue was stunned for a moment. Rong Yuetian seemed to have met a familiar old friend and was very familiar with her. She waved at her and said, "How's your grilled fish? Let's roast a few. The fish here are actually fine-scaled fish. They taste pretty good." With this evil flood dragon here, it was a miracle that there were still fish in the water that were lucky enough to survive. Ji Shunyu did not want to be entangled with him any longer. In any case, the evil flood dragon had already been killed, and if it could no longer do evil, then her mission could be considered completed. There was no need to stay here any longer. She nodded slightly at Rong Yuetanlan. "I'm not hungry. Please help yourself. Goodbye." He turned around and was about to leave. "Do you have a problem with my fish? Or are you afraid that I'll poison you?" Behind him, Rong Yuetianlan spoke slowly. Ji Shunyue's footsteps paused for a moment. She didn't want to reveal her identity yet, so she came up with another excuse. "You're overthinking it. I'm just too dirty and want to go back and take a bath." Rong Yuetanlan pointed her chin at the pool next to her Isn't this a ready-made bathing place? She looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. We are all men. Are you still afraid that I will see? Ji Shunyue was speechless. She was indeed afraid that he would see. Even if she was a man now, she didn't want to take a bath in front of a man. Chapter 2649. I don't have the habit of bathing in front of others. Ji Shunyu's lips curled into a decent smile. Thank you for your kindness. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We'll meet again. You seem to have a problem with me. Have I offended you? Rongyue Tanlan asked her with his hands crossed. No, this is the first time I've met you. If that's the case, then eat the fish before you leave. Rongyue Tanlan made the decision for her, put away the fishing rod, and began to clean up the fish in the basket. I heard your stomach growling. A man must be honest. If you're hungry, then you're hungry. Why are you being so reserved? You're not a girl. He cleaned up the fish quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he finished one fish and stuffed it into Ji Shunyu's hands. Come, you roast it, we'll split the work. Ji Shun, you had a headache. Was this person so friendly to everyone? She was actually a very straightforward person. If she hadn't recognized Rongyue Tianlan's identity, she might have taken the initiative to make friends with him. But now, forget it. If she continued to refuse, it would seem pretentious. It was just a meal of fish. It wasn't worth much. So she sat down. If that's the case, thank you. Ji Shinyu felt very magical. Originally, she thought that if she didn't stab this person with a knife after meeting him, she was already magnanimous enough. She didn't expect that she could be friends with him, sitting opposite him and roasting fish together. She felt that her thinking must have reached a new level to be able to be so magnanimous. Ji Shun, you had been wandering outside for a long time. Her survival skills in the wild were quite good, and roasting game was one of her skills. The fish she roasted tasted very good. After Rongyue Tianlan tasted it, he gave her a thumbs up. Good cooking. Ji Shinyu smiled and didn't say anything. She roasted the fish quickly and ate them quickly as well. In a short time, she finished 2 fish and stood up. I'm full. We'll leave now. Wait, I haven't finished eating, brother. It's very impolite for the host to leave when the guest hasn't finished eating. Ji Shun, you was speechless. There's no distinction between host and guest here, right? Why not? I am from the Eastern Sky Clan, but this is the Southern Sky Clan's territory, and you are also from the Southern Sky Clan. I came to your territory, so if you're not the master, then who is? Ji Shunyue. Fine, he had a point. Ji Shunyu sat down again and crossed her arms as she watched him eat. When he lowered his head, he realized that the blood stains on his body had disappeared. She was stunned and raised her head to look at him. I couldn't eat when I saw such a bloody scene, so I cast a cleaning spell on you, Rongyue Tianlan said calmly and continued to eat the fish without raising her head. Although there were many immortals in the Fanning continent, no one knew this cleaning technique. This was the first time Ji Shunyue had heard of it. She sensed her body and found that the cleansing spell was really clean. Not only was her robe clean, even her body was as clean as if she had just taken a bath. This technique was truly miraculous. It was really a treasure for traveling in the Jianghu. If she learned this technique, she wouldn't have to worry about not having enough clothes to change into in the future. As if guessing Ji Shunyue's thoughts, Rongyue Tianlan raised his head and looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Do you want to learn? Ji Shunyue was stunned again. On the Fanning continent, there were many sects, so naturally, there were many techniques. Chapter 2650. On the Fanning continent, there were many sects, and naturally, there were many skills. Every sect cherished their own skills very much, and they were unwilling to reveal even a little bit of it to people who were not from their sect. The person in front of her was actually willing to teach her such a magical skill. She looked at him warily and asked carefully, "What are your conditions?" Rongyue Tianlan glanced at her. This little girl's guard was unusually heavy, as if she had suffered a great loss. If he said that he had no conditions, she would probably be even more suspicious, so he might as well raise a condition. What should he raise? Rongyue Tianlan's gaze swept across the surroundings and finally landed on the dragon. He smiled lightly, and when he smiled, it was especially beautiful and dazzling. There should be a core in the dragon's head. How about that core belong to me? Ji Shunyue finally breathed a sigh of relief and agreed readily. Okay, do as you wish. She had never intended to take the flood dragon in the first place and was not interested in its inner core. Rong Yuishinlin stood up and casually took out a shiny dagger. A moment later, a purple pearl was dug out from the flood dragon's head. Ji Shunyue looked at his nimble movements and couldn't help but guess in her heart. Did this person dig out cores often? He was too nimble. Rong Yuishinlin was a little surprised to see the pearl in his hand. It was actually a supreme-grade purple pearl. If such a pearl was refined properly, it could be refined into a spirit-boosting pill, which could increase a person's skills by 500 years after eating it. He was originally afraid that Ji Shunyue would be suspicious, so he casually mentioned it, but he didn't expect to earn a fortune. If he met the ancestor and mentioned this in the future, the ancestor would definitely despise him if he knew that he had used a small cleaning spell to trick a girl into giving him a supreme-grade purple pearl. Although Rong Yuishinlin liked to take advantage of others, he was still a gentleman, and he would not take advantage of girls. Now that he had gotten a big one for no reason, he felt a little apologetic, so not only did he impart the cleaning spell to Ji Shunyue, he also looked at her large blade that was almost curled and asked very sincerely, "The blade of your blade is curled. Do you want me to sharpen it for you?" Ji Shunyue was speechless. She was shocked by his eagerness. Could it be that this person could tell that she was a girl? She had heard that he was quite a playboy. He had always been gentle and took good care of women. No, not only was she dressed as a man, but she had also transformed her body into a man's. Logically speaking, no one should have seen through her disguise. Moreover, he had been calling her brother. Could it be he was a homosexual in disguise? Ji Shunyue was so shocked by this last guess that she broke out in a cold sweat. She took a step back and put her broadsword into her storage space. She shook her head and said, "Thank you, but there's no need. Farewell." With a flash, he used an escape technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rong Yuishinlin, he rubbed his nose. Was he scared away? Was his performance that frightening? His personality was actually quite lazy, and he was only gentle and courteous towards women. He was not attentive at all. However, today seemed to be a little strange. He was actually attentive to this girl. What was even more inexplicable was that he had an inexplicable good impression of this girl, and he couldn't help but want to treat her better. Could it be that he admired this girl because she was able to roam the Jianghu alone at such a young age, and was even able to fight the evil dragon one-on-one, and was even more outstanding than most men? Chapter 26:51. Or was it because all the girls in the world were attracted to him, but only this girl looked at him as if he was a block of wood and ignored his charm? This made him a little unwilling and wanted to attract her attention. Was he such a shallow person? Definitely not. It was the first reason. He admired such an independent and self-reliant girl. He had always been a kind and compassionate immortal. Didn't he help Ning Xiuma several times back then? He waved his fan and analyzed his mood for a long time before he finally felt relieved. Just as he felt relieved, he saw the dragon's corpse, and his heart skipped a beat. This girl spent so much effort and took such a big risk to fight this evil dragon. Now that the evil dragon was finally dead, she actually forgot to cut off the dragon's head and take it to the South Heaven Arch to ask for credit. Wasn't that a big loss? He raised his hand and cut off the evil dragon's head. The dragon's head was unusually big. Just its head alone was the size of a train. Rong Yuetian circled around the dragon's head, thinking about the possibility of stuffing the head into the storage space and then finding the girl and returning it to her. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wind in the distance. He looked up and saw 7 or 8 people rushing over like meteors. One of them was wearing a shiny yellow robe and looked familiar. Rong Yuetian's heart skipped a beat. The South Heaven Arch. The South Heaven Arch actually came in person. The South Heaven Arch and the others saw the dragon's corpse on the ground and then looked at the dragon's head. Their eyes lit up. It was hard to hide the surprise on their faces. When he saw Rong Yuetian's face, the South Heaven Thearcha's body stiffened. His eyes were filled with surprise and complicated emotions. There was relief and pride in his relief. Son-in-law Tianlan, so the person who killed the dragon was you? Haha, You are indeed young and promising. You have made such a great contribution as soon as you came back and helped me get rid of this problem. Very good. Ha ha ha, very good. The other guards and generals beside the South Heaven Arch were also happy. They immediately congratulated the South Heaven Arch. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It is the blessing of our South Heaven clan to have such a good son-in-law. The third princess is so lucky. The South Heaven Emperor was even more delighted. He also laughed a few times. He raised his hand and patted Rong-Yue-Tian-Lan on the shoulder. He said cheerfully, "Seeing that you secretly got rid of this big problem in my heart, I will not pursue the matter of you running away from the marriage. Come, follow me back to the palace. I will reward you well." Rong-Yue-Tian-Lan, Fire Phoenix City, was the capital of the Nantian clan. Today, the citizens of Fire Phoenix City were in an uproar. The reason was none other than the 8th Highness of the Eastern Sky Kingdom, who had fled the marriage more than 3,000 years ago, had arrived. Not only did he come, but he also killed the evil Jiao dragon that had been causing chaos for a long time, causing the entire Nantian clan to be in a state of panic. He personally beheaded the evil Jiao dragon. This was simply a huge greeting gift that could not be any bigger. It was more valuable than any other gift. The people of the Nantian clan were originally dissatisfied with the 8th Highness, but at this moment, their dissatisfaction disappeared. The streets had already been cleaned, and the excited crowd crowded on both sides of the road, waiting to see the heroic figure of the 8th prince. At this moment, Ji Shunyue was sitting by the window on the second floor of a restaurant by the road. She looked down and rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. There were too many people watching the commotion on the streets. When she looked down, it was densely packed with people's heads. She was a little trypophobic, so she looked away. The restaurant was still in an uproar because of this piece of news. At this moment, everyone was discussing it noisily. It was so noisy that Ji Shinyue's head hurt. She rubbed her glabella, regretting coming to this restaurant a little. She actually just wanted to drink some wine to refresh herself. She did not expect to see such a grand event. Chapter 2652. She took a sip of wine and wondered if she should bring a gourd of wine to the inn to drink. Someone shouted in a low voice, "Everyone look, they're here. They're here." With a whoosh, everyone rushed to the window and looked down. It was late autumn and the weather was a bit cold. The people of the Southern Sky clan were generally afraid of the cold, so at this time of the year, no one was willing to sit near the window. But at this moment, this seat was in high demand. A large group of people rushed here, almost pushing Ji Shinyu down. She held onto the window to stabilize herself. The people behind her were like sardines in a can. It would be extremely difficult for her to turn around and squeeze out. She looked at the other windows. All the windows facing the street were like this. Countless heads stuck out from each window, and the necks of the people behind them were stretched out like giraffes. Since she was here, she might as well take it easy. She might as well watch the show. A few loud whips sounded in the street. A group of people slowly came from the distance. At the front was the Royal Guard of Honor in bright armor. Behind them was the Emperor's carriage. This time, the Emperor was sitting in a carriage with gauze draped around it. Everyone could see the people inside clearly. There were two people sitting side by side in the carriage. One was the Southern Sky Emperor, and the other was a blue-robed young master. When they saw the blue-robed young master's face, the crowd boiled. Beautiful. Simply too beautiful. So the rumors were true. This 8th Highness really was the most handsome man in the world. Beautiful like a poem or a painting. So beautiful that there was no trace of the mortal world's aura. What was even rarer was that he was truly handsome, the kind of handsome that a man should be. He was not feminine at all. He sat side by side with the Southern Sky Emperor in the carriage. He held his head with one hand and seemed a bit lazy. But the invisible aura on his body was not inferior to the Southern Sky Emperor's. The Southern Sky Emperor had always been known for his strong aura, but when he sat with him, he was automatically ignored. The crowd on both sides of the street was almost boiling, and the sound of people inhaling rose and fell. The Southern Sky clan had always been more open, and some of the women in the crowd couldn't help but scream. The people on both sides of the street were better. After all, they were on both sides of the carriage and did not dare to make a ruckus. However, the people in the taverns and restaurants on both sides of the street who were leaning against the windows to watch the show did not have so many scruples. Screams and discussions could be heard incessantly. Ji Shun Yu felt that her ears were buzzing from a noise. Her ears were filled with praises for this eighth highness. Her eyesight was good, so naturally, she could see Rongyue Tianlan clearly. She could even see his drooping, thick eyelashes. She was right. It was really him. She curled her lips into a smile and praised herself for her wisdom in her heart. Rongyue Ishinlin, who was in the imperial chariot, seemed to have sensed something and looked up. There were too many people paying attention to him. Countless heads of both men and women stretched out from the windows of the shops along the street. They were like little quails waiting to be nurtured in a quail's nest. He absent-mindedly withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but rub the space between his eyebrows with his snow-white fingers. At the immortal Cloud Mountain, he had already explained clearly to the South Heaven Arch that he was not the one who killed the Flood Dragon, but someone else. He did not ask for Ji Shun Yu's name, so he could not say who this other person was. He only said that it was a friend he met by chance. This credit should be credited to that friend. He also described Ji Shun Yu's appearance to the South Heaven Arch. Chapter 2653. Ji Shun Yu's features when she was dressed as a man were actually very ordinary. Other than being handsome and not very tall, there were almost no other characteristics. The South Sky Emperor didn't say it out loud, but he didn't believe it in his heart. If there was such a capable person in his territory, he would have taken action long ago. Why would he allow the evil dragon to run rampant until now? And who did good deeds without leaving a name behind? What's more, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a name for himself. How could he disappear without a trace after killing the Jiao dragon? It didn't make sense at all. It must be his future son-in-law being modest. So the South Sky Emperor laughed and casually said that he would order to find another dragon slayer. But he still told the public that Rongyue Tianlan was the dragon slayer hero and arranged everything. The group of people finally moved slowly. The onlookers then dispersed from the window. Ji Shun Yu could finally sit back at her table and let out a sigh of relief. Although the dragon slayer hero was gone, the people's enthusiasm didn't dissipate. There was a lot of discussion in the restaurant, and everyone was discussing this gossip as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Do you think that His Highness Tianlan is here to propose marriage to our Nantian clan? It should be. After all, he and our third princess have been engaged for more than 3,000 years. They should have gotten married long ago. If they had acted earlier, there would be children running all over the place now. Our third princess is so lucky to have such a good husband. Her husband was much more powerful than her two elder sisters' husbands. He's good-looking, has a noble status, and is so capable. The third princess's bitterness is finally over. Yes, I heard that when the third princess was born, a phoenix flew around the palace. It's an auspicious sign, so our third princess is also extraordinary. While these people were praising Rongyue Tianlan, they were also praising the third princess, making her seem like a celestial flower. Ji Shun Yu raised her hand and took a sip of wine, shaking her head slightly. Over the years, she had heard a lot of gossip about herself, but most of it was negative, degrading her like a dog's tail grass. It was rare to hear praise, but now she was basking in Rongyue Tianlan's glory. This was truly a case of the same person failing the same person. There were two sides to a person's mouth. It was either praised or belittled. However, she didn't care about that anymore. Although the Fanning continent was a cultivation world, some of the rules were the same as the rules of the human world. For example, if a woman's status was low, a man could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but a woman had to be faithful to a single man. For example, if a man wields a sword and a staff, he is a hero. If a woman doesn't like to wear makeup but prefers to wear a weapon, she is not a woman. The higher the level of a man's cultivation, the more respected he would be. As for a woman, if she could cultivate to the level of a lesser immortal, she would be able to extend her lifespan. That was enough. Their main responsibility was to support their husbands and raise their children. Everything else was insignificant. Therefore, on this continent, The strong were respected, and those with high aptitudes were valued. Women, on the other hand, were looked at for needlework, culinary skills, looks, virtuousness. No matter how high a woman's martial arts aptitude was, no one would pay attention to her. Ji Xinyue's talent had been astonishing since she was young, but no one had paid attention to her. If it wasn't for the special circumstances that led him to become a disciple of the Purple Cloud sect, he wouldn't have cultivated to the level of a divine lord. Of course, her kung fu was no longer the Purple Cloud sect's kung fu. She had other fortuitous encounters. Chapter 2654. A few years ago, she hated Rongyue Tianlan very much. She hated this person for ruining her life. Because of this hatred, she couldn't calm down from time to time. She even went mad once when she was practicing martial arts. She was in a coma for more than 10 years and almost lost her life. But then, someone's words enlightened her. That person's words were always concise and comprehensive. Just live your life happily. As long as you get what you really want, why should you care about other people's words? That person was her savior. He just saved her casually. That person wore a silver mask, so she didn't know what he looked like. She didn't even know his name. Because after that person saved her, he saw that she had good qualifications and taught her a few immortal skills. He left after spending less than 4 hours with her. Although this person was just a passerby in her life, he really woke her up. She had been wandering around in the Jianghu these years, traveling around the mountains and rivers as Shunyu. She had traveled all over the Fanning continent. When she encountered injustice, she would take care of it, make friends, chat with her friends over wine, or subdue demons together. Her days were actually quite free and unfettered. If she didn't encounter these things, she would still be a princess locked up in the palace. At most, she would be like her 2 sisters, married the husband she liked, and then stayed in another mansion to take care of her husband and children. Her greatest pleasure was to have a garden party with other noble ladies and gossip together, discuss their husbands, their wives, and some family trifles. They would compare with each other. Then they would wait for their husbands to come home in their respective mansions and courtyards. Those men were basically dissolute. Although they only had one wife, they didn't need to have too many concubines. Like her 2 brothers-in-law, her eldest brother-in-law was a great general of the Nantian clan. After all, he married the princess of his country, so he restrained himself. In addition to his main wife, he only had 2 beautiful concubines. Compared to other nobles who often had 7 or 8 concubines, he was considered a good man. As for her second brother-in-law, he was a prince of the Western Sky clan. In addition to her second sister, who was his legal wife, he had also taken in 8 concubines in one breath. The drama of the struggle for favor in the harem was staged every day. Not to mention, this second brother-in-law was very handsome and flirtatious. He had a bunch of close female friends outside. In the eyes of men, the flowers at home were never as fragrant as the flowers in the wild. Therefore, he often traveled outside and slept with prostitutes. He often didn't return home for a year and a half. If Rongyue Tianlan didn't run away from the marriage, her life would probably be like eldest sister and second sister. This Rongyue Tianlan's appearance was so enchanting, and he was so capable. There were so many beauties around him. Once he got married, the number of beautiful concubines around him could be described as 3,000. Even if she became his legal wife, she could only be a member of his harem. Every day, she would have to rack her brains on how to fight for her husband's favor. That kind of life would be terrifying. This was not what she wanted. If she had to return to that kind of life now, it would be better to kill her. Therefore, it was better to let Yu Tianlan escape from the marriage. Better to run away from the marriage. Because he ran away from the marriage, she could live a carefree life that was different from any other princess. Therefore, Ji Xinyue didn't hate him these few years. In her subconscious, she even hoped that Rongyue Tianlan would never come back. As long as he didn't come back, she didn't have to think about marriage. But now he was back. Chapter 2655. Whether he came to cancel the engagement or to propose marriage, she didn't want to see him. Because if he canceled the engagement, her father would have to find another husband for her. There would always be a man who was not afraid of death and greedy for wealth who would marry her. It wasn't good to propose marriage. They were old enough. Once he proposed marriage, the marriage would be put on the agenda quickly. She would have to marry in less than a year. Rong Yu Tianlan was indeed outstanding enough. He could be said to be a demon. He was the ideal lover and husband in the hearts of thousands of girls. But she didn't like it. She even felt irritated when she saw him. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable and just wanted to stay far away from him. This emotion was a little strange. She was puzzled at first, but then she found the reason. She probably hated him for thousands of years, and it had become a conditioned reflex. Although she didn't hate him now, her subconscious hadn't completely changed. She looked at the long street after the bustle and rubbed her eyebrows. This person came. No matter what his purpose was, her father would definitely search for her with all his might. She had to go back again, but she didn't want to go back. She really wanted to turn off all the sound-transmitting talismans on her and hide for a few years. She could turn off the other sound-transmitting talismans on her, but the special sound-transmitting talisman given by her master couldn't be turned off for more than 3 days. If it exceeded 3 days, she would be considered rebellious and would be expelled from the sect. Her master, God Ziyun, probably only accepted her as a female disciple in his life, so he took extra care of her. He was always afraid that she would be abducted or make other mistakes, so he set this rule for her alone. The special sound-transmitting talisman had to be turned on all the time. Even if there was a last resort, it couldn't be turned off for more than 3 days. She took out the golden sound-transmitting talisman and looked at it. It had been turned off for 2 days. She could still delay it for a day. But what about a day later? She still couldn't delay it. She had to face this sooner or later. Forget it. Running away wasn't what a hero would do. She wasn't an ostrich. After she returned to the inn, she turned on the sound-transmitting talisman. Sure enough, as soon as she turned on the sound-transmitting talisman, she heard her master's dignified voice. Sure enough, he asked her to return to Nantian Palace immediately. He said that her father was looking for her urgently. She replied to her master lazily. "Master, my father must have summoned me to the palace because of Rong Yu Tianlan's arrival. If I rush back as soon as he comes, how embarrassing would that be? Don't you think so too, master?" Sir God Ziyun agreed. "That's true. This brat has ignored you for more than 3,000 years. You should teach him a lesson. Why don't you go back tomorrow?" "Master, I'm busy right now. I'll go back in 10 days. Sir God Ziyun pondered for a moment before replying. "All right." The voice sounded proud again. "I told you that I couldn't contact you. I don't know when I'll be able to return. Let that brat be anxious for a while. Master is wise. Stinky girl, this is actually your good fortune. That brat is indeed not bad. Your senior and junior brothers are also discussing him. It's a good marriage for you. You have to learn to control yourself." He had raised Ji Xinyue and was her master in name, but he treated her even better than her father. He also worried about her more than her father. Ji Xinyue coughed. If she said that she didn't want this husband, she didn't know if her master's jaw would drop from shock. Chapter 2656. Ji Xinyue coughed. If she said that she didn't want this husband, she didn't know if her master's jaw would drop to the ground. She would probably use all kinds of arguments to bombard her, to prove the happiness of this marriage. She didn't answer directly. "Master, we'll talk about it in 10 days. She needed to think about it first and come up with a foolproof plan. Also, the jasper snow lotus that grew on the Snowfall Peak should be blooming in these few days. The jasper snow lotus was a kind of strange flower that grew on icy peaks that were so cold that it was almost inaccessible. It only bloomed once every 300 years and would wither after a single day of blooming. Once it withered, all of its effects would disappear. It had many effects, but the most famous one was that this flower had an extremely strong beautifying effect. Eating one flower could make a person instantly 500 years younger. It could even last for 1,000 years. It was a pity that this flower grew in a harsh environment and was protected by fierce beasts, so only those with the cultivation of a divine monarch or above could harvest it. Thus, it was extremely precious and was something that every woman who loved beauty dreamed of, but was also extremely difficult to obtain. Ji Xinyue herself wasn't interested in this flower, but she had accidentally heard her mother mention this flower, so she longed for it. Ji Xinyue remembered it in her heart. A few days ago, she went around the snowy peak and finally found one. Unfortunately, that jasper snow lotus was only a bud at that time and couldn't be harvested. Thus, she calculated the time when the flower would bloom and made a mark. Only then did she return. This matter couldn't be delayed, because this place was quite far from Snowfall Peak. Even with Ji Shunyu's speed, it would take her 3 days to get there. It would also take her 1 day to go up the mountain to harvest it, and she still had to rush back. 10 days was quite a lot of time. And 10 days later was her mother's birthday. If she presented this flower to her mother, it would definitely make her mother happy. Then, she would think of a way to resolve this marriage. It would be the best of both worlds. In fact, Ji Shunyu didn't wait for 10 days. She returned on the 5th day. There was no other reason. It was because her master had sent her a voice transmission at top speed, saying that her fiancé, who had returned late, was not here to propose marriage. He was here to cancel the engagement. Her master's tone was rather angry. Even God Ziyun, who had always paid attention to the image of an expert, could not help but swear. After scolding the other party a few times, he gave her an idea. Shinyu, don't be anxious. Your father is trying to salvage the situation. How about this? You might as well disappear for a few hundred years. Without your approval, this brat will not be able to break off the engagement himself. Perhaps if you drag it on for a few years, he will change his mind. Ji Xinyue, she only said, I'll go back immediately. Hey, why are you going back now? Even if this brat is determined, let's delay him for a few years first. Ji Xinyue turned off the sound transmission talisman, finally stopping her master's incessant chatter. When she received the sound transmission talisman from her master, she was on the Snowfall Peak. She had just killed the ferocious beast guarding the treasure and plucked the flower. The ice and snow pearls on the flower had yet to fall off. After she turned off the sound transmission talisman, she carefully put the flower into the storage bag that had the function of preserving freshness. Then, she used the instant travel technique that she rarely used. 15 minutes later, she appeared in the Nantian Palace. Previously, when she returned to the Nantian Palace, she used the normal method. She entered from the outermost palace gate and had someone report to her. But now, because she was anxious, she directly appeared in the Nantian Palace, or directly in the Empress Phoenix Perch restaurant. Chapter 2657. But now, because she was in a hurry, she directly appeared in Nantian Palace, and directly appeared in the Empress Phoenix Perch restaurant. She scared the maids who were serving in the hall and made them tremble. They opened their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. And the Empress was sitting on the heated bed, crying. She had suffered a great blow. Her face was extremely pale, and she was slightly out of breath. Suddenly seeing Ji Shunyu, she was also shocked. Shunyu. These few days, she had been trying to contact her daughter, but she couldn't. She didn't expect her to appear at this time, and appear so suddenly. The maids outside didn't even come in to report, Oh, third sister, you're finally back. We've been looking for you these days. A voice came from the corner, with a bit of sarcasm. Yes, third sister, where did you go? Father and mother have been worried sick about you. Another voice sounded concerned, but was actually mocking. Ji Shinyu turned around and glanced at the two sisters. She didn't expect them to be here. Ji Shun Luo's gaze suddenly focused on her body, and he exclaimed, Aya, third sister, why are you so dirty? What kind of tattered robe are you wearing? So embarrassing. Strange, third sister, you're bleeding. Look, there are several bloodstains. Ji Shinming also made a fuss at the side. Ji Shinyu frowned slightly. When she was plucking flowers at the Snowfall Peak, she was slightly injured in the fight with the fierce beasts, and there were a few wounds on her body. These wounds were all superficial. She didn't care about them at all, and was even too lazy to treat them. Of course, she was afraid that her parents would be worried, so she usually dressed herself very neatly when she came back. Naturally, she wouldn't let them see the wounds on her body. This time, she rushed back in a hurry, and only changed back to her original appearance, but forgot to change her clothes. The Empress also noticed the wounds on her daughter's body, and immediately held her hand. Shinyu, what happened? As she spoke, she was about to pull up her sleeves to check her body. Ji Shunyu hurriedly said, It's nothing, "Mother, it's just a scratch when I fought with the senior brothers. It's nothing serious." She was about to withdraw her arm. However, the Empress held her tightly. She wouldn't be at ease if she didn't check it herself. Naturally, Ji Shun Yu wouldn't forcefully use her internal energy to shake off her mother. She could only silently use her internal energy to cover her wound with an illusion technique. As a result, the wound that the Empress saw was really just a layer of skin, and only a few strands of blood seeped out. Even so, it still made the Empress heart ache. She immediately ordered someone to bring the medical kit and personally applied the ointment. "Third sister, it's not that second sister wants to nag at you, but as a girl, you should act like a girl. It's really inappropriate to play with a bunch of men every day, and your reputation is also bad. Otherwise, the 8th prince wouldn't have broken off the engagement with you," Ji Shunming said earnestly. That's right. Originally, the 8th prince of the Eastern Sky clan had finally returned, and he was so outstanding. The sisters were all very happy for you. They felt that although third sister had all kinds of shortcomings, in any case, she had taken advantage of a good marriage. Being able to marry a good husband was also good. She didn't expect that they were discussing the matter of breaking off the engagement in the hall. It made Father Emperor lose face in front of all the civil and military officials. Ji Shenluo also sighed. These two sisters were used to singing the same tune. They seemed to be concerned, but were actually gloating. Chapter 2658. The past few days had been quite torturous for the two sisters. Rongyue at Tianlan's arrival was like a bucket of boiling oil, splashing the hearts of the two sisters. It made them jealous and hateful. Rongyue Tianlan was too outstanding. Furthermore, he had killed the evil flood dragon and made such a great contribution. Compared to him, their husbands were just trash. He was left behind by 10,000 streets. The two sisters were indeed beautiful, and they were the best in the entire Fanning continent. Their needlework and cooking skills were superb, and when they were outside, they had the demeanor of a virtuous lady. Other than the fact that they were the children of a concubine, they had almost no shortcomings. They felt that they were several streets ahead of Ji Shunyue, but Ji Shunyue had gotten the best husband. After Rongyue Tonlan escaped, they were the ones who enjoyed the show the most, so whenever they saw Ji Shunyue, they couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks about her and show off how outstanding their husband was. These had become deeply ingrained in them. It seemed that this was the only way to make them feel better. They didn't expect Rongyue Tianlan to come back and cause such a big commotion. 2 days ago, the two sisters saw Rongyue Tianlan's true appearance at the banquet, and their hearts felt like they were being scratched by a cat. The fire of jealousy was about to burst out of their chests. Especially because of Rongyue Tianlan's arrival, their father was once again amiable to Ji Shenyue's mother, Empress Lishuan. He even rewarded the Empress with many good things, and his favor to the palace grew. This caused imperial concubine He, who was originally favored, to feel even more jealous. She kept blowing wind in front of her 2 daughters, making the 2 daughters even more unhappy. At all times, they wanted to trip up Ji Shenyu and ruin this marriage. Coincidentally, they met Rongyue Tonlan, who was strolling in the palace garden yesterday. Rongyue Tonlan unintentionally asked about Ji Shenyue's whereabouts, and the two sisters took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. They fully used the palace infighting method to praise Ji Shenyue openly and belittle her secretly, trying their best to give Rongyue Tonlan the impression that Ji Shenyue was ugly and immoral, rude and uncultured. Rongyue Tonlan didn't say anything at that time, but a hint of contemplation seemed to flash through his beautiful eyes. Then, today, he proposed to cancel the marriage at the banquet. This made the two sisters extremely happy. They immediately ran to the Emperor's palace. Nominally, they came to comfort their imperial mother, but in reality, they came to see a joke. Now that they saw Ji Shunyu, who had hurriedly returned, they naturally couldn't hold back their pride and mocked her, revealing their true colors. After saying those words, they couldn't help but stare at Ji Shenyu's face, wanting to see her embarrassment. Ji Shenyu only glanced at them coldly, then turned to ask the Emperor's personal maid Didn't I order that these two women are not allowed to enter the central palace? Who let them in? The last time she left, she had indeed instructed him to do so. But these two were still princesses after all. They had married well and had noble statuses. So when they came to the palace under the banner of paying respects to the empress, the maids didn't dare to stop them. Hearing these two princesses speak harshly to the empress, although they didn't like it, they didn't dare to do anything to them. The empress, on the other hand, had a weak personality, so she couldn't bring herself to chase them away. So she let them bully her. Ji Shenyu looked at the maid's expressions and already guessed what was going on. Her pretty face immediately darkened. This is the empress palace. How can any random person come in? Since you are the empress' personal maids, you should bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the empress and not let anyone humiliate you. Now that you're like this, are you worthy of the title of palace maids? Chapter 26:59. Her words made the maids lower their heads in shame and shame. Ji Shenluo and her sister were anxious. Third sister, what are you saying? Who are you calling a cat or a dog? Make yourself clear. That's right. One of us is the general's wife, and the other is the princess of Bei Tian Kingdom. She's your royal sister. So how can you say such unreasonable things? Ji Shangyue didn't even look at them. She only looked at the maids. Do you still need this princess to tell you what to do now? She then added, no matter what happens, this princess will take care of it for you. You only need to protect the empress. With her words, the maidservants were emboldened. They had long disliked the two sisters. Now, they could finally chase them away. A row of maids immediately stepped forward. As the empress's maids, their martial arts were not bad. Although they were far from Ji Shenyue's, it was more than enough to deal with Ji Shenluo and her sister. Ji Shenluo and her sister were so angry that their noses were crooked. They were angry and went all out. They stood there and said sternly, "Who dares to chase us away? How dare you?" Before they could finish their sentence, a red shadow flashed over. Before the two sisters could see what it was, they felt their waists tighten and they were lifted into the air. A moment later, there were two thuds outside the courtyard, followed by a shrill scream and Ji Shenluo's curses. Ji Shenyue waved her hand, and the red whip returned to her. It shrunk to an inch long and automatically entered her storage pouch. It was the first time the maids in the empress's palace saw the princess in action. Clean, neat, and wonderful. This whip technique could be called magical. The princess's martial arts were so strong. The princess's attack was so cool. These maids all felt proud and elated, and their gazes towards Ji Shenyu were filled with reverence. Empress Luxian was a little worried. "Shenyue, if you treat them like this, I'm afraid they will cry to your father. At that time, there will be trouble." Ji Shenyu sighed in her heart. Her imperial mother was good at everything, but her personality was a bit too soft. She was timid, and she worried about personal gains and losses. This was why these people could ride on her head and abuse her. Imperial mother, there's no need to be afraid of them. They were the ones who were rude first. She looked at the maids. Did you all see how rude they were when they saw the empress? Those maids were all clever people. They immediately understood Ji Yu's meaning and started to talk about the rude behavior of the two princesses in front of the empress. These two princesses relied on the soft personality of the empress and did not restrain themselves in front of her. There were indeed some inappropriate actions that fell into the eyes of these servant girls. Originally, these maids were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Now that the princess was in charge, they could finally say it out loud. Ji Shenyu listened to a few of them, smiled slightly, and nodded. "Very good. In the future, if His Majesty asks, just answer truthfully." The maids all nodded. Ji Shenyu was too lazy to argue with others, but that didn't mean she would tolerate her mother being bullied. It was fine if she didn't make a move, but once she made a move, she would definitely be able to suppress everyone present. Empress Luxian looked at her daughter and sighed in relief. The invisible aura of her daughter actually made her waist stiffen. Chapter 2660. However, she still had a huge worry in her heart. She grabbed her daughter's hand and said anxiously, "Shenyu, you should leave quickly. Come back in a few years." Ji Xinyu raised her eyebrows. What do you mean, mother? Empress Lu Xian sighed. That Rongyue Tianlan has already proposed to cancel the engagement. Your father is trying to deal with him. He can't cancel the engagement on his own. As long as you're not present, he can't cancel it. This way, your father can still salvage the situation. Maybe there will be a change in the future. So, go hide for a few years and don't let him find you. He has delayed you for more than 3,000 years. Even if you delay him for a few years, it won't be worth anything. Maybe you don't need to hide for a few years. A few months will do. Your father has already negotiated with the East Sky King. Rongyue Tianlan canceling the engagement was his own doing. The East Sky King didn't know about it beforehand. The East Sky King has already promised your father that he will do his best to dissuade his son from doing things his own way. Xinyu, what are you doing? Ji Shun, you had already started to instruct people to bring her a princess dress and hurriedly put it on. Hearing Empress Lu Xian's question, she only replied with a few words, go to Langda Hall. Langda Hall was the hall where the South Sky King was holding a banquet. There were no empty seats in the hall, but the atmosphere was a bit strange. The South Sky King's expression wasn't very good. The cold air on his body could freeze people 1,000 miles away. The other civil and military officials were sitting on pins and needles. They didn't dare to leave, but they also didn't dare to stay. Of course, there were also some high-ranking officials who were filled with righteous indignation. During the negotiation between the South Sky King and Rongyue Tianlan, they interjected from time to time to express their dissatisfaction and anger. Rongyue Tianlan's expression was very calm. He even waved a fan in his hand. After he explained his purpose, he felt much more at ease. The South Sky King and his officials said a lot of good and bad words, but they still couldn't make Rongyue Tianlan change his mind. In the end, the South Sky King was finally angry. Eighth Highness, although you've killed the evil flood dragon and contributed greatly to the Nantian clan, that is that. You've delayed Xinyu for over 2,000 years and caused her to suffer so much. Isn't it a bit too heartless for you to break off the engagement now? Rongyue Tianlan raised the fan in his hand, and his handsome face was slightly apologetic. Your Majesty, Tianlan also knows this, but marriage is about mutual consent. The fact that this marriage was arranged back then was not Tianlan's wish. In Tianlan's heart, there is another love, and I dare not delay your beloved's youth. That's why I'm here to cancel this engagement. Sorry. Rongyue Tianlan looked gentle and elegant like jade, and was polite to everyone, but in fact, she liked to cut the Gordian knot. Once she decided on something, even a nine-headed bird could not pull her back. Since he had made up his mind to withdraw from this marriage, he naturally didn't want to delay any longer. It was better to end it quickly, and the best reason to withdraw from a marriage was to fall in love with someone else. So he naturally brought this up as an excuse. Besides, he wasn't lying. There was indeed someone in his heart. Although he hadn't seen the appearance of the woman in his heart, and didn't even know which continent she was from, he subconsciously felt that the woman was his destined partner. No one would doubt his reason. After all, he was so outstanding and had the capital to attract bees and butterflies more than anyone else. He had drifted outside for over 3,000 years, so it was natural for him to have one or two female confidants. The South Sky King was also prepared for this.